Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if a female Deku meets Eraserhead to give him her notebook? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izu picks her notebook up out of the water and checks the pages. Nothing is too badly ruined. She can probably rewrite some of the more burned or waterlogged pages into a new notebook. She flips through it as she walks, taking comfort in the familiarity. Satisfied with her inspection, she holds it close to her chest and begins the run home. Her shoulder screams in pain as she enters the empty apartment, heading straight for the first aid kit in the bathroom. The burn cream soothes the hurt and an ice pack helps with the new bruises she can feel forming on her spine, arms, and ribs. The beating wasn't as bad as it could have been, and the marks are nothing a good sweater can't hide. Her mom will never know. She leaves the bathroom, changing into a light sweatshirt and a pair of joggers, and heads to the kitchen. She looks through the cabinets and finds what she needs to make some ramen. She adds green onions, an egg, and leeks to make it a perfectly balanced meal. Once it's ready, she sits at the kitchen table and eats her dinner, watching the door. After dinner, she cleans up and gets on the computer to look up some fight videos on HeroTube to analyze. Her notebook next to her, she feels in her element. Nothing can hurt her in the bubble she has created. Then she hears a key in the door. Faster than should be possible, she closes the tab, shoves her notebook in her backpack, and pulls out the homework she already half completed. Izu, honey, I'm home. Hey mom. I'm just doing some homework. She easily lies. Her mother walks in and smiles at her. I'm glad you're keeping up with your studies. How was school? It was great. No problems at all. She doesn't look at her mother, pleading with the world that she'll believe her. Really? Then why did I get a call from your principal saying you were in a fight? Izu freezes. Mom, I swear I didn't. Oh honey, I know. Her mother comes to stand behind her, stroking her hair as Izu avoids her eyes. I know you didn't do anything. How could you? My precious, fragile baby. She kisses the top of Izu's head. I don't know why you insist on provoking those boys when they are so much stronger than you. It's only going to end badly. They were hurting somebody. Izu whispers. She should have stayed silent. She should have just kept her mouth shut. You are not a hero, Izu. Her mother digs in and grips her hair tightly, making her whimper in pain. How many times do I have to tell you to just keep your head down and know your place? You cannot be a hero and you will never be a hero. Izu is thrown to the ground. I just want to keep you safe. Why do you never listen to me? Izu sleeps in her locked room without a shirt that night. Clothing only agitates the cuts on her back. 3 days. 3 days in her room with nothing but her thoughts. Useless. Problem. Worthless. Wanted. 3 days of only getting to eat when her mom remembers to feed her. Broken. Defective. Inferior. Good for nothing. It's been 3 days and Izu is done. By 11 at night she's sure her mom is asleep, so she carefully slides her window open and creeps out onto the fire escape. Wearing a dark blue hoodie, torn jeans, and her signature shoes, no one looks twice at the teenager as she wanders the almost empty streets. She's not sure where she's going, just knows she needs to go somewhere else before she tries something drastic. The fresh air fills her lungs and she can feel the intrusive thoughts leave with each exhale. No one out here knows she's just a substandard human. Just a Deku. She's free, if only for a few hours. She pulls her notebook from her hoodie pocket and holds it close to her chest. She's just glad her mother didn't find this. If she had, Izu doesn't want to even think about that possibility. As she walks, she catches sight of various people all minding their own business. The kinds of people that are out at this time of night know better than to bother each other. Unless they're drunk. Izu has seen a few drunk people before and she always finds the experience either hilarious or dreadful. Depends on the drunk. Her eyes are abruptly drawn to movement on a rooftop. She looks up but doesn't see much of anything. Must have been a cat or something. She keeps walking but remains on alert as she does. That's the only reason she hears it. Soon she's running toward the sound of a scuffle in an alleyway. She arrives just in time to watch as 2 men fight. Should she try to break it up? No, she shouldn't, because right then she notices something about one of the men. He's using a scarf that appears to float around him as he fights the other man. Eraserhead. Izu is immediately grateful she brought her notebook. She turns it to a fresh page and begins writing, quickly analyzing and organizing her racing thoughts. She gets so caught up in trying to catch every detail she doesn't process that she is literally standing just a couple meters from the fight. From the literal hero versus villain fight. She is unfortunately made abruptly aware of this fact when the villain in question hears her muttering and grabs her, knife cutting into her throat. "Stay back, man. I'll kill the kid." The villain pays no attention to the teen in his arms and just starts trying to back away. Izu tries to make eye contact with Eraserhead through his goggles. He seems more focused on the villain, but she trusts him to get the message. 3. She slams her foot into the villain's shin, spins out of his grasp, and elbows him in the face, cracking his nose and making him drop his weapon, which she promptly picks up. She quickly moves out of the way so Eraserhead can wrap him in his capture weapon. As soon as he finishes that, he turns and looks at Izu. "Hey kid, you okay?" "Why, sir?" She manages to stutter out. How she's even able to speak at the moment is a miracle. Her second favorite hero, speaking to her? Incredible. Unbelievable. And now he's calling for backup. He's calling for backup. Which means police. Which means she'll be escorted home. Izu panics. So she runs. She ignores her second favorite hero calling for her to stop as she runs for her life. She runs. And runs. And runs. She runs until she hears sirens coming toward her. Crap. She turns to the closest building and, seeing a fire escape there, leaps for the ladder and climbs up as fast as she is humanly able to. Which, considering her practice from escaping from bullies, is pretty fast. She gets on top of the building and tries to make herself small, crouching low to the roof, as she watches the police drive past her hiding place. She's safe. Why did you run? Izu whirls around to find the towering figure of Eraserhead. He followed her? How does she explain that she can't let her mother know she snuck out? She tries to take a deep breath but finds herself unable to breathe. She begins hyperventilating and can feel tears welling in her eyes. Whoa, hey, it's okay. Eraserhead kneels in front of her and slowly places a hand on her knee. You're having a panic attack. Try to breathe with me. He takes a deep breath that she tries to copy. Can you answer some simple questions for me? She hesitates, but nods her head after only a moment. Okay, good. Tell me 5 things you can see right now. She looks around. That light post over there. Some wires. The moon. And, my shoes. Good. That's very good. What's 4 things you can feel? Gravel. My hoodie. Why your hand? And, my hair? She twists her hair in her hand, feeling each breath come a little easier. Great, you're doing great. Do you feel better or do you want to keep going? I feel better. Thank you, Eraserhead, sir. His eyebrow quirks up, like he didn't expect to be recognized. Well, he's an underground hero, so he probably doesn't. He doesn't say anything about it though. I noticed you writing earlier, during my fight with that man. What were you writing? I was just analyzing the fight. I like to analyze heroes and hero fights. She let her words fall to a stop, avoiding Eraserhead's eyes. Can I see? She whips her head up to look at him. He doesn't look like he's messing with her. Sure. It's not very good or anything. She hands him her notebook. Eraserhead begins flipping through the book, reading every couple pages. His facial expression doesn't change much other than a slight raise of his eyebrow and a slight upturn in the corner of his lips. This is pretty good, kid. He hands the notebook back to her. She takes it, avoiding his eyes again. Thanks, sir, but it's nothing really. Just some stupid ramblings and notes. She tucks the notebook back into her pocket, where it will be safe. Eraserhead furrows his eyebrows. Do I look like the kind of person that gives out empty flattery? No, but I'm not. When I say those notes of yours are good, I mean it. Who taught you how to do that? She looks up at him for a moment, gauging his expression before looking back down at her hands. No one. I've just been analyzing hero fights for as long as I can remember. I thought it might help me become a hero. Even if that dream is completely impossible. Why is it impossible? Izu jerks up, not realizing she had said that part out loud. I need to get home. Sorry for bothering you, Eraserhead, sir. She scrambles down the fire escape and begins running in the direction of home. She looks back a few times, both behind her and at the roofs of the nearby buildings, but doesn't think Eraser follows her this time. Once she makes it to her building, she climbs back up the fire escape and back into her room. She changes clothes and crawls into bed. Izu is finally let out after 5 days and she's allowed to go back to school. She's happy for all of a few hours before Kaken and his friends find her immediately after the final bell rings. Hope for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. I'm sorry, but you can't be a hero without a quirk. It's just not realistic. Worthless. Useless. Defective. Less than human. No one wants a Deku around. Your mother doesn't want you. Kaken hates you. Do the world a favor. Puff, 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 puff. As it jumps. Shoyuta was on his way home from his second job, teaching the next generation of heroes. Almost all of his students this year lacked true potential. As he took the rooftops home, wanting to avoid the crowded streets, his mind couldn't help but wander to the kid he'd met the other night. The girl was skinny at best, malnourished at worst, but she took that villain by surprise and held her own with a knife to her throat. A situation even grown adults would have lost their logical minds in. That was impressive enough on its own, but then he'd gotten to read her notebook. The mind that teenager had. He'd already brought her up to Nezu and the devil rat was already trying to track her down with the little information he had been given. Shoyuta hides his growing smile in his capture weapon out of habit. A figure on the building stops him in his tracks. He doesn't even think before he starts running over. He can already tell they're on the wrong side of that railing. As he gets closer, he feels dread build in the pit of his stomach. He recognizes that curly green hair and that frail frame. He runs even faster, preparing to toss out his capture weapon. She jumps. He catches her. Izu feels something like cloth tightly wrap around her as she jumps from the roof. It pulls her back up and into a body. Arms wrap around her and pull her solidly onto the roof. She thrashes against whoever is holding her, tears pouring down her face. No, please. Let me go. I can't do this anymore. Please. Please. Just let me go. Her voice trails off as sobs take over. Her body finally gives out and she gives in to the tight hold, turning to cry into the body holding her. She feels a hand lightly stroke her hair and whispers she can't quite make out soothe her cries. What feels like both hours and minutes at the same time passes by and Izu starts to be able to finally make out what is being said to her. It's okay. It's all gonna be okay. You're safe now. You're gonna be okay. Similar sentiments being repeated over and over again. Her breathing slows at the words and the eerily familiar voice. Why does she know that voice? Images from her panic attack a few nights ago cross her mind. She looks up and finds her eyes locked on the eyes of Eraserhead. Just as he had originally suspected, she is incredibly frail. Holding the young teenager in his arms, Shoyuta can tell she isn't eating nearly enough. Now that he's finally seeing her in the light of day, he is concerned by the number of bruises and scars he sees across her bare arms. The arms that had just moments ago fought him to allow her to jump. As she finally calms down, she looks up into his eyes and the recognition he sees there reminds him of that previous encounter and his shock at her recognizing him. Eraserhead? Hey kid, how you feeling? He loosens his arms just a bit, scanning her face for any sign she plans to jump again. Her eyes go wide and she tries to scramble away. He lets her go, but holds tight to the capture weapon that remains around her waist. He's gotta be smart about this. It's okay, kid. You're okay. Talk to me. He keeps his voice low, treating her like a skittish and injured animal. No. This can't be happening. She's not talking to him. That look in her eyes tells him that her mind is far, far away. I can't even die right, and now I've bothered Eraserhead with my worthless problems, and when she finds out, her eyes go even wider as her mumbling stops abruptly. Well, first of all, you aren't bothering me, kid. And you certainly aren't worthless. But more importantly, when who finds out? The girl stares at him, probably weighing the pros and cons of confiding in him. She's too young to have this much mistrust in adults. He wouldn't question it if he was a stranger, but she has proven time and again that she knows exactly who he is. He's a hero, and she still isn't sure if she can trust him. I get you don't want to tell me that, so let's start with an easier question. How did you get up here? She accepts his olive branch with a small nod and a whispered, "All might." Her eyes don't meet his, just staring downwards. Okay, can you explain a little more? I promise I'm not mad at you. He leans down and catches her eyes, repeating himself. I swear, kid, I'm not mad at you. I just want to understand. I promise I will believe whatever you tell me. She looks unsure but again nods. She begins wringing her hands as she explains. All might, he saved me from this villain. I wanted to ask him a Q question? So when he went to leave, I kinda just grabbed his leg? He landed on this roof with me. Thank you. Now, where did he go? She just shrugs, avoiding his eyes and looking out at the horizon instead. Okay, you don't know. That's okay. That giant oaf just left her here? When Shoyuta gets his hands on him, breathe. Prioritize the kid right now. What did you want to ask him? It seems like it was a pretty important question. She glances at him before looking back down. I asked him if I could be, a hero even though I'm... The last word was barely audible. Even though you're what? He asks ever so softly, keeping in mind that whatever answer she was given probably helped her over that edge. She looks at him, again searching his face for something. She looks back down and takes a deep breath. Even though I'm quirkless? She shuts her eyes and looks like she's waiting to be struck. This explains so much and yet makes Shoyuta feel so much worse. The questions being answered create a terrifying picture. And what did he say? She peeks her eyes open, seeming to be confused by his reaction. She sighs. He told me to be realistic. That it would be impossible. He was wrong. She looks at him, jaw slack and eyes open to their widest he's seen yet. I've seen your notes, kid. With your brain and the way you kept your head with that villain the other night? Which, I have to say, I've seen grown men crumble with a knife to their throat. But you just made a plan, non-verbally communicated to me to be ready, and then just took him down. All of that tells me, with the right training, you could be anything you want to be. Even a hero. Don't get me wrong, it would be incredibly difficult and you'd have to work at it harder than any of your peers, but I don't see any reason you can't be an amazing hero. The girl looked at him like he hung the moon. Like all of reality was suddenly brighter. But then the light died in her eyes. What is it, kid? She'd never allow it. What do you mean? Who wouldn't allow it? My mom. You said I'd need to train and stuff, right? He nods. She'd never allow that. If she even found out I tried to train. And when she finds out I bothered you with this, her eyes go wide again. She looks up at him. What time is it? She's gonna be so mad. And then I'll never miss more school, my back won't heal. Kaken will blame, should have just died. She glances toward the edge and Shoyuta tightens his hold on the capture weapon. What he's able to catch in the storm of her mumbling is drawing a very, very bad image in his mind. Whoa, slow down. I need you to repeat all of that, but much slower. She looks at him like a deer in headlights, probably not realizing she said all of that out loud. She doesn't speak, just tries to back up. Unfortunately, since she's still wrapped up for safety, she falls down and doesn't get much further away. It's okay. I'm not gonna let anyone hurt you. I'll keep you safe. At the word safe, she flinches like she'd been slapped. Shoyuta definitely does not like what that reaction tells him. I can see you didn't like what I said, and I apologize for that. What did I say wrong so I know not to do it again? She blinks up at him as he comes closer and kneels down in front of her, still staying a meter away so as not to make her feel caged in. She says that she's just keeping me safe. Aizu wrings her hands together and looks back down at her feet, tears beginning to fall. I don't like the way Safe feels. Safe hurts. Sho Yuta slowly, always making a point to exaggerate his movements, reaches out a hand and places it on her head. She looks up, just the barest glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. Safe isn't supposed to hurt. I promise to make sure that Safe never hurts you again. Will you trust me to do that for you? Why? Why what? She looks around, seeming to look for the right words. Why do you care? Why are you being so nice to me? I'm quirkless. I'm just a worthless Deku. Why are you trying to help me? Sho Yuta uses the hand on her head to gently lift her face to look at him. Because you deserve to be helped. No matter what you think about yourself or what other people may say about you, you deserve help. She flew into his arms and hugged him. He let his arms fall to her back and gently stroked it. Time to bring this poor kid to the police station. Aiza had never been to a police station before. It was quite chaotic and very loud in the lobby. Eraserhead immediately went up to the front desk with her and spoke quietly with the receptionist. Whatever he said seemed to get her attention, and they were immediately whisked away to a back area where a bunch of desks sat. Eraserhead explained that this was where the detectives did their work. It was much calmer back here, and Aizu was very grateful. Now they are waiting for someone named Detective Tsukachi. Eraserhead doesn't stray far from Aizu's side and keeps a hand on her shoulder, keeping her grounded in the overwhelming situation. Hello there, Eraser. What have you brought me today? The detective asked with a grin before looking down at her. Oh, who is this? Eraserhead looks down at her as well, and she suddenly realizes that she never told the hero her name. Oops. Midoriya Aizu, sir. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm Detective Tsukachi. The detective smiles brightly at her. He goes to shake her hand and she leans a little more into Eraserhead. The detective doesn't look put off, just pulls his hand back and looks to Eraserhead. What can I do for you? Eraserhead looks once more at Aizu, squeezing her shoulder, before looking back at the detective. I have good reason to believe Midoriya is being abused. Abused? Is that right? But her mother was just keeping her safe, wasn't she? She wouldn't be hurting her if it wasn't her own fault. Would she? Aizu starts to hyperventilate until she hears that now very familiar voice near her ear. It's okay, kid. Take deep breaths. Everything is okay now. Trust me. And she does. She does trust this man. The first adult, the first person to ever believe in her. Her breathing begins to slow and she realizes Eraserhead is now kneeling in front of her. I'm sorry. She feels tears in her eyes and starts wiping them away. There's nothing to be sorry for. The detective would like to speak with you. Is that okay? She nods. Okay. The detective leads them to a side room and indicates for Aizu to follow him. She grabs Eraserhead's sleeve. Eraser can come in with you, if that would make you more comfortable. She nods to the detective. That's perfectly fine. Both of you have a seat. So, Midoriya, can I ask you some questions? She looks at Eraserhead, who nods. She turns back to the detective and also nods. Okay, we'll start easy. Who lives at home with you? Mom. Where is Dad? He left after I was. She looks at Eraserhead and he nods again. She takes a deep breath. After I was diagnosed as quirkless? She shuts her eyes, prepared for the worst, but the detective just writes it down and continues. Okay, now for the harder stuff. Has your mother ever hurt you? Why, yes, sir. But only because I wasn't being safe. I probably deserved it. What do you mean? Well, the kids at school would get mad at me for talking or walking next to them, so they'd beat me up. If Mom found out, then I would get locked in my room for a few days. If she found out I was trying to be a hero or got in a fight to help someone. Aiza gulped and began wringing her hands, her shoulder blades aching from the memory. What did she do when you tried to help those other kids? The detective kept his voice low. She'd get a deep breath in. She'd get her cane and she'd tell me to take my shirt off, and then she'd hit me. She said she had to teach me to stay in my place. She needed to teach me to not try to be better than I am. Then she'd lock me in my room for a few days again. I miss a lot of school because of that. Aizu refuses to look at the detective or Eraserhead. Any moment they'd realize that she definitely deserved what her mother did. They'd realize she wasn't being abused and they'd take her home. Eraserhead promised. She looks up at Eraserhead. He looks angry but not at her. He looks down at her and puts a hand on her head. It's really comforting. She takes a deep breath and looks to the detective. When she locked you in your room, did she bring you meals? Aiza shrugs. When she remembered. So, how often do you get to eat when you're in there? Well, this last week, I was in my room for 5 days. I ate maybe 4 bowls of miso soup. I think that's right, but maybe it was 3. It's hard to remember if I'm being honest. The detective writes that down. And you said the last time was this past week? She nods. Did that include with the cane? She hesitates but nods again. If I got a female officer in here, would you let us take a few pictures of where she hit you? Izu hesitates and looks to Eraserhead. It's completely up to you. But I will say, it will only help us be able to keep you away from her. Izu immediately looks back at the detective. Yes, please. But she suddenly realizes what else they might see. You should know that the kids at school also hurt me. I have a few scars. The detective smiles at her reassuringly. That's okay. After we have the pictures, you can tell me what marks are from where. Will that work for you? Yes, sir. Shoyuta looks down at the pictures as Midoriya comes out of the room, pulling her shirt back on. Her back is covered in bruises and starburst burn scars. He can see where her mother had been beating her by the long scar lines on her shoulder blades. I didn't know the cane left scars. He hears Midoriya whisper quietly to herself. Kid who treats these wounds? Have you been to see a doctor? Shoyuta looks to Midoriya's confused face. No, Mom said I didn't deserve to go to a doctor. She said that was only for normal people. Then who treats your wounds when you get hurt? I do. The way she said that. Like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Even the cuts on your back? Yeah, those are really hard. I used to get splinters from the wooden cane before Mom switched to the metal one, and they would get infected sometimes cause I couldn't reach. But the burns are pretty easy. Especially the ones on my arms. She points to an old scar on her upper arm. It's shaped like a starburst, like someone had let off a firework too close to her arm. Who gives you the burns? He asks her tentatively. He doesn't want her to stop talking to him. Oh, Kaken. He's just practicing his quirk, though, so it's okay. Her eyes brighten as she continues. His quirk is really cool. His sweat is basically nitroglycerin, so he can make little explosions. The more he sweats, the bigger the explosion. See? She points to the picture in his hands, at a larger starburst on her back. It looks a lot more recent than the ones on her arms. Midoriya, who told you it was okay that he practiced his quirk on you? She averts her eyes. No one really told me, but no one ever stops them from doing it. Who's them? The other kids at school. What about the teachers? Well, the teachers always tell the other kids how great their quirks are after they hurt me. So, not only do your teachers not stop them, but they actually encourage it? Shoyuta really hopes his anger isn't audible in his voice. Is that not normal? Shoyuta takes a deep breath and pats her on the head, making sure to exaggerate his movements so she can see what he's doing. No, kid. They're not supposed to do that. They should be protecting you. Nezu is going to have a field day when he tells him about this. Oh. She looks at him like the idea of a teacher protecting her is a completely new concept for her. They sit silently next to each other for a while, waiting as Detective Tsukachi writes up the report. Shuda's not sure what to say or if he should say anything at all. He looks down at the young teenager next to him. She can't be much older than 13 or 14, and tries to wrap his head around how such an intelligent young girl could have been lost from this world forever just a few hours ago. The detective finally looks up from his computer. All right, now the only thing left to do is figure out where she'll stay until he's cut off by a commotion in the front. Everyone in the back can hear a woman shrieking at some officers. Shoyuta and Detective Tsukachi get up and head toward the front to see what's going on. My baby is missing. How can you not see that this is an emergency? She's only 14 years old. She's quirkless and probably bleeding out in some alleyway while you're all standing around doing nothing. Shoyuta arrives at the front to see a short, heavier-set woman with long green hair nearly reaching across the reception desk. She has a blonde woman standing with her, seeming to be some kind of emotional support, and a young spiky-haired boy about Aiza's age who seems very irritated to be there. He goes to intervene when he feels a tug on the back of his jumpsuit. He looks behind him to see Midoriya, her face ghostly pale. Before he can ask her what's wrong, the woman at the front turns, frantically searching for help, and lays eyes on Shota and Midoriya, the detective standing just a ways next to them. "Oh, my poor baby." The woman starts to rush toward them, and Shoyuta can feel Midoriya shrink behind him. He is now ready to fight this woman in the middle of this police station. Luckily for her, Detective Tsukachi steps forward and cuts her off. "Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask who you are?" She looks positively affronted by the detective getting in the way. "My name is Inko Midoriya. That is my daughter." The woman, Midoriya's mother, turns to look at her. "Aizu, sweetie. I've been so worried about you. Let's go home where I can keep you safe." Suddenly, Shoyuta knows exactly what Midoriya was talking about. The way this woman said the word safe, it's like it's a threat. Detective Tsukachi steps fully between them, cutting off Midoriya Inko's line of sight to her daughter. "I'm terribly sorry, ma'am, but Midoriya Aizu will not be going with you." "What do you mean?" "That's her kid over there." The blonde woman finally joins the conversation, coming over to flank Inko. The boy follows who Shoyuta assumes is the boy's mother, but he still doesn't seem all that interested in what's going on other than to be angry in general. "I want to take my daughter home. Give her to me. If you'll come with me, I'll explain everything." The detective tries to move both women away, but it's to no avail. "No, I just want to take my daughter with me. She belongs to me. Why won't you let me see her?" She leans around the detective, trying to make eye contact with Midoriya. "Come on, baby. Stop bothering these nice police officers and come to mommy." Shoyuta can feel Midoriya begin to shake. He turns to look at her and he swears she's about to pass out. He leans down and whispers in her ear. "I promise I will not let her take you. I will protect you. She will not get away with hurting you ever again." The shaking stops, but she's still deathly pale as she nods to show she heard him, her eyes never leaving her mother. What is he saying to her? "Give me my child." Inko continues to cause a ruckus. "This can't be legal. Give Inko her child." The blonde woman begins to try and move past the detective, as if to grab Midoriya herself. "Stop right there. She's not going with either one of you. If you refuse to come with me quietly, I will have no choice but to arrest you publicly." Detective Tsukachi stays calm, but his voice is like stone. His tone ringing with finality. "Arrest me? For what?" "Give me my daughter." And Inko finally just shoves past the detective. He spins around and grabs her, placing handcuffs on her. "Midoriya Inko, you are under arrest for child abuse, child endangerment, and child neglect." As Aiza's mother, Auntie Mitsuki, and Kaken are put into different interrogation rooms, Kaken and Auntie sharing one, Eraserhead leads her to a side room from which she can watch the interrogations from little one-way mirrors. "And you promise they can't see me?" Eraserhead looks her in the eyes. "I promise. They will just think this is a regular mirror and will have no idea that you are behind the glass. If you need me for any reason, just tap on the glass like this." He taps a little 1-to-1 pattern on a table nearby, "and I'll immediately come in here to you, okay? You have nothing to fear while I'm here." "I promise." Aizu nods and gives him a small smile. She really does trust him. He gives her a matching nod, the corners of his lips tipping up just a bit, which he tries to hide in his capture weapon, and heads out the door. She watches as he enters the room where the detective is waiting with her mother. Her blood still feels like it's made of ice as she watches, but she's confident in what Eraserhead told her. "What are you doing here? Where is Aizu? Where is my daughter?" Eraserhead just silently heads to the corner of the room opposite her mother, not even acknowledging the woman's questions. "Ms. Midoriya, as I've stated before, you are under arrest for crimes pertaining to your treatment of your daughter. Do you have anything to say to these charges?" The detective keeps a cool tone with Aiza's mom, not letting any emotion into his words. "I've never hurt my daughter. She is my baby." Izu feels a shiver run down her spine as her mother lies to the detective. Why won't she admit it? If she wasn't doing anything wrong, why won't she admit to hurting her? If that's true, then how do you explain these scars on your daughter's back from being beaten with a cane? The detective laid the photos they had taken out for her mother to see. Her eyes go wide and her face pales. Why you have to understand? My daughter, she's quirkless. She's always getting into fights and I need to keep her safe. She has to learn. And what exactly, may I ask, is she supposed to learn from you beating her? Her mother splutters. She has to learn her place. She has to learn that the world is a cruel place for people like her. She has all these ideas of heroics, but how can she be a hero when she's weak and powerless? I have to teach her her place in this cruel world. Eraserhead speaks for the first time. Did it ever occur to you that you should be protecting her from the cruelty of the world instead of adding to it? His volume may be low, but his tone is seething with poorly masked rage. You're not a parent. You don't understand the things we go through. I lost everything when she was diagnosed quirkless. My husband left me. All my friends except for Mitsuki left me. I had to work 2 jobs just to keep a roof over our heads. So you beat your daughter? Eraserhead can no longer contain his rage. I don't like the tone of your voice. Who even are you? Who are you to judge the way I choose to raise my child? That, madam, is the pro-hero Eraserhead. He's the one who brought in your daughter today. Apparently, you had been practically starving her for the past week and forced her to care for her own wounds after you maliciously beat her. I'd say he has every right to judge the way you are raising your daughter. The detective, still as calm as can be, redirects the conversation back to himself. I'm busy. How am I supposed to remember to feed her when I'm working so much just to have food in the house? And why would I waste a doctor's time? She's fine, isn't she? It wasn't a question. The detective puts the photos back into a file, closes it, and begins to stand from the table. Well, I believe that's all for now. We have plenty of evidence to convict you of all charges, especially since you just admitted to abusing and neglecting your daughter out of malicious intent, teaching her her place, as you call it. An officer will be in shortly to move you to a holding cell until such a time as you can be transferred to lockup. The detective ignores her mother's pleas and leaves the interrogation room, Eraserhead following right behind him. They both move on to the room containing Auntie Mitsuki. Izu quickly moves her attention to that room and watches the interview play out. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Detective Tsukachi and this is pro-hero Eraserhead. You are? Bakugo Mitsuki. Now, what the heck is going on? Why did you arrest Inko? Where is little Izu? All in good time, Ms. Bakugo. The detective gives her a small smile while Eraserhead just glares from the corner of the room, closest to the mirror where Izu watches. Now, how do you know the Midoriyas? Me and Inko have been friends since our college days. Maid of honor in each other's weddings and having our brats at around the same time. I've known Izu since she was born. Was in the hospital when she was delivered. Her and my son Katsuki. She gestures to Kaken sitting next to her, his arms folded and face a mask of irritation, have been best friends since they were in diapers. Now, what is going on? Are you aware, Ms. Bakugo, that Midoriya Inko was abusing her daughter? That she would lock her daughter away for days on end with little to no food? That she would beat her with a cane and then expect her to care for her own wounds? Inko would never. She loves little Izu. You've never seen a mother love a child as much as Inko loves Izu. The detective again pulls out the pictures and shows them to Izu's Auntie Mitsuki. She gasps and tears well up in her eyes. Kaken next to her goes stark white at the images in front of them. As you can see in these photos that were taken of Midoriya Izu today, she has scarring from multiple beatings and her ribs are clearly visible through the skin, a clear sign of malnourishment and abuse. Do you still wish to defend your friend? Her Auntie Mitsuki picks up the photo and tears stream down her face. Poor Izu. How long has this been happening? How did I never know? According to what we could get out of Ms. Midoriya and young Midoriya Izu, along with the difference in ages of the scars, it would seem this treatment has been happening at least since Midoriya Izu was in elementary school. Maybe even since her quirk status was revealed. Kaken seemed to grow paler at this revelation. Aizu's auntie broke down into sobs. Aizu has never seen her auntie Mitsuki cry before, so this was very overwhelming. Then she asked the detective, "Please, can I take Aizu home with me?" Aizu doesn't hesitate to tap on the glass, signaling Eraserhead and the detective. They both excuse themselves and head into the room where Aizu waits. "What is it, Midoriya?" the detective asks. Aizu doesn't even look at him, going straight to Eraserhead and grabbing onto him. "You can't send me with her. Please. Please don't make me go with her." Her voice is slightly muffled, but both the detective and Eraserhead can understand her. Eraserhead carefully disconnects from her, still holding her arms so she doesn't lose all contact, and kneels down in front of her. "Why don't you want to go with her?" She doesn't look him in the eye, just shuffles her feet and sniffles. "You remember me telling you about Kaken? About how I got my scars?" Eraserhead nods. "Well," she points into the room, "that's Kaken." Eraserhead stills. He then slowly squeezes her arms in reassurance. "Thank you for telling me. That is very helpful." He stands up and looks to the detective who nods. They both re-enter the interrogation room with Auntie Mitsuki and Kaken. "What happened? You never answered my question. Can I take little Aizu home with me?" The detective sits back down at the table across from Auntie Mitsuki. "Ms. Bakugo, you said your son and Midoriya Aizu have been friends for some time?" "Yeah, what does that have to do with this? Are you aware that your son frequently bullies and physically assaults her?" Kaken leaps up. Deku lies. Aizu sees Eraserhead go still at the nickname. "What did you call her?" "It's just a nickname. The two of them have called each other by them since they were 4. And boys will be boys, you know." Andy tries to defend Kaken. "Stupid Deku doesn't know her place," he says under his breath. "That's the second time today I've heard someone speak of putting her in her place." The detective muses. "And where is her place exactly?" "She's quirkless. She should know better than to mess with normal people." Kaken answers. "And do you call using your quirk on her putting her in her place?" Auntie Mitsuki looks to Kaken absolutely flabbergasted. "Katsuki, you haven't. Tell me you haven't been using your quirk on little Aizu. If you'll look at these starburst burn scars, Ms. Bakugo, the evidence is right there." The detective points to the marks he's referring to in the images. Auntie Mitsuki places a hand over her mouth. "Oh, Katsuki. I can't believe you." "What?" "Deku deserved it. She was looking down on me. Always thinking she's better than me. So you decided to permanently scar her?" The detective looked at Kaken incredulously. Kaken doesn't answer. He just crosses his arms and sits back down, huffing out a breath. "What happens now?" Auntie Mitsuki looks up at the detective. "Well, given that Katsuki is a minor, he won't receive jail time for his actions. But," Kaken looks up, "he will most likely be assigned mandatory anger management courses and this will go on his record." Kaken tries to argue but Auntie glares at him and he goes back to brooding. "And Aizu? Where will she go? Please tell me you aren't putting her in the system." "Well, she'll stay with me." Shoyuta leaves the interrogation room only to find Midoriya waiting for him. Did you mean it?" She's not looking at him, shuffling her feet and wringing her hands. Shoyuta hides his smile in his capture weapon. He will not let this child turn him soft. Absolutely not. He places a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look up at him. "Yes, Midoriya. I meant it. If you're okay with it, I will take you with me." She immediately wraps her arms around him, her tears wetting his jumpsuit. Yes, please." Then she looks up at him. "Please, call me Aizu." Shoyuta gets down to her level. "The eyes. My civilian name is Aizawa Shoyuta. You may call me whatever makes you the most comfortable, okay?" "Thanks, Aizawa, sir." An hour and a half later finds Aizu and her new guardian walking up the steps to his apartment. It's a pretty nondescript building and once inside the apartment, she can see that it's a pretty simple place in and of itself. The walls are pretty bare and the furniture is sparse. It already feels like home. Well, it's not much but, at least it's 2 bedrooms. The extra room is usually where my best friends stay when they visit, but it's yours now, kid. Aizawa leads her to a small side room with a full bed and a simple set of drawers. You can decorate it however you want. I can take you shopping later. He then leads her around to the small kitchenette and finally the shared bathroom. Once he's shown her the whole place, he sits her down on the couch, him on the coffee table across from her. Okay, let's talk house rules. Izu stiffens, sitting up straighter. She will do whatever he asks of her as long as she can stay. This is your home now, so feel free to roam as you please. I have 2 jobs, so I might not always be home, but if you need me you can always, and I mean this, kid, always call me. You are my first priority now, so don't ever think you can't come to me for help or that your problems are too small. Whatever you need, or even whatever you want, all you need to do is ask. Izu isn't really sure what to say to that. She's free to do as she pleases? Whatever she wants. Maybe she could… Aizawa? Yes, kid? Could I, maybe, if it isn't too much trouble and as long as it's okay with you of course, and if it's too much money I completely understand? It's okay, what is it? Aiza looks in his eyes but finds no deceit there, so she takes a deep breath and continues. Could I, maybe, have a sketchbook? It's just that, you see, I've always really wanted one, but Mom always said they were really expensive and we didn't have the money for them, but you said if there was anything I want and well, I really like to draw heroes, not just heroes of course. I like to draw a lot of things and I just, kinda, always wanted a sketchbook, so, yeah. Can I have one? Aizawa cracks a small smile, unable to hide it as he'd taken his capture weapon off at the door. Sure, kid. How about we stop by the art store tomorrow after the mall? That sound like a good plan to you? Yes. But wait, why are we going to the mall? You need clothes, don't you? I don't want to risk going by your old apartment in case your mother makes bail and tries to find you. But a crowded mall with me and another pro-hero friend of mine should be safe. Who's the other hero? You know a guy named Present Mike? Aizawa answers the door the next morning to a man with long blonde hair and a simple pair of red glasses. His hair is pulled back in a messy bun and he's wearing black joggers, a yellow t-shirt, and a gray cardigan. Overall, he looks like a normal, maybe a little on the kinder side man. But Aizu knows better. As she hides slightly behind her guardian, she can't help but begin mumbling excitedly. The voice hero, Present Mike. He can raise his volume to such high levels that it literally blows his enemies away. He must have enhanced vocal cords as a side effect of his quirk because that sheer volume would destroy a regular throat. His voice has also been known to temporarily deafen his opponents, but I wonder if it affects his own hearing. She looks up at Present Mike and stops talking, her face growing warm at the smile on his face. Sorry, I got excited. You're one of my favorite heroes. I used to listen to your radio show when Mom locked me in my… Sorry? I talk too much? Aizawa turned and looked at her, an emotion she didn't recognize in his eyes. It's okay that you're excited. And you aren't talking too much. No one is upset with you or irritated by you. She looks between the 2 men and nods. Oh, Present Mike leans down to her level. It's really great to meet such a sweet fan. When I'm not in costume doing hero work, my name is Yamada Hizashi. To answer your question, little listener, I am in fact hard of hearing because of my quirk. I lost the majority of my hearing by the time I graduated high school. But I've got these rad hearing aids, he points to his ears, that help me out with that. Aiza beams up at him. Present Mike stands back up straight. So, are we gonna go shopping or what? Aizawa groans but they head out. It isn't a very long train ride and Aiza spends most of it asking Yamada questions about his quirk and what it's like as a spotlight hero. Yamada is happy to tell her everything. When he starts trying to tell her stories about when Shote was in school, Aizawa quickly shuts the conversation down with a loud, "We're here." A short walk later and they come up to the biggest mall Aizu has ever seen. It's also the only mall she's ever seen, but that's irrelevant. When Aizawa and Yamada start walking towards the entrance, Aizu has to run to catch up. So, what should we buy first? Bedroom stuff or clothes stuff? Yamada looks to Aizu. Well, I guess we should probably start with clothes? Sounds perfect, little listener. Why don't we start in here? He leads her into a little boutique filled with clothes more expensive than anything she's ever seen, let alone owned. She hesitates by the door. Aizawa softly bumps her side. She looks up to him and he raises an eyebrow at her, obviously questioning her reluctance. She looks back over at Yamada, who is enjoying looking through the clothes and not seeming to be paying attention to them, before eventually turning back to Aizawa, avoiding looking in his eyes. This store looks really expensive. You don't need to, that is, I'm not, it's all, and I'm not. You shouldn't. She lets out a frustrated sigh. Aizawa leans down, just enough so she is forced to look him in the eye. Take it slow and just tell me exactly what you're thinking. Don't worry about what I'll think of it. She takes a deep breath and looks back at him before averting her gaze to the floor. This store is for normal people. It's got a lot of expensive clothes and Mom always said that I'd ruin nice clothes like these. You shouldn't spend this much money on me. I'm not worth it. She takes another deep breath, waiting for his response. Okay, Izu. She looks up at him at the soft way he speaks her name. You are worth every penny I have. Your mother was wrong about a lot of things. Especially how much she thought you were worth. I know we can't fix all the damage she's done to that pretty little head of yours overnight, but someday I hope you realize just how remarkable you truly are. How valuable you are. For today, just remember, every time you think something is too much or that I shouldn't be buying you something you want or need, remember that I'm doing this because I want to. Because you are very much worth all the trouble. Aiza began to tear up, but she smiled at him and nodded. I'll try, Aizawa. Hey little listener, show. You slowpokes coming? As they shop for clothes for Izu, it becomes obvious she has a very distinct style, if not a little unexpected. Yamada calls it grunge meets skater girl, but Izu just knows she likes the way black and other dark colors look on her. She loves all the band tees and distressed jeans she finds. She even starts to let herself have fun as Aizawa begins to look at Yamada with a smug look as he pouts about her being a mini-show. They go by a Van store and she nearly explodes. They sell a few pairs of shoes for people without quirks, including a pair of red high tops. Hers were starting to wear out and the brand they were from were really cheap and pinched her toes. When she tried on these, she felt like her face might burst from the smile she gave Aizawa. He ended up buying her those and a few classic slide-on Vans in various colors. Once clothes were taken care of, the little group moved on to things for her room. The furniture store brought them a new desk and chair, which will be delivered the next day, for her to do her homework. They got a set of red sheets and a dark gray comforter set for her bed. They passed by a hero merch shop and Aiza dragged them in to get posters of her favorite heroes for her wall. Unfortunately, they didn't have any Eraserhead posters, but she did get a present mic poster. Little listener, you can call me Izu if you want? Yamada smiled. Hey Izu, you said you listened to my radio show? She nods. Does that mean you like music? She lit up. I love music. I really liked all the rock and old punk songs you played on your show. I used to have to listen to it really quietly at night, but it was always worth it. Yamada smiles at her and pulls her into a music store. He buys her some of his favorite CDs with songs he plays a lot on his station, an old CD player connected to big speakers, and he even gets her some band posters for her room. She is absolutely ecstatic. Moving from store to store, Izu is having the greatest day ever when something in a shop window catches her eye. About 10 kittens are all jostling over each other and playing. She is drawn toward the window and only looks up when she feels a presence next to her. Would you like one? She whispers, afraid she heard wrong. A kitten. Would you like one? I already have one, a Scottish fold named Tofu. You haven't seen him yet because he is fairly shy around new people. But, if you'd like one of your own, I'd be happy to make room for them. He doesn't look at her, just observes the kittens as they play. Mom always said, yes, Aizawa. Please. They leave the store a few minutes later with a small ruddy Somali kitten named Machi in a little carrier. Izu has never been so happy. They are heading toward the exit, shopping bags and cat carrier in hand, when Aizawa stops them next to a little store with a beautiful mural painted on the side. How about I get you that sketchbook now? Really? He softly smiles at her. Yeah. And how about some color pencils as well? Maybe some charcoal and watercolors? Whatever you want. Shoyuta walks past Aiza's room that night to find her still up, hands covered in charcoal dust, sketching away on her bed. The gray comforter was a good call. Machi is diligently watching beside her, pale green eyes flicking with each movement. He smiles, hiding it in his capture weapon as he heads out for patrol. Aizu, can we talk for a moment? Aizawa calls from the living room the next day. Aizu walks in, Machi on her heels, and settles down on the couch near where Aizawa is sitting on a chair. Machi climbs up into Aizu's lap and she begins petting the small kitten to combat her nerves. What if something happened and now he doesn't want her anymore? I can see that big brain of yours turning with anxiety from here. Stop worrying. I just want to talk to you about school. Oh. Aizu relaxes. She can handle school. Due to you coming to live with me, you're going to have to change schools. We live too far away for you to continue at Aldra. Is that okay with you? Aizu thinks for a moment. Everyone at Aldra treats her like she's less than them. Like she's nothing. She used to be okay with it. Expected it. Aizawa and Yamada both think she's worth something. I think that's okay. Where will I be going? Class, this is Midoriya Aizu. She is officially joining our class starting today. I expect you all to treat her with the utmost respect. The teacher looked around the room, almost glaring at a few students, including one boy with unruly purple hair. She turns back to Aizu. Midoriya, you will have to take the seat in front of Shinso. She points to the seat in front of that same purple-haired boy from before. She whispers, let me know if he gives you any trouble. Aizu cautiously walks over and sits where her new teacher indicated. The boy behind her says nothing to her, and class begins. Aizu can't help but be curious of all the people around her. No one has asked her yet about her quirk, but it's only a matter of time. When the bell rings for lunch, Aizu turns to look at the boy behind her. Hi. I'm Midoriya Aizu, but I guess you know that. You can call me Aizu though. It's nice to meet you. The boy looks at her for a moment, clearly trying to read her expression, before silently getting up and leaving the room. So, not the friendliest person. But something about him makes Aizu determined. Maybe it's the weird warning from the teacher. She just shrugs off his attitude and heads toward the lunchroom. In the cafeteria, Aizu notices that Shinso sits all by himself. Well, she'll just have to change that. She gets her tray of school food and heads over to his table. Unfortunately, she's intercepted by some classmates before she can make it there. Hi there, Midoriya. Want to sit with us? Aizu looks around them at Shinso. Thanks so much for offering, but I was actually going to go sit with Shinso, since he's all by himself. The two girls look over their shoulders and then back to Midoriya. The one leans in close and whispers, you shouldn't sit with him. He has a villain quirk. Aizu raises an eyebrow. What? The other girl rolls her eyes. A villain's quirk. You know he's gonna turn villain. I heard he can make you do anything he wants just by talking. That's why the teachers don't let him talk during class. Aizu looks at them for a moment, then to Shinso who looks up at the group before looking back at his tray, then back up to the girls. Thanks for the warning. Bye now. And she quickly sidesteps them and plops down in front of Shinso. He looks up at her incredulously. Hi again. I hope it's okay that I sat here. You just looked so lonely and I thought it would be nice if we sat together. I didn't really have friends at my last school and it looked like you didn't really have any here. Not that I'm saying you don't. I probably shouldn't be assuming anything. Just because you were sitting alone doesn't mean you don't have friends. I just meant that it might be nice for us to eat together. Am I talking too much? Kids at my last school usually told me to shut up by now, so I'm not really sure if this is the normal amount one is supposed to talk or if I'm just rambling at this point. I'm probably rambling. Haha, I'll stop now, sorry. Aizu can feel her face heating up as she looks at the look of what can only be described as absolute bafflement on Shinso's face. He continues to stare at her and she's not really sure what to do. So she starts talking again. So, do you have a favorite hero? Mine's an underground hero, so you might not know who he is. I used to really like All Might, but it turns out that he's not as cool as all the hype might suggest. Not that it's wrong if you like him. I'm so sorry if I just insulted your favorite hero. It's just that I kinda sorta met him recently and he... Never mind, I probably shouldn't trauma dump so early in our friendship. But we aren't friends. Shinso finally spoke up. Aizu has to hesitate for a moment because holy crap, his voice is amazing. It's so deep and smooth and feels like honey to her ears. Well, maybe not yet, but we can be. I mean if you want. Though, I totally understand if you don't want to be friends with me. I'm just the weird new girl after all and… No, you don't want to be friends with me. Again, it takes a moment for her to reply. Why wouldn't I want to be friends with you? I don't know you yet. Now it's her turn to look at him funny. She tilts her head to the side at him and waits. Because I know they told you about me, he points to the two girls from earlier. I've got a villain's quirk. You're better off somewhere else. He starts to stand up to leave. But there's no such thing as a villain's quirk. She uses air quotes around villain's quirk. Besides, a quirk doesn't make you who you are. She said that last part quietly, looking down at her food. Shinso stands there for a second before sitting back down. Who is this girl? When he saw Saito and Nishikawa talking to her next to his usual table, he was sure they were warning her to stay away from him, and yet here she sits. She starts rambling on about him looking lonely and something about heroes, and he can't quite figure out if this is some elaborate prank on the villain kid or something. Then she calls them friends and he has to put a stop to this before his hopes get up. If he's learned anything from his foster homes, it's that no one wants to be associated with the villain kid. When he's finally decided to just leave, she's gotta go and something amazing like, a quirk doesn't make you who you are. Like, what? Who is this girl? Hitoshi plops back down in his seat. The girl looks up at him. Quirks don't define who you are, they're just a tool you can use. They don't make you good or bad. Believe me, I would know. She covers her mouth, eyes going big. Guess she didn't mean to add that last bit. What do you mean? What's your quirk? She looks around them, making sure no one is listening. He guesses. She looks nervous. Surely it can't be worse than his quirk, right? I am Q quirkless? She screws up her face like she's waiting for him to hit her or something. Has he ever been so wrong about something before? Oh. Is that all he can say? Oh. He tries to cover up his lack of social skills. My favorite hero isn't All Might by the way, so no worries. I think he has way too much hype anyways. So, if you want to complain about him, be my guest. This is normal human interaction, right? Her face lights up at the subject change and he is momentarily blinded by her smile. Then who is your favorite hero? He's underground, but you said yours is too, right? So maybe you know him? Who is he? Eraserhead? She squeals. He's mine too. Isn't he so cool? His capture weapon works both as a defensive weapon and an offensive one. It's made with a metal alloy that allows it to be almost completely cut-proof and fire-resistant. I've also always wondered why his hair moves when his quirk is active, and I have a theory, though you probably wouldn't want to hear it. Sorry for rambling again. She looks down. He needs to get that smile back. I think it would be cool to know what you think. She brightens immediately. Very good. He can do this whole socialization thing. Well, I think that his quirk creates an electromagnetic field, which is what disrupts the quirks from working as well as what causes his hair and capture weapon to float around him. That actually makes a lot of sense. She brightens even more, if that's even possible. Do you have any other theories? When Aizawa arrives to pick up Izu, she is bursting at the seams to tell him about her new friend. She hops into the car and tries her best to be patient as he drives out of the parking lot, but she just can't hold it in. I made a friend. His name is Shinso Hitoshi and he has the coolest quirk ever. It's called brainwashing and he can control anyone who answers his questions. Everyone at school says it's a villain's quirk, but I think it's perfect for heroics. Imagine. He could win a fight with 0 damages to the surrounding area and 0 injuries. He could be the perfect hostage negotiator. The possibilities are endless. Aizawa gives her one of his very small, bemused smiles that is partially hidden in his capture weapon. Did you tell him that? Aiza deflates a little. No, I didn't want him to think I was creepy. I don't think it's creepy. I think you should tell him next time. She brightens again. But where are we going? This isn't the way home. You have an appointment with Nezu? Aiza's nerves were at an all-time high as her and Aizawa arrived at the UA campus, but lucky for her, Aizawa brought her sketchbook. So here she sits, outside the most intelligent being in the world's office, sketching her guardian's face as they wait for their appointed time. She has tried other mediums, but charcoal on paper is her favorite. Unfortunately, it's all so messy, so she's making do with the pencil Aizawa brought. She's just finishing the shading around his eyes when the door to the principal's office opens. Hello there, Aizawa, Miss Midoriya. Aizu looks down at the bear, mouse, creature standing in the doorway. Please call me Aizu. The creature smiles. Of course. Please call me Nezu. Now, come in please. Would you like some tea? He offers them both a cup which Aizu accepts and Aizawa declines. The principal, Nezu, sits at his desk and Aizawa and Aizu each sit in a chair facing it. Now, let's get started, shall we? Aizawa showed me a few of your notebooks. Aizu turns her head to Aizawa. I went by your apartment while you were at school today. I remembered that notebook from the first night I met you. I wanted to see what he thought of them. Aizawa sticks a thumb out in Nezu's direction. And I was very impressed. You have quite the brilliant mind in that head of yours. Aizu's face began to heat up. Thank you, sir. It's really just a hobby. Nothing special. She looks away from the principal's eyes, instead focusing on the pattern in the carpet. I beg to differ. I know pro heroes who couldn't do what you do. And Aizawa says you've been doing it for a while? Since I could hold a crayon, sir. Aizu looks back up at him. That's absolutely marvelous. I was wondering, would you mind taking a small test for me? It's only a few hundred questions. Nezu, I don't mind. Sorry, Aizawa. But I really don't mind. I like tests. She beams at them. Nezu claps his paws together. Alright, I'll just have you sit over here. He gestures to a small desk in the corner of his office. And I'll give this to you. Once she's seated, he hands her a stack of papers. Done. Aizu stands up about 2 hours and 45 minutes later. This was a challenge, but I think I at least got some of it right. She smiles as she hands the papers over to Nezu. All right. He claps his paws together. Give me a few moments to grade this and I'll let you know the results. Aizu looks to Aizawa, who immediately hands her her sketchbook and pencil. She happily goes back to her sketch of her dad Aizawa. She gets so caught up in her drawing she forgets what's happening around her until Nezu drops the papers down, startling her. Well, that was fantastic. You made a 97%. Really? Aizu widens her eyes. That's better than the last student I had take this exam. And they were a third year. I told you she was smart. Aizawa mutters. But I'm really not that smart. My teachers always said, Kid, your teachers probably lied to you. If I'm right about them, they probably docked you points just because you're quirkless. Aizawa places his hand on her head as she looks at him. Yes, about that. She looks back over at Nezu. Aizawa told me that your last school, Aldra was it? That the teachers there not only allowed you to be bullied but in some cases encouraged it? I must say that is highly inappropriate of an educator. But, is that not normal? I thought all schools were like that. Nezu smiled at her, but this smile was different than how he'd been smiling this whole time. It was almost soft, but still held something most people might fear. No, Aizu, that's not what school is supposed to be like. Teachers are supposed to keep you safe. Aizu flinches at the word choice and her dad Aizawa strokes her hair in comfort. Nezu notices the shift. His smile falters. May I ask what caused you to recoil at my words? Aizawa looks at her then to Nezu. Safe is not a good word for Aizu. Aizu doesn't meet the principal's eyes. My mom always said she was keeping me safe when she... I apologize for my word choice then. You should be protected from harm when you are at school. You have been failed by many people in your life, Aizu. They will not get away with it, I assure you. There is a gleam in Nezu's eye that sends a shiver down her spine. She now fears for her old teacher's well-being. I'm at a new school now, so it's really fine now. I even have a friend. At least, I'm pretty sure he's my friend. Agree to disagree. But I am glad to hear that this new school is already working out much better for you. He smiles and his words actually sound sincere. Like he actually cares that Aizu made a friend. Weird. Maybe. Principal Nezu, sir? Yes, Aizu? Do you think a quirkless person can be a hero? Nezu looks to her dad Aizawa, then back to her. with the right support and training, I believe you could be anything you want. Quirk or no quirk. It was decided that young Aizu would meet with Nezu after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting tomorrow, in order to work on her analysis skills. Of course, Nezu has other plans for the very intelligent child. In all his years as an educator, he has not yet met a student who could match him in his intelligence. Aizu is the first to come close. And she does it without a quirk. Now, how to get her into UA? This was going to be fun. Hitoshi has never had a friend like Aizu. Not only does she sit with him at lunch, but she encourages him to talk to her all the time. They've been inseparable for the last 3 weeks, and it's been the best thing to happen to him since. Hey, Toshi, stop making that face. Aizu pokes him in the cheek. Stop thinking of bad things. We are supposed to be discussing this project. He swats her hand but still gives a small smile. Whatever, Izuku. Just stop poking me. She beams at him and it's like the sun is shining just for him. So, what should we do this project over? I was thinking the discrimination at the dawn of quirks and how it relates to now. She puts on her thinking face, which Hitoshi has discovered is just her chewing her bottom lip and staring off into space. She makes this face a lot. Our classmates already hate us. Let's not add fuel to their fire by pointing out their mistakes. It's now his turn to poke her in the face, but he chooses her nose over her cheek. I didn't say we'd be specific. She pouts. Fine, what do you want to do? Hitoshi shrugs. I don't know. How about just proving your theory of no villainous quirks by pointing out the pros and cons of some known villains and heroes? That's brilliant, Toshi. I can point out how Endeavor's quirk could easily be used for evil, and we could talk about how Curator could easily have gone to the good side. You're a genius. No, I'm pretty sure that's you, Izuku. And don't give me that look. He pokes her in the forehead. Nezu says so himself. He never used the word genius. Aizu mutters to herself. I never should have told you about that. Whatever. Like you could have kept that a secret. You are the absolute worst secret keeper. You almost trauma dumped on me the moment you met me. He laughed as they exited the building together after school. I can too keep a secret. What secrets are we keeping? A man's voice appears out of nowhere. Oh, hi Aizawa. Aizu greets the newcomer. Does it? But it can't be. Can it? Eraserhead? Hitoshi completely blue screens. See Toshi. I can keep a secret. Toshi? Aizu waves a hand in front of his face. She then begins poking him in his slack jaw. He waves her hand off, not taking his eyes off the man in front of them. It is without a doubt the Eraserhead. He's even wearing his hero suit. What is with kids recognizing me? First this kid, he softly pops Aizu on the top of the head, and now you. I'm supposed to be underground. He rolls his eyes and Aizu giggles. Aizu, Eraserhead? What is language anymore? Gotta be honest, kid, I got absolutely none of that. Eraserhead says. Eraserhead is talking to him? Hitoshi sees Aizu waving out of the corner of his eye. He looks over and she dramatically mimes taking a deep breath. Right, breathing. He takes a deep breath and tries again. I didn't realize that Aizu knew Eraserhead. She never told me. He glares at her as she giggles again. Traitor is enjoying his misery. You're my favorite hero. You fight with a quirk that most don't find heroic and, it's just, you're my inspiration, sir. Aizu told me about your quirk. Oh no. Was he mad? Is he going to tell him not to be friends with Aizu anymore? She seems to think you'd make a great hero. I don't disagree. As long as you get some training in. You're a stick kid. Aizu hits him softly in the side and Hitoshi is dumbfounded. Eraserhead thinks he could be a hero. So much for normal brain function. He shouldn't have done it. He knows better. But when his foster mother started making quirkist comments against quirkless people, he just had to defend his best friend. She's the smartest, kindest, and best person he knows, and her not having a quirk doesn't change any of that. But by defending his best friend, he broke the biggest house rule: the villain kid doesn't talk. Ever. The punishment for such an offense? The muzzle. And she always straps it on way too tight. So, with blood running down his face, Hitoshi climbs out of his window and lands on the ground below. He hurts his ankle in the fall, but luckily no one in the house seems to have noticed his escape. Hitoshi runs. Izuku and Toshi, smiley face. Izuku. Toshi? I'm sorry. I know it's late. Toshi, what's wrong? I need help. Where are you? Location pinned. Aizawa is on his way. Shoyuta isn't sure what he was expecting to find, but this was on the bottom of the list. He goes to the address his daughter, he's already decided to adopt her, might as well get used to it, sent him and finds her only friend cowering next to an abandoned house in a residential part of the city. He has a muzzle covering his face. Aizu told me where to find you. Can you come over here so I can take that thing off of you? The kid nods his head and crawls over to him. Shoyuta notices he's being very gentle with his left leg. Once the kid makes it to him, Shoyuta examines the latches by the light of the street lamps and realizes he'll need tools or a key to get it off. Okay, it looks like the scum who put this on you locked it, so we'll have to go back to my place and I can take it off there. Is that okay? The kid hesitates, then he signs Aizu? Yeah, Aizu will be there. The kid looks shocked that Shoyuta understood him. I know sign language because my best friend is hard of hearing. Now, does it bother you that Aizu will see you? I don't know. I look like a monster. You do not look like a monster. You look like a kid who has been hurt by people who should be protecting him. If anyone will understand, it's Aizu. Shoyuta isn't sure how much Aizu has told this kid, but he knows she tends to trauma dump when she's nervous, so. I know that her mom hurt her. You're right. Does that mean you'll let me take you back to my place? The kid nods but then looks down at his feet. I hurt my ankle escaping. I don't know how far I can walk. I brought my car, don't worry. I'll check your ankle back at my apartment. Aizu is pacing the floor waiting for her dad Aizawa to get back with Toshi. Why was it taking so long? Is Toshi okay? The door finally opens and Aizu rushes to find her dad Aizawa helping Toshi into the apartment. Toshi has a muzzle cutting into his face. Toshi! Oh my gosh! Who did this to you? I swear I just want to talk. She grabs the other side of him and helps move him to the living room. Aizawa heads into his bedroom while Aizu and Toshi wait on the couch, returning a few minutes later with a small set of lock-picking tools. I knew this skill would come in handy someday. Aizu holds Toshi's hand as the muzzle is removed from his face. After he is freed, her dad Aizawa gets to work on checking Toshi's ankle. It doesn't seem broken, just sprained. I'll wrap it and we'll keep ice on it for a while. He goes into the kitchen and brings back the first aid kit. While he wraps Toshi's ankle, Aizu cleans the cuts on his face and chin. Each time he hisses at the pain, she lets off a slew of, "I'm sorry." Aizawa quickly finishes the bandage on his ankle and moves to go make a phone call. Toshi, seriously, who did this to you? Toshi raises his hands like he's gonna sign, then looks doubtful and drops them. I know sign. If it's easier for you to sign right now, I'll understand. Toshi's eyes light up a little at that. My foster parents? Your foster parents did that to you? Aizu couldn't bring herself to mention the offending device, but she was still outraged. Why? I spoke. And that's a problem because? Hitoshi stared at her for a moment before something seemed to click for him. Not everyone is like you, Izuku. He used the sign for I to make a zine and then did the sign for sweet to make her sign name. Aizu assumed it was her name, given the context. The majority of people still believe my quirk is better suited for a villain. Well, that's just ridiculous. Quirks can't be good or evil. They just are. They're neutral. I know that and you know that, but they don't know that. Well, I'm about to show them. When did you learn sign language? Aizawa asked, walking back into the room to see their discussion. Oh, I learned it for a friend a long time ago. His quirk is really loud and I thought he might lose his hearing, so I taught myself. I'm a little rusty, but... She shrugs. I'm glad I can use it to help Toshi though. And was this the friend I know about? Aiza looks away. Yes. Okay, well, speaking of helping Toshi, can he stay with us? Please. He can't go back to those people. Of course he isn't going back to those monsters. I just got off the phone with Detective Tsukachi and he's already on his way to arrest them. As for where he will be staying, Aizawa looked down at her on the couch, holding her best friend's hand. When they had grabbed hands, she isn't sure, but she isn't letting go anytime soon. I've already taken emergency guardianship of him. I'll have to sign some paperwork in the morning, but he's ours for now. Hear that, Toshi? Aiza gives him a hug. She's never hugged him before, but this is a hug-worthy event. We have to move, Eraserhead said as he entered the apartment the next day. He'd spent the morning at the police station filling out paperwork while Hitoshi and Aizu were sleeping. He'd let them stay home from school today given what had happened the night before. But I like our apartment. Aizu looked up from her lunch. Because, kid, I am not having two 14-year-olds share a tiny room meant for one person. Oh no, he's causing trouble. Hitoshi never should have called. He's forcing them to have to change their lives and soon they'll regret taking him in. They'll send him back and Aizu starts poking him in the face. Stop thinking bad things. Don't even try to deny it. He swatted her hand away. I just don't want to cause you any trouble. I can just sleep on the floor or something. Please, don't go to any trouble for me, Eraserhead sir. First of all, it is no trouble to protect you, kid. He carefully rustled Hitoshi's hair. Secondly, my name is Aizawa Shoyuda. Call me whatever makes you the most comfortable. And finally, my best friends have been bugging me to get a bigger place anyways. In the weirdest turn of events, as soon as Aizawa finished talking about them, a man and a woman entered the apartment without even knocking. Yamada! Kiyama! What are you guys doing here? Aizu shouted as she ran over to the two new people. How many times do I need to tell you to call me auntie? And we're here because Sho is finally letting us move the two of you into our building. It's a special, luxury apartment complex for heroes and their families that has 24/7 security to keep them safe from the paparazzi and any would-be villains. Hitoshi notices Aizu winces and Aizawa glares at the woman. Oh, did I say the word? I'm so sorry, Aizu. I meant to say protects. I'm sorry. The woman grabs Aizu in a hug. Hitoshi looks to Aizawa for clarification. We don't say safed around Aizu. Aizu, finally convincing the woman to release her, adds, my mom claimed she was keeping me safe when so yeah, I don't like that word. The room is quiet for a moment, no one knowing how to break the tense atmosphere. That is, until the new man shouts, who wants to go shopping? Shopping with the family was an eye-opening experience. Aiza got dressed that day in a faded black t-shirt for the band White Veiled Widows tucked into black distressed jeans shorts, a red and black flannel with sleeves messily rolled up to the elbows, fishnets, and her red high-top Vans, her curly green hair held back in a slouchy black beanie. When they got to the mall, they discovered that Hitoshi's choice in attire, when he was given free range, was almost the exact opposite. After assuring him it was okay, he picked out tons of button-downs in various colors and patterns, pants that didn't quite touch the tops of his shoes and also came in various colors, lace-up shoes and loafers, and lots of sweaters. After clothes shopping, they went to the furniture store to find things for Hitoshi's room, including a navy blue bedding set with matching plaid sheets. They had just finished at the home goods store and were now just wandering the mall when they passed by a hair salon and Hitoshi speaks up. Hey, Aizawa, sir? Yes, Hitoshi? He answers patiently. Could I get a haircut? My last foster home made me cut my own hair. Aizawa gives just the hint of a soft smile, so small that if Aizu hadn't known him for over a month now, she wouldn't have seen it. Sure. Aizu? Yeah, Aizawa? She crossed her fingers he hadn't heard the slip up. Do you want to get your hair done too? Phew, he didn't say anything. She thinks about it for a moment before turning to Kiyama. When the woman smiles and nods, Aizu turns back and smiles. I do, actually. There's something I've always wanted to try with my hair. That sounds ominous, but okay. Aizawa leads the way into the salon and introduces both teens to the stylists. They end up splitting the teens to two different sides of the store. How about the boys go with Hitoshi and I'll go with Aizu? We'll meet up again after Aizu's done since his will no doubt take the longest. Sound good? Kiyama looks between everyone. Aizawa looks at Aizu. She gently nods, letting him know she's okay with it. He turns to face his friend. Fine. Call us when she's done and we'll meet somewhere. He turns back to Izu. Kid, get whatever you want. Shave your head if that's what you want, as long as it makes you happy. With that, the group separates. Okay, darling, what can I do for you today? Aiza leaves the salon feeling lighter and so, herself. Kiyama said she looks good and she certainly feels good. They are walking to go meet up with the boys, Kiyama just now pulling out her phone, when Aiza gets distracted by a shop with beautiful pictures in the window. The store sign just simply reads, tattoo, and below that in smaller lettering and piercings. What ya looking at? Kiyama asks, putting her phone away without dialing any numbers. Oh, my mom never let me get my ears pierced. Well, I'm sure Shoyuta won't mind. Do you just want to get your earlobes pierced? It says here, she points to a sign by the door, that the piercer has a quirk that heals small injuries, so you get multiple piercings in one visit. As long as an adult is present, which I am. Aizu looks at all the options in front of her. You really don't think Aizawa will mind? Not at all. As long as you're happy. Kiyama smiles. Well, Hitoshi is waiting with Aizawa and Yamada by the food court when Aizu and Kiyama finally show. And boy does Aizu look different. Gone is her incredibly long hair, now cut to her chin. Her bangs and the underside of her hair has been bleached blonde, and, is that a nose ring? What have you done to my innocent daughter, Nemuri? Aizawa stares with a straight, dead look. Kiyama raises her hands. Hey, don't look at me. We were passing by a piercing studio and Aiza mentioned never being allowed to get her ears pierced. So, that's a lot more than just a simple ear piercing. And he was right. What all did you get, Izuku? Aiza looked at him shyly. Well, according to the guy at the shop who had a really cool quirk by the way that heals the piercings as he does them so you don't have to wait forever for them to heal, anyways. I got, in each ear, 2 lobe, a conch with a hoop, a flat, 3 upper helixes, and 2 forward helixes. In my left ear I also got an industrial and in my right I added a rook and a snug. Oh, and I got this. She points to a piercing in her septum. This one didn't actually hurt as much as some of the others. She turned to face Aizawa, avoiding his eyes. Do you not like it? Aizawa sighs, then walks closer to her, putting his hands on her shoulders and leaning down so she'd look him. Do you like it? She glances up for a moment before looking down again, wringing her hands. Yes. Very much. Aizawa smiles. Then I like it too. Aiza beams up at him and turns to look at Hitoshi. Toshi, what did you do to your hair? She laughs and walks over to try and rub his head. He ducks away from her. The stylist called it a quiff. She said it made me look very sharp. Hitoshi feels his cheeks warm under his best friend's grin. He likes the way the hairstyle looks on him. His hair has always been so long and unmanageable. Now it's purposeful and neat, while still having a bit of a nonchalant vibe. Aiza laughs. Whatever you say, Toshi. They were surprisingly able to get everything moved to the new apartment that very same day. Toshi and Aizu each got their own rooms to decorate how they liked. Toshi decorated his with lots of books on bookshelves. Most of the books were poetry or pre-Quirk classic Japanese literature, so they all looked really old. His favorite, a very old and beat-up copy of a book called Kokoro, sits on his desk next to his computer. The walls not covered by bookshelves have simple art pieces or drawings he saved from Aizu. His full bed is covered in his navy comforter with simple, matching pillows placed carefully on top. Everything is neat, tidy, and in its place. Aiza's room is a wreck compared to Toshi's. Her desk is covered in paper and art supplies. She has a record player sitting on her dresser next to her laptop. The walls are covered in either band posters from groups like Red Knight, White Veiled Widows, The Rejects, and Swords and Daisies, or in sketches torn from her sketchbook and taped directly to the wall. Her bed is shoved into the corner of her room, the gray comforter lying unmade, and Machi can usually be found sleeping at the foot. The floor is also covered in paper, both fresh and crumpled, as well as discarded clothing. Both, though, are content with their space and wouldn't have it any other way. Toshi growing up without having much, so he keeps everything he is given neat, clean, and organized so he doesn't risk losing any of it. Aizu growing up intensely controlled, so she keeps her space in constant chaos to reassure herself that she is in a better place now. A place of no judgment or painful backlash. That night, Aizu wakes from a nightmare, which isn't unusual, and decides to go to the living room to get readjusted. She passes Toshi's room, where a small light is still on. She only stops for a moment, hoping he's okay, before moving on. Walking into the living room, she finds her dad Aizawa looking through some papers. He of course notices her right away, lifting his head to look in her direction. "What are you doing up?" "Nightmare." He nods his head in understanding, then pats the seat next to him. She goes and sits next to him, no fear or hesitation. This has become an almost nightly ritual since she came to live with him. She'd have a nightmare come out to find Aizawa in the living room, he'd say hello and invite her to sit, then they'd sit in companionable silence until she fell asleep and woke up a few hours later in her bed with no idea how she got there. They sit together for a while. Aizawa sorting through papers from school and Aizu leaning against him, watching. When this first started, Aizu would sit very stiffly until the exhaustion took over, but now she sidles herself right up next to him and uses his shoulder as a pillow. The night has a way of taking away preconceived boundaries. "I'm actually glad you're up," Aizawa says without looking up. Aizu is starting to feel sleepy again. "I need to talk to you about something." Aizu sits up a little, but Aizawa rests a hand on her knee, comforting her and reassuring her that it's not bad. "As you know, I was made your emergency guardian. But I've been thinking about something more permanent." He finally looks up at her. Aizu is almost speechless. What do you mean?" "Aizu, I'd like to adopt you, if that's all right with you." Would I become an Aizawa?" He smiles at her. "Only if you want to." She leaps into his arms, hugging him as tightly as her frail body can manage. "Dad." Aizu hasn't been to the doctor since she was diagnosed quirkless. Even when she broke her arm, her mom just splinted it and moved on. Her dad delayed taking her until she was more comfortable with him. He didn't want her to have a panic attack and not have someone she trusted fully be there to help her. Now that things had settled down, he decided it was time. "Aizu, if at any point it gets to be overwhelming, just let me know and we'll do some grounding exercises, okay?" Her dad rubs her back as they enter the doctor's office. Her breathing is already getting more shallow. He tells her to wait in a seat while he checks her in, so she numbly sits down in the waiting room. The lights all feel way too bright. The chair is stiff. Are people staring at her? Breathe. Breathe. Why can't she breathe? It feels like she's drowning. Where's her dad? Why can't she focus enough to find him? Breathing becomes more difficult as she feels a weight settle in her chest. "Aizu, breathe. You can do this." A calm and familiar voice cuts through the panic. She feels a hand on her wrist. "You've got this, Aizu. Tell me 5 things you can see." "See?" She can't see anything, everything is closing in. Well, except for window, the magazines, foods. Good. Perfect. Now, for things you can feel. The hand, my hair. You're doing great. 3 things you can hear. People loving, phone ringing. Her dad chuckles. Good. Now, 2 things you can smell. As something sterile like cleaner. My shampoo. Great last thing. What's something you can taste? The curry from lunch? Her dad squeezes her wrist. Perfect. You did great. Feel any better? She nods her head. I'm glad. The doctor will be ready in a few minutes. When we get back there, I promise I will stay with you the whole time, as long as you want me. They will probably want to do some tests, take some blood. If it gets to be overwhelming, let me know and I'll tell the doctor to take a break, okay? I won't let anything bad happen to you. I promise. Aiza chews her lip. What if they find something wrong? Then we will deal with it together. Midoriya Aizu? A nurse calls from an open door. Anemic. She's anemic. They were at the doctor's office for what felt like hours and he gave them her basic panel results. She is anemic and underweight. The doctor is also concerned with her vitamin levels and recommended a nutritional treatment plan for her to follow. He also prescribed several supplements until she's able to get back to normal levels. Stop worrying. I can feel that big head of yours stressing from over here. You are going to be fine. We've got this. Her dad glances at her from the driver's seat of the car. She tries to smile at him. Really, I've got you. It's not nearly as bad as it could have been. Aiza looks out the window of the car. I know. I trust you. Aiza doesn't see it, but her dad sits up a little straighter at that revelation. I was going to ask you. Yes? She takes a deep breath. You said I could be a hero, but that I would need to train. She glances over to see him nod, then turns back to the window. I was wondering if maybe you could train me? I know that it'll be hard and I'm not very strong right now, and now I find out I'm frail and weak and A hand squeezes her knee and she turns to look at her dad. Just because you're a little weak right now, doesn't mean you can't get stronger. It would be a pleasure to train you. Let's focus on getting you healthy and find some simple ways to help you build some muscle first. Then we can talk about training for the entrance exam. Sound good? Maybe Hitoshi can join. Aiza brightens at the idea. Her best friend and new brother? Training with her? Aizu turns back to the window, trying to think of something to build strength when she sees it. You want to do what? Toshi looks at her incredulously. Clean Dogma Beach. It's covered in garbage and cleaning it could help us with strength training. Just think about it, Toshi. We start with the smaller stuff and gradually we'll be able to lift bigger and bigger stuff. Then we'll be strong enough to start real training. Why not just lift weights or something? Why do we need to clean a beach? Because we are going to be heroes and heroes help their community. We can be doing something good while also training our bodies. But, garbage? Hitoshi gives her a disgusted look, which she laughs at. It won't be that bad, Toshi. You still think it won't be that bad? The piles of garbage stand taller than both of them as they look out at the beach. Toshi looks ready to dash, but Aiza knows this is something she is meant to do. We can do this, Toshi. We'll work together and have this place pristine by the time the entrance exam comes around. It's not like you're having to do this all by yourself. She leans her head as she looks up at him, staring at him through her lashes. I bet I'll get more done than you. And she's gone. Once Toshi caught up to Aizu, the two teens started in on the piles of trash. Aizu, being a tad weaker than Toshi due to the whole anemic thing, put her effort into picking up and sorting the small stuff like bottles and paper. Their dad had insisted they wear gloves, so she isn't worried about the filth as she tosses old beer bottles into a trash bag. Toshi carries things like old microwaves and the like to a small dumpster Uncle Zashi rented for them. As the day wears on, Aizu starts trying to also lift small appliances. She doesn't go straight for the microwaves though, rather sticking to things like old coffee makers and blenders. She finds an old box and starts putting multiple small things in so it weighs more and gives her more of a challenge. Her dad reminds her throughout the day to keep it simple and not to go too hard, better to go light than strain herself and pass out. They finish for the day at sunset, barely making a dent in the towers of trash, and both of them extremely exhausted. They head back to where their dad is waiting by the car, ready for a nice warm shower but still smiling at the progress they made. Hello, Aizu. Would you like some tea? Aizu steps into Nezu's office that next Tuesday with no idea what the mouse/bear principal could possibly want with her. Yes please. He hands her a small teacup and saucer. Nezu, sir, why did you want to start meeting with me twice a week? Straight to the point then. Excellent. I knew I liked you. Well, Aizu, I find that a mind like yours is very hard to come by. So, I've decided to make you my personal student. I'll teach you things you don't learn in school. We'll start each lesson off with a game of chess. Have you ever played? No, sir. But I've always wanted to learn. Excellent. Let's get started. He claps his paws together and then pulls out a chess set. They play for a while, Nezu teaching Aizu what each piece is called, how they are allowed to move, and how to win. He moves on to different common strategies and how to read the board to better predict your opponent's moves and thereby adjusting your own to win. Aizu picks up the basics easily, and they even get the chance to play a couple rounds. Nezu wins, of course, but Aizu still enjoys playing. After the third round, Nezu puts away the chessboard and clasps his hands together. Okay, Aizu, it's time for the meat of our lesson for today. Aizu straightens up in her seat. What kind of hero do you want to be? She blinks a few times. What? I'm sorry, I don't understand. That's alright. I mean, when you become a hero, what kind do you want to be? A rescue hero? Spotlight hero? Underground? Intelligence gathering? What type of hero do you want to be? Aizu blinks at him again. You say all this like you're sure I'll be a hero. I haven't even made it into the hero course yet. He waves off her concern. That's merely a technicality. You forget that I've read your notebooks. So, what kind of hero do you want to be? Aizu thinks for a moment. I don't really know. I guess I used to always want to be a spotlight hero because that's what I knew, but lately, living with Dad has made me rethink things. So, I guess I'm not sure? Is that okay? Of course. You are still young, you have time to decide. So, what we shall do for your lessons with me is explore the different aspects of each type of hero, and go more in depth on what an intelligence-gathering hero and underground hero really are and what they do. We'll do some hypothetical scenarios and really give you a taste for what you feel best at. Does that sound like a good plan? Why, yes, sir. Good. First lesson. Underground heroes must be able to stealth their way in and out of various places, sometimes using creative routes. Your assignment for today is to memorize this map of the air ducts and complete a photo scavenger hunt throughout the school without being caught. Aizu takes her flashlight and looks at the list of objectives Nezu gave her. It's mostly just a list of people she has to find and take a picture of without arousing suspicion. She'd already gotten Auntie Nem and 13 in the lounge, Hound Dog in his office, and Uncle Zashi in the hallway. Her next target is a little trickier. Snipe is skilled at situational awareness, not as good as her dad, but close. She wants to get a perfect score on this, which means being as silent as possible while also being as fast as possible. Unfortunately, she was not wearing the best outfit for this mission. Her ripped skinny jeans have little chains and spikes decorating them, meaning every motion makes some sort of noise. She's not sure how she's gotten her other pictures before now with the noise, blaming it mostly on luck and timing. But Snipe was going to be different. She watches as he is going through some papers at his desk in one of the classrooms. She needs to get to the vent on the other side of the room to get a good angle for the picture, but that means crossing the room. She analyzes the room, taking in any information that could possibly help her. She finds nothing useful, so she waits. He will eventually either have to get up to leave the room, giving her the angle she needs, or someone will come talk to him, giving her the distraction she needs. Distraction. Nezu never said she couldn't make noise, just that she can't get caught. A plan forms. Slowly and gently, Aizu backs up in the vent to a point down the hallway. She pulls out her phone and quickly opens up the video sharing app. She types in an old American Western band song and lets it play. Now to wait. Target exits the room. Picture is snapped and song turned off. She holds her breath. She mentally begs him to give up and leave. He doesn't. I could have sworn. Snipe begins pacing the hallway. He looks every which way but up. She really needs him to leave now. Hello? Is anyone out here? Does he really think someone is going to respond to that? He shrugs, eyeing the hall one last time before turning on his heels and heading back to his classroom. Nicely down, Aizu. I will say I was curious about the strategy you used on Snipe. Nezu clasps his paws under his chin and looks at her. My vantage point in the ducks wasn't very good, but I knew that Snipe has great awareness skills, so I used that against him. You said I couldn't get caught, but you never said I couldn't distract. I did what I had to do to get the shot. I like the way you phrased that, doing what you had to do to get the shot. Sometimes heroes have to do things they wouldn't normally do to get justice. Don't you think so? Aizu sits a bit back in her chair. Yes, so. Heroes have to do the right thing, even when it isn't easy or seems impossible. I agree fully. Well, that's our time for today. See you next week. So, how was your lesson with Nezu? Her dad asks as they head to the car. It was good. Does he have you committing world domination yet? No. He wouldn't do that. Would he? Her dad just laughs. Have you ever been to therapy before? Aizu turns to look at her dad as they head into the UA building again that week, this time for her appointment with Hound Dog. Oh yeah, I've been to therapy. I find that it really helps when your thoughts get too twisted for you to understand on your own. He looks over to her. It's okay to be nervous about this. It's new. But remember that it's meant to help you. Okay. They reach a door with Inui Rio written on it in gold leaf lettering. Her dad pats her head and lets her know he'll be back after her appointment before he leaves her alone. Guess it's time. After knocking on the door, she hears a gruff voice answer her. Come in. Once in the room, she finds it looks quite comfortable. There's a large wooden desk at the back of the room where the pro-hero hound dog sits, and across from it a comfortable armchair and couch, both in shades of warm brown, sit perpendicular to one another. Please have a seat, Mississippi Midoriya. Aizu winces. Please call me Aizu. She goes over to the couch and sits down in the center of it, her body sinking into the soft leather. Of course. Hound Dog comes over and sits in the armchair. And if you would, you can call me Inui while we are in session. Okay. She smiles tentatively at him. So, shall we get started? I guess. He sits there as if waiting for something. Aiza begins to fidget. What is he waiting for? Isn't he supposed to therapize her? Mr. Inui, sir, what now? Well, now we talk about whatever you wish to talk about. Anything I want? He smiles and nods. Anything. Well, she can do that. Me and Hitoshi are gonna clean a beach. Really? And who is Hitoshi? Yeah. He's not my brother yet, but I think he's going to be. He was my first friend and he has a similar story to me. But I don't think he'd want me to talk about that. She chews her lip. When you say a similar story, are you referring to the abuse by your mother? Why you know about that, huh? Aizawa told me a little, just enough so I'd be prepared for this session. But he didn't go into any detail. Oh, that's good, I guess? Inui nods. So, you were telling me about the beach? Yeah. We're gonna clean this beach that became an illegal dumping site. It's absolutely filthy, but Dad said we can clean it as preparation for our training. I'm hopeful it'll be finished by the entrance exams. That sounds like a wonderful endeavor. I'm really excited. It's going to really help us get stronger. Especially me since... Inui didn't quite frown, but his expression changed to something similar to a concern? Understanding? Something. Why would it especially help you? Well, my mom, she didn't. I guess what I mean is... Aizu sighs heavily. Why does this have to be so difficult? It's okay, take your time. Talking about a traumatic situation can be difficult, even once you're in a safe place. Aizu flinches. It's been a while since she heard that word and it still hurts. Right? Aizawa said you feel triggered by that word. I apologize. Would you be willing to discuss what it feels like when you hear the offending word or phrase? Of course her dad would warn him not to say it. Her chest warms at the knowledge that her dad would protect her from anything, even a silly word. She looks back up at Inui. I guess it feels painful? Like my mom is hurting me again. It's always said, take a deep breath. No harm can reach you here. This is a secure space. She takes a deep breath, releasing the tension in her hands. She hadn't realized she'd been wringing them. She makes a point to stretch them out. Taking one more breath, she continues. When my mom was doing those things to me, she told me she was keeping me safe. I guess now, the word safe or the phrase keep you safe just means pain. So, when I hear it I feel pain. Inui clocks his head to the side. Can you elaborate? Where do you feel this pain? In my back, and you're not going to tell Dad about this, right? No. Everything you say to me is confidential unless someone is still actively hurting you, you are hurting someone else, or planning to hurt yourself. Everything else, past abuse, trauma, everything, is completely private and stays in this room. Aizu takes a deep breath. Because I didn't tell Dad everything. It's not that I was trying to protect her or keep it a secret, it's just... You were afraid? Didn't want to admit that the bad things had happened to you? Because admitting them makes them real? Yeah, exactly. If I didn't tell him or the detective, then it's like it never happened. When I saw how they reacted to my mom, to the way she hurt me with it, I just couldn't tell them the other things. Do you think you could tell me here? I promise not to tell anyone unless you give me permission. Aizu twists the edge of her shirt between her hands. And maybe? I can try. She takes a deep breath. She would, sometimes after she broke the wooden seat, before she got the new one, Tears begin streaming down Aiza's face at the memories she is trying to bring to the surface. Go as slow as you need to. We have plenty of time. Deep breath. One more. She would use her quirk to shatter my B-bones. She'd break my arm and attract the pieces to herself until I could see my bones. No one said anything. She took me to the doctor and claimed I fell, and he didn't even question it. She looks up at Inui. But she broke me. No more words come as she is racked with sobs, ribs aching with them. She cries for a good few minutes before she calms down enough to continue. The whole time she was doing it, she claimed she was doing it to keep me safe, like me being a hero would be more dangerous than my mom hurting me. She looks up at Inui. Is this my fault? I was only 6 when she did it, but was it my fault? I couldn't just watch as those other kids got hurt, but that only made me get hurt. Should I have just? But I couldn't. Again, the sobs fill her throat and she pulls her knees to her chest, a small part of her brain being glad she wore jeans instead of a skirt today. She hides her face in her knees and cries. A soft, warm hand lightly rubs her back and she registers that Inui has leaned forward. She tenses slightly at the touch, but relaxes only a moment later. It's important that you know none of this was your fault. Aizu, try and look at me. She peeks out over her knees. None of the things that happened to you were your fault. But, think about it. How does your dad treat you? He loves me, but I don't. I don't understand what. Most parents wouldn't like their child having, let's see, he counts for a moment. 21 piercings, 22 if we count the nose ring. Most parents would be very upset about their 14-year-old having 22 piercings. How did your dad react? He said as long as I like them. Aizu wipes at her eyes. He said as long as I like them then he likes them. So, if you did something that he probably didn't like at first, but his reaction was to love you, but your mother's reaction to you doing something she found unsafe was to hurt you, where do you think the problem lies? My mom. Inui smiles. I understand it can be confusing. You've lived 14 years believing one thing only to find out it was a lie. This will take time. But I believe you can do this. Aizu smiles a little. This is the 4th pro hero that has believed in her. Maybe she should believe too? Why don't you spend the rest of the session telling me about the beach cleanup? He hands her some tissues to clean her face. Okay. Soon, the end of the session comes and Inui wishes her a good rest of her day. Aizu walks to the door and finds her dad waiting for her. She rushes forward and hugs him as tightly as she can, her head laying on his chest, right above his heart. She can feel tears begin to fall at her relief in just being with him. A man who loves her unconditionally. A real father. Rough session? She nods. Wanna go get Hitoshi and maybe get some ice cream? Another nod. No words. She shakes her head. But let's go then. After ice cream with her dad and Toshi, Aizu is feeling a lot better. She's now relaxing on the couch watching a movie, Machi sleeping soundly in her lap, purring, and Toshi sitting next to her. Her dad walks in dressed in his hero outfit. Okay, I have to patrol tonight, but since Aiza had a rough day, I asked Nem to come stay with you both until I get back. Sound good? They both nod. Good. She'll be here in a little while, but I have to go now. Don't open the door for anyone. Nem has a key. We know, Dad. Go. Aiza signs, not quite having words yet. Yeah, what Izuku said. Toshi goes back to watching the movie, reaching over to pet Machi before Tofu gets jealous and hops up into his lap. Tofu has grown very fond of Toshi while he's been with the Aizawa family. Toshi isn't complaining. Her dad rolls his eyes and gives them each a pat on the head before he leaves. After they hear the door shut, Aizu pulls out her phone. Who you texting right now? Auntie. Best niece ever to bestest auntie. Auntie? Yes, my most precious niece. Could you maybe bring some makeup over when you come? Ooh, does my niece wish to learn a new art form? It's just makeup and ish. I disagree. But whatever. I shall bring the goods. What are you texting auntie about? Makeup. You're gonna wear makeup? I can wear makeup if I want, Aizawa pouts. Toshi holds his hands up. I know I was just surprised. Don't be. She sticks her tongue out at him. Their auntie arrives about half an hour later, arms filled with bags. Hello, my favorite niece and nephew. We're your only niece and nephew? Toshi looks at her with a blank look. And therefore my favorites. So, someone mentioned wanting to try makeup while her dad was out. Just a little. To match my AC. No words. Yeah. Therapy today? Gotcha. No worries. Therapy can be hard and I'm very proud of you for being brave enough to do it. Now, let's go to your room and get started. Auntie Nem grabs her hands and pulls her to her bedroom, leaving Machi disgruntled on the floor. She walks Izu through each part of the process, using pictures on her phone as inspiration. Once she's done, she hands a small mirror to her and steps back, waiting for her reaction. Izu looks at her reflection. The eyeshadow is a circular mess of pale cream and tan all the way around her eye, a dark magenta and then black in the corners, all blended out to give it a smoky effect. Her eyeliner is artfully smudged, adding to the kind of haphazard look. Her mascara elongated her eyelashes and her auntie put a dark berry lip gloss/lipstick on her lips. Overall, she looks like a hot mess. She loves it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, auntie. She hugs her auntie tightly around the middle. Whoa, I'm glad you like it. Auntie Nem laughs. Wanna go show your brother? Yes. They walk out of the room. Toshi, what do you think? He looks up at her. You look like a raccoon. She throws a pillow at him. You're teaching me to hack? Izu sits at Nezu's computer during her 12th lesson with the mouse/bear principle. Just remember how we briefly discussed at the end of your first assignment through the vents a few weeks ago that sometimes you have to do something out of your comfort zone in order to complete your mission for the greater good? Well, sometimes heroes, especially underground and information-gathering heroes, need information that isn't readily available to the public. That's where hacking, when used correctly and not taken advantage of, can come in handy. Now, I don't teach the skill to just anyone. Privacy is an important right for many people. But when used by the right person, hacking can be the difference between life or death. Can you think of a situation where hacking could save lives? Izu sits and ponders the question for a moment. Well, if an organization of human traffickers has security cameras, we could hack into their systems and find where they are hiding their victims. Or, we could find out if some daylight heroes are walking into an ambush. We could gather data from crime syndicates and set up an ambush at their next target. We could dash. That's enough. Very good. I see I don't need to convince you of hacking's merits anymore. No, sir. I'm ready to learn. Very good. First, Toshi, come help me with this fridge. Izu calls from across the pile they are working on. Be right there. Toshi runs around the corner and finds Izu trying and failing to lift a large fridge off the ground. Izuku, what are you doing? He laughs. Well, I'm trying to get rid of this broken fridge. It would be nice if someone would help me. She glares at him. Okay, I'm coming. He continues to laugh but does jog over to grab the other side. 1, 2, 3 lift. They manage to get the fridge into the dumpster Uncle Zashi got for them. Izu is still a little more winded by the exertion than Toshi, but she's worlds above where she was just 2 months ago when they started. She walks over to an old dryer and begins dragging it across the beach by herself with what could almost be considered ease. The sand adds friction, making the 45-kilogram dryer feel more like 70 kilograms, but she manages to move it by herself and even handles getting it in the dumpster. Man, we are going to be ripped by the entrance exam. Toshi exclaims when Izu turns around. Toshi is wearing an old t-shirt with the sleeves cut off and a pair of basketball shorts, both things he owned prior to living with Izu and her dad, along with a pair of new sneakers. As Toshi flexes, Izu can see that he's not far off. He's already gaining some muscle tone from all the heavy lifting and workouts. Izu is wearing a similar outfit, a tank top with a sports bra underneath and some athletic shorts. She flexes her own arms and sees that she isn't doing too bad either. And it's only been 2 months. If this is what we look like now, imagine us in 6 more months. That's what I'm saying. If you both want to finish this before the exam, I suggest you get back to work. Yes, Dad. Yes, Dadzawa. Toshi bursts into Aiza's room while she's sketching on her bed. Izuku, stop screaming, guess what? Aiza takes some deep breaths. What? Uncle Zashi got free tickets to see Stairt 281 tomorrow night. And he's taking us. What? Aizu tosses her sketch to the side before regretting the action and quickly fixing it so it lays neatly on her bed. This is amazing. I know. The two join hands and start dancing around her messy room. Wait, what am I gonna wear? What are you gonna wear? Does it matter? Maybe not for me, but you dress like a rich frat boy. We have to find you something decent to wear. She stares down at her brother, which is a real feat since she is 14 centimeters shorter than him. He holds his hands up in surrender. Okay, fine. The time of the concert has arrived, and their uncle is on his way to pick them up. Aizu has dressed her brother in a simple white t-shirt and a leather jacket with a pair of distressed jeans and black preppy boots. His hair is styled meticulously by himself and he is rather happy with the whole look, even if it isn't really his style. At least she didn't put any makeup on him like she had threatened. Toshi shivers at the thought. Aizu is dressed in a black crop top Stairt 281 band tee with a pair of distressed black shorts, fishnet tights, a yellow and black flannel tied around her waist, and combat boots. Her hair is done up in two mini space buns with the remaining hair falling around to frame her face. She is wearing all black jewelry in her piercings and a ton of dangling necklaces and long chains. Her makeup look is just her normal look but with no deep magenta eyeshadow, just grays and blacks with smudged eyeliner. Wow, look at you two. You guys ready? Uncle Zashi adds a little quirk to his question when he arrives. Just, I can't wait. This is the best day ever. You say that about literally every good thing that happens? Toshi rolls his eyes as they leave the house. Zashi, you better watch out for my kids. If anything happens to either one of them, they won't find your body. Their dad calls from the door as they leave. Aizu, can we talk for a minute? Her dad asks from the doorway of her room where Aizu had just been doing a charcoal sketch of Machi. I'm sure. She sets her sketchbook to the side and shifts to the side of her bed. Her dad sits in her desk chair and rolls it forward so they are facing one another. It's nothing bad, I promise. It's actually something good. Aizu nods to show she is listening. I got a call from my lawyer today. Your adoption has officially gone through. Aizu just stares at him. Then her eyes go wide. Does that mean you are officially an Aizawa, if you want to be? Aiza doesn't answer him, she just flings herself into his arms. Hey Dad. Yeah, sunshine child? Can I take gymnastics classes? That got Shuda's attention. Why do you want to take gymnastics? He looks to his only daughter and watches her fidget. Okay, this is important to her for some reason. He sits on the couch and gestures her over. I'm not upset, and I don't mind if you take some gymnastics classes. I am just curious as to why you want them. She nods. Well, I'm already pretty flexible because of, reasons. But I've been thinking that growing that skill might help with being a hero. Nezu says I should grow as many natural skills as I have. You never know when they might become helpful. Plus, it would help with my trips in and out of the vents. Yuta looks at her with the blankiest expression he can muster. And why, may I ask, are you needing to take trips in the vents? She squeaks. No real reason? Just for fun? He raises an eyebrow at her incredulously. Well, it's a yes to gymnastics. You can take classes on Mondays after school. But we are going to come back to this vent situation later. Thank you, Dad. Love you. Okay, bye. She gives him a hug and then she's gone. What is Nezu doing to his innocent child? As it turns out, to Hitoshi's absolute horror, his sister greatly undersold her flexibility. What do you even need gymnastics classes for? He shouts to her as she nearly folds herself in half on the beach 2 weeks later. I want to learn how to swing off of stuff, but Dad would have said no if I told him that. Nezu said sometimes you have to tell half-truths to get the things you need. I needed to learn how to balance better and the best angles to swing from to bypass potential obstacles. I'm also a little rusty on my flexibility, so win-win. First of all, that rat is making you into a master manipulator. I hope you realize this. He holds up his hand at his sister's indignant squawk. Secondly, how did you get so flexible in the first place? I thought your mom wouldn't let you take gymnastics when you were little. Izu comes out of her creepy backbend. Okay, first of all, it's to make me a good hero. And secondly, she didn't. But when you get locked in your room for days at a time, she shrugs, you learn ways to entertain yourself. So you became a contortionist because you were bored? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, there are 5 months left until the entrance exams. You both have made extreme progress on the beach cleanup, so it's time to start your real training. Izu watches her dad pace in front of her and Toshi. They are standing in one of UA's gyms on a Saturday morning and she can tell that Toshi is cursing the early hour. I've already talked with Principal Nezu and he has agreed to move your lessons to just Tuesdays, Izu, so we will have joint training on Thursday and Friday after school and all day Saturday and morning on Sunday. That means, Hitoshi, your new schedule is individual training Monday, therapy Tuesday, individual training Wednesday, and then the joint training on the days I've already specified. Izu, your new schedule is gymnastics on Monday, lessons with the rat on Tuesday, therapy Wednesday, and joint training as I've previously stated. Are you both understood? Both teens try to hold in their laughter at their dad trying to be strict with them. Is this what he's like as a teacher? They both take deep breaths as he scowls and give him an affirmative. Right. Now, it's time to choose support items and weapons. You will only be practicing with these when you are supervised by an adult, understood? They both nod eagerly, which makes him smile a little into his capture weapon. Then Izu has the gall to raise her hand. He sighs. Yes, Sunshine Child? Nezu and I actually discussed what weapons he thinks I might be proficient in, based on the training we do in lessons and my personal strengths. Then what? She fiddles with her fingers. How to tell Dad about her unique choices in weaponry. Nezu thinks that with my already advanced level of flexibility and how well I'm doing in gymnastics, along with the way I've already memorized the vent layout of UA and have an impressive ability to analyze my surroundings and opponent's dash. Sunshine Child. She laughs nervously. Sorry. Anyways, Nezu thinks I would make good use of traditionally, well, what could be considered, he thinks I call be a ninja. She squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for her dad to respond. Izu, you know I don't mind your mumbling, but I have absolutely no idea what you just said. She opens her eyes to find her dad staring at her in confusion. Oops. He thinks I would be really adept at utilizing weapons traditionally associated with ninjas? What? You know, she starts fiddling with her hands again, refusing to make eye contact. A tanto, maybe 1 or 2 wakizashi katanas, and also, maybe a kusari fundo. Not to mention some shuriken to throw off my opponents. Her dad just blinks at her. She turns to Toshi and he's staring slack-jawed at her. What? Nezu says they would be versatile weapons and he thinks I could master them easily within the time limit of the entrance exam. He even volunteered to supervise me while you practice during our lessons. Her dad pinches the bridge of his nose. So, let me get this straight. The principal thinks it would be a good idea for a 14-year-old to utilize a dagger, dual-wield 2 short katanas, and then add to that a long, weighted chain? Weiss. That rat is trying to kill me, I just know it. If it helps, I was hoping to learn your capture weapon. Toshi finally finds his words. That right there was what I was hoping for. Her dad walks over to Toshi and pulls him to his side. At least my son is on my side while my daughter is being corrupted by the deranged rat I work for. Izu and Toshi laugh at their father's rare overdramatics. Training just got 10 times better. The 5 months before the entrance exam go by faster than any of them could have imagined. Toshi and Aiza managed to finish cleaning the beach that first month and spent the remaining 4 training in every single spare moment they could find. On breaks from school they'd spend the day practicing parkour or sparring with their weapons. Aizu spent her lessons with Nezu honing her skill with the various blades she had chosen, or exploring more of the vents on clandestine missions for the principal. During school, the 2 teens spoke to no one unless they absolutely had to, spending their lunches outside together and turning in their assignments early. Finishing homework in class meant more time to train. And finally, it is time for the entrance exam. Though both their father and Nezu offered to recommend them, Both kids decided they wanted to prove themselves in the regular exam. So now they find themselves staring up at the already familiar building, other middle schoolers rushing past them. You think we got this? Toshi doesn't look at her as he asks. Heck yeah. Let's kill this thing. They face each other and bump fists before heading in with the rest of the crowd. Izu notices a raised tile that could very well have tripped her, but she's nowhere near as clumsy as she used to be. She just hops over it and heads into the main examination hall with her brother. They end up seated next to each other for the paper portion of the exam. It's one of the most difficult tests most students have ever taken, so of course Aiza finishes within an hour. She ends up doodling on her test booklet while she waits for the remaining 2 hours until the test is officially over. She's just putting the finishing touches on a realistic dragon crawling across the pages when the buzzer for the end of the test sounds. Can you give me an OH, yeah? Uncle Zashi tries to get all the students hyped, but it doesn't really work. He doesn't seem fazed by the lack of audience participation, instead going straight into the explanation of the practical. Without anything to keep half her mind busy, Aiza finds herself mumbling about the intricacies of the robots and possible strategies to defeat them. And you with the crazy hair and piercings, you are being very distracting. It is very rude. Is he talking about Aizu? Me? You're the one interrupting a pro hero while he's trying to give directions. I think you should sit down and shut up so Present Mike can finish. The boy with blue hair and glasses goes red in the face and sits down hard back into his seat. Toshi leans over and whispers to Aizu, "Daddy's little sunshine ain't so sunshiny today," with a snicker before she shoves him away. Uncle Zashi continues his explanation and then everyone is released to go change and head to their assigned testing areas. Aizu wishes her brother luck before heading over to the girls' locker room. She changes out of her uniform and into a set of black athletic shorts, an old band t-shirt, and her favorite old red sneakers, for luck. She is just pulling her hair back when a girl with purple hair walks up to her. "Dude, is that your synthetic affair shirt? I haven't seen that one in stores yet. Where did you get it?" Aizu looks down at her shirt before looking at the girl with a smile. "I got it at their concert 2 weeks ago. It was literally the best show I've ever seen. Gerald Way totally killed it. My name is Aizawa Aizu, by the way. You can call me Aizu. Jaira Kyuka. I guess it'd be chill if you called me Kyuka. Good luck out there." The girl, Kyuka, tried to act all cool, but Aizu could see her smiling. "You too. I hope we both get in." She's lining up with everyone else at the gates, checking over her tanto and wakizashi katana strapped to her, when Blue Boy comes stomping over to her. "How dare you disrespect this sacred exam by bringing weapons? Those are against the rules and I demand you turn yourself in." Aiza looks up at him and pulls her tanto. "First of all, back up. You do not need to be in my face. Second of all, nowhere in the rulebook does it say we can't bring weapons." She can tell he wants to argue, so she holds up her tanto to stop him. The rules state no unauthorized support gear. Nowhere does it say no weapons. And even if it did, I have permission from the principal himself to have these, so back off, Blue Boy. She sheathes her dagger and walks away from him before he can find any words to say. "Ready? Go." And Aizu is off at the sound of her uncle's voice. "What are you doing? There's no countdowns in real life, go." Aizu finds her first robot without even needing to search and dispatches it without even breaking a sweat, her katanas making short work of the robot's joints. The next few go down just the same and she is starting to feel pretty good. She races up a nearby fire escape to get a better view and actually finds a 2-pointer there as well. Once that one has been destroyed, she looks out over the chaos of battle. Where to go next? She sees a powering leading to a further away building and grabs a piece of the destroyed robot to use as a handle as she ziplines down. Once on the smaller building's roof, she begins leaping across rooftops before jumping off and tucking and rolling into an alleyway. She finds a boy with lime green hair struggling and assists him in taking out the 3-pointer. "Go for the joints and watch out for the lasers." She calls to him as she runs back out into the fray. She sees Blue Boy taking out bots without any care as to who gets hurt by his shrapnel and groans, knocking pieces out of the way of a pink girl with her katanas. She has plenty of points now, right? These guys clearly don't understand the concept of collateral damage, So Aiza quickly abandons the search for new robots and begins using her parkour and blade skills to keep the other examinees from accidentally killing each other. Alternating between knocking shrapnel out of the way of people's vital organs and pushing people out of the way of flying robot debris, Aiza makes her way around most of the city. That's when she hears the sound that has her cursing her favorite teacher. A giant, absolutely massive, like, bigger than the buildings, robot is making its way destructively down the main street. People are running away, knocking others out of their path and showing no concern for any of the others. Guess she's got to save these kids again. That is why she wants to be a hero after all. With that helpful thought, she's racing through the crowds toward the robot marked with a giant 0p. So, a 0-pointer. Aizu suspects Nezu also meant it as this robot is overpowered, but that's neither here nor there. As she runs, she catches sight of a brunette girl stuck under some rubble. No one is stopping to help her. She's also directly in the path of the robot. Hey, are you okay, like physically? Anything broken? The girl shakes her head. Good, I think. Okay, I'm gonna try to lift this concrete off of you now. Unfortunately, the slab of concrete is heavier than the refrigerators she'd been carrying off of the beach. Fortunately, she isn't an absolute idiot and decides to use physics to help. Aiza goes to the side and finds a solid piece of rebar. She sticks it under the concrete slab, using a smaller chunk as a pivot point, and pushes down with all of her might. The concrete lifts with a bit of a groan and only just enough for the girl to shake herself free. Aiza looks at the girl, run, and then Aizu is back to making her way to the robot. There's only a few meters away and Aiza grabs a wakizashi katana in each hand and leaps off a slab of concrete that is slanted up like a ramp, stabbing her short swords into the front of the robot. She then uses them to climb it until she reaches its shoulder. She steadies herself, then uses the katanas to cut into its head and create a path for her to start ripping out wires and other things that look important for robot functioning. Fortunately, this works and the robot stops. Unfortunately, it works a little too well and the head begins smoking. Aizu just makes it out before the whole head explodes, throwing her away from any convenient rooftops. The explosion also shoots shrapnel which digs into her back, arms, and legs. When she almost hits the ground, something smacks her in the face and her descent stops. She just manages to look over and see the brunette girl touch her fingers together before gravity appears to return and she blacks out from pain. Aizu wakes up with a groan. Why does everything hurt? Images from the test flash across her eyelids. She jerks up, then groans at the pain in her back from the movement. Serves you right? Aiza looks over to see her dad sitting in a chair next to her and looking very unamused. Hide. He continues to glare. I think I passed? She tries for a shaky smile and a pained shrug. Still glaring. I'm sorry? Oh, you're sorry, are you? Sunshine child, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I had to just sit and watch as my only daughter climbed a skyscraper-sized robot and then watch as she fell off of it. She rubs the back of her neck, eyes averted. You saw that, huh? I didn't know you'd be watching. Her dad stands from his chair. That's not the problem. It's important to know that her dad, Aizawa Shoda, does not yell. In the almost year that he has had her, her father has never yelled at her. But there is a first time for everything. What were you thinking? You could have gotten killed. Aizu winces at his volume and he takes a deep breath before sitting back down. I'm sorry for yelling. You scared me. I promised you I would never let anyone hurt you again and you go and almost. When I saw you falling, it reminded me of the second time we met, when I stopped you from jumping. But this time I couldn't catch you. Tears begin to brim in her father's eyes and Aizu can't take this. If her dad doesn't yell, he absolutely doesn't cry. Ignoring the pain, Aizu rolls from her bed and collapses in her father's arms. His arms automatically settle around her. Dad, I'm sorry. I really am. I wasn't thinking, I just knew I needed to stop the robot before it hurt anyone. I didn't realize how unstable I had made it and then it exploded and I just fell. I'm really sorry that I scared you though. I promise to use my head better next time. He sighs. It's okay. I promise not to freak out so much next time. I know firsthand how dangerous this career path you've chosen is. I just never expected that much danger out of just the entrance exam. Aizu laughs at that and they separate, still holding each other's arms. Now, let's go get your brother. Her brother wasn't quite as upset about her dangerous stunt as her dad was, but that's probably only because he didn't see it firsthand like her dad. Toshi still thought she was an idiot for doing it though. How can you be such a genius and yet do something so dumb? He teases her as they head home. First of all, not a genius, I'm just smart. Second of all, I was in the moment. It was the best idea I had at the time and I'm sorry. She sighs, exasperated with the men in her life. You have to admit, though, it was a pretty stupid idea. I get it. Can we please move on? Aizu throws her arms up and then rounds on Toshi. You know about my grand escapades, what did you do during the practical exam? Toshi goes pink. Well, about that. She raises an eyebrow at her brother. What did you do? First, you have to understand that I was at a serious disadvantage given that my quirk doesn't work on freaking robots. I don't even have a quirk and I did fine. What do you do? It's not that bad. Toshi mirrors his sister's earlier action and throws his hands up in the air in exasperation. I didn't focus too much on the robots themselves. I mean, I destroyed a few with my capture weapon, but I spent most of the time in the shadows pulling and pushing people out of danger. Especially with some idiot exploding every robot in sight without care for where the debris fell. Toshi gives an irritated look but it changes to concern when he turns to face his sister. Aizu has gone white at the mention of explosions. It's been so long she almost forgot. She can feel, almost like in a dream, Toshi shaking her shoulder. His voice is so distant as he calls her name and then calls for their dad in front of them. But she doesn't really register any of it. He was there. He might make it in. Why wouldn't he make it in? He's always been amazing. But if he makes it in, will he? Yes. But then, and she's been so, the kid would he even please change so much, he's not an idiot though. Dad said, and Nezu, but then, what if? Aizu, can you hear me? Breathe please. I need you to take some deep breaths. That's it. One more. Good job. You can do this. Her vision clears and her dad is kneeling in front of her. Tears spring up in her eyes. She surges forward and falls into his waiting arms. I've got you, don't worry. I've got you. Her dad strokes her hair as she cries. When you feel able, can you tell me what hurt you? It takes a few minutes, but she eventually calms down enough to be coherent. She takes a step back, but her father keeps his hands on her arms to keep her grounded in the moment. Toshi saw him. He applied to you at, what if he gets in? Who, sweetheart? Kikakin? Toshi looks incredibly confused, but her dad understands. We never told him he couldn't apply, but, Sunshine Child, what he did to you is on his record now. It would take a miracle for him to make it into the hero course right now. I'm not going to make any promises, but trust Nezu to protect you. That rat loves you. He won't let you be hurt by your past. Aizu nods and takes another deep breath to try and stifle the remaining tears. Nezu will make the right choice. He will. I trust him. Her dad gives her a contemplative look before he seems to decide something and continues. Now, I need to warn you of something. Because of what he did, we, the detective and I, required him to take anger management courses. Aizu nods, she remembers. Depending on how well he did in them, and if his mother had the good sense to put that boy in therapy, he might still make it into the general education course at UA. Her eyes go wide, fear at what her dad is leading to creeping in. If he does get in and then wins the sports festival, he might be able to make it into the hero course. I need you to prepare yourself for that. Aizu is silent for a good minute, letting the information sink in. Kaken has never let a challenge deter him from his goals. He would have thought to cover all his bases. If he isn't allowed into the hero course right away, he'll definitely try to get in through the sports festival. There's no question about that. But he has to have changed at least a little, right? He was forced to go to those courses. She looks into her dad's eyes and nods. She can prepare herself for this. A hero can't let past trauma stop them, so she won't let this stop her. They're here. Toshi calls into the apartment. Aiza drops her drawing, startling Machi, and races to the living room where her brother waits with 2 envelopes from UA. Aizawa Hitoshi, this is your Hero Academia. Aizawa Aizu, this is your Hero Academia. Aizu and Toshi walk up to the gates, this time as official hero students. Aizu contemplated removing her piercings for the first day, recently having added to her collection a small hoop in each nostril, a bridge piercing, and 2 piercings in her left eyebrow, but she ultimately decided to keep them in. They are a comfort, a visual representation of who she is now after all that she's overcome. She also considered cleaning up her usual makeup style but decided against that too, wearing her smudged black eyeliner and maroon eyeshadow with pride. Her brother fits right in with his quiff and the fact that the uniform could have just come right out of his own closet, so Aiza took the chance to be as unique as possible, irritating her brother being an added bonus. Come on, Izuku. We have to actually go inside. Toshi startles Aizu out of her thoughts. She lightly punches him in the arm. Race you to 1A. And she's off, winding in between other students to try and beat her brother. She, of course, slips into a vent the moment she gets inside and crawls the familiar path to the hero classrooms. The backpack does cause some frustration, but ultimately her training is enough to outweigh the hindrance. As she comes up on her destination, she hears nervous voices. She finds the vent cover for the classroom and loosens it, watching carefully to see if anyone has noticed her. They haven't. Once it's open, she drops the cover, letting it clatter next to a boy she recognizes from the exam and startle the students in the classroom. She carefully wiggles off her backpack and drops that next, before sliding herself through and doing a perfect flip in mid-air to land on her feet. Wadash before the tall, blue-haired boy can even properly chastise her, the door slams open. Using the vents is cheating and you know it. Toshi comes storming in with his finger pointing at her. She laughs and sticks out her tongue. But I won, didn't I? Yeah, by cheating. Dad is right, the rat has corrupted you. Was it really cheating, or just using a unique perspective to enter at a different level? Toshi stares her down. Cheating. Fine. I'll give you the best part of my lunch as penance. Happy? Toshi smiles. Great doing business with you. They shake hands. Excuse me, but you should use a door as it is very improper for a hero to enter through a vent. Also, I do believe those piercings are against the dress code. The blue-haired boy from earlier points at Aiza's face. Ah, if it isn't Blue Boy. First of all, Principal Nezu is the one who taught me to use the vents, so I have permission. Second of all, there is nothing in the dress code about piercings. They probably aren't recommended, but technically I'm not breaking any rules. I know, because I already memorized the student handbook. Aiza gives him a bright smile and turns to look at her other new classmates. Kyuka. It's so awesome you made it in. She rushes over to the familiar dark purple-haired girl. Hey Aizu, right? Glad to see someone with good taste is here. Kyuka smirks and Aiza laughs. Did you get new piercings done? They look sick. Thanks. I wanted something special to mark making it in and, well, dash. She decided to put holes in her face to celebrate. Toshi drapes his arm around Aizu's shoulders. This is my brother, Hitoshi. Don't let the prep look fool you, he's actually pretty okay. She jabs him lightly in the ribs and smiles. Your brother? We're adopted. They respond at the same time. Oh, that makes sense. Nice to meet ya, Hitoshi. Kyuka gives him a fist bump that he returns. Same. It's so nice to hear that my little sister made herself a friend. Toshi laughs as he leans away from Aiza's fist as she tries to punch him in the gut. First of all, you are only 14 days older than me. Secondly, you were technically the first friend I made by myself, jerk. Aizu pretends to scowl at him. Kyuka laughs and they continue talking for a few minutes, Toshi leaving as soon as they start talking about their favorite metal group, Steel Damsel. I went to their concert last week and it was unbelievable. I didn't even have that good of a seat, but the music was just legendary. Kyuka's smirk turns to a genuine smile for a second as she talks. Their song 3 Minutes to Dawn is like they are reading my soul. It's you. A short brunette girl screeches before dashing over to Aizu. I tried to thank you for saving me, but recovery girl wouldn't let me into the infirmary. You were so amazing at the exam. My name is Uraraka Ochako. She shoots out her hand to Aizu. Aizu smiles brightly. Hi. I'm Aizawa Aizu, but you can call me Aizu. I should be the one thanking you since I assume it was your quirk that saved me when I was falling? Call me Ochako then, and yeah. My quirk is zero gravity. I can make things float when I touch them with all 5 fingers. Sorry I had to slap you though. It's totally fine. It kept me from dying after all. Aizu laughs. It's at this moment that Aizu feels a new presence enter the room. As she glances around, no one else seems to notice it, but she gets the intense feeling of being watched. She looks over to the door and finds her dad wrapped up in a bright yellow sleeping bag and inching his way to the front. He finally stands up and everyone rushes to their seats, Aizu sitting behind Toshi. 8 seconds to get to your seats. Unacceptable, he sighs. I am the pro-hero Eraserhead, Aizawa Shoda, and I will be your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me on the practice field. He pulls out gym uniforms and tosses them to the people in the front row. What about orientation? Ochako blurts, causing Aizu's dad to look over at her. Here at UA, teachers are allowed to do things the way they see fit. Orientations are silly and illogical when you are on the path to being a hero. And he's gone. Aizu leads the pack toward the locker rooms and finds a nice corner to get dressed in, keeping her back out of view. Questions about her scars would just make things awkward. The others seem too nervous about their mysterious teacher to pay her much mind, and she's grateful. She makes it outside first and strolls right up to her dad. What's with the Mr. Mysterious act? He doesn't even look at her. I don't know what you're referring to. Be Mr. Tough Guy teacher man. I won't let them know that you're actually a big softy. Her dad side-eyes her and glares. You better not, sunshine child. Aizu laughs, but before she can say anything else she notices the others coming out to the field, so she takes a few steps away and tries to look nonchalant. Once everyone's out on the field, her dad explains that they will be doing a Quirk apprehension test to see where their limits truly are at this time. Aizu looks around at the unsuspecting class as they all murmur with excitement. They're in for a rude awakening. Whoever comes in last will be expelled. And now the fun begins. Aizu watches the others utilizing their quirks in so many interesting ways and desperately wishes she had brought a notebook to write in. The way the glittery kid stands backwards to use his laser in the dash challenge, or the guy with the extra arms crushes the measuring device in the grip test. It's all so amazing. When her dad calls for them to start stretching for the flexibility challenges, Aizu laughs at the way her brother refuses to look at her. She folds herself in half, backwards, to grab her toes. Wrong way, Miss Aizawa. Aizu laughs and stands up straight, bending the correct way. Now and casually using her finger to draw in the dirt at her feet while she listens to the gasps of her classmates. Show off. Toshi mutters next to her. Aizu laughs and stands back up ready for the next exercise. 11th place. Not bad for a quirkless Deku. Aizu laughs softly to herself at the thought. She turns when she hears the sounds of sobbing coming from the invisible girl. Oh, I lied about the expulsion. It was just a logical ruse. Aizu's dad does that creepy smile he saves for school, and Aizu and Toshi can't hold it in any longer. They both burst out laughing. Was that not obvious? I'm sorry, I should have said something. A tall girl with raven hair pouts. Nah, Aizawa-sensei would have been disappointed if he didn't get to do his logical ruse. Besides, he does have the highest rate of expulsions at this school. Aizu smiles brightly as everyone else stares back at her in fear. Who are you? The boy with the tail asks. Aizawa Aizu, future underground hero. Nice to meet ya. Aizu. Over here. Aizu sees Kyuka calling for her from across the cafeteria and makes her way over. She smiles and sits down next to her new friend. She finds a boy with dark hair and very straight teeth sitting across from her and a girl with pink skin sitting next to him. Hi, I don't think I've met you yet. I'm Aizawa Aizu, but you can just call me Aizu. Siro Hanta. Ashido Mina. Call me Mina. Are you related to our teacher? Yeah, he's my dad. My brother is also in our class. Aizu points over to Toshi, who is now sitting with the raven-haired girl from earlier. Ah, that's so cool. Aizu laughs at Mina's enthusiasm. Yeah, it is. He's like my best friend, but I'm glad to see he's making new friends. So, Aizu, what is sensei like? Mina leans across the table, completely ignoring her lunch. Come on, I need to know what we're up against this year. Yeah, Aizu. Give us the juicy details. Kyuka smirks. He's gonna be tough. He wants us to be the best heroes we can be, and he has no patience for students without potential. The fact that none of us have been expelled yet is a miracle. Aizu goes to take a bite, completely oblivious to the looks of horror on the others' faces. Dude? Shiro breathes out. Well, who do you think is gonna be our teacher for hero studies? Kyuka changes the subject. And just like that, the conversation flows on and lunch comes to an end. They all pack up their trash, toss it, and head back to room 1A. As they take their seats, conversation again turns to who might be their hero studies instructor. Excited murmuring fills the room like a hive of bees, and Aizu smiles as she listens to it, content to be patient. Her dad wouldn't tell her who it was. Her only clue is that he doesn't seem to like them very much if his grumbled buffoon every time her or Toshi asked is anything to go by. At the sound of heavy footsteps, Aizu feels her stomach drop. The door crashes open, her heart seems to stop. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Oh no. She hasn't seen him since that day, but now it all comes rushing back. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Can't be a hero. Her breathing becomes shallow. Her vision tunnels. Breathe, Aizu. Breathe. Why can't she breathe? Aizu? You okay? A voice near her asks. She doesn't know how to respond. Izuku. Take a deep breath with me. A hand takes hers and holds it to a steady chest. Her hand rises as the person breathes in. She copies them. The chest falls. She follows. That's good. Let's keep going. They continue like that for what is only a few moments but feels like forever. Toshi? Her vision finally clears to find her brother kneeling in front of her. Welcome back, Izuku. He smiles at her. Aizu looks around and finds Kyuka, Mina, Ochako, and Shiro all gathered around her. Sorry for freaking out there. She tries to laugh, but it comes out rather awkward as she rubs her neck. Shiro leans down next to her brother. You had a panic attack, right? That's not your fault. No need to apologize. He smiles at her and she returns the gesture. Thanks. She looks around. Where'd everyone go? Oh, All Might told us to go get dressed in our costumes and meet him on Training Ground Gamma. Mina replies. Oh, then let's go. I can't wait to see what the support gremlins did with my ideas for my costume. The support gremlins gave her exactly what she wanted. Aizu barely manages to contain her excitement as she pulls on the black bodysuit that is the base for the entire ensemble. It has tank-style sleeves with a loose turtleneck that doubles as a mask, reaching over her nose and mouth. She then pulls on a pair of black joggers and the specially made, black Kevlar crop combat vest with attached hood that is large enough to cast a shadow over her eyes. Her shoes are just a simple pair of red combat boots, also made with Kevlar, the only color in the entire costume. Her twin short katanas slip into special straps built into her vest, and her tanto dagger goes in its sheath on her hip. Aizu comes out of the back corner of the locker room, again grateful for how self-involved everyone else is that no one notices the scarring on her back, and looks at herself in one of the full-length mirrors. If it wasn't for the slightly visible eyes and eyebrow rings, she wouldn't even be able to tell it was her. Perfect. She waits a few minutes for her new friends to finish getting ready before heading out with them. Everyone gathers on the outskirts of Ground Gamma, and Aizu can't help but admire everyone else's costumes. They all look like real heroes. She's a little bummed that it seems the majority of her classmates are heading toward the spotlight, but she sees at least one classmate who has taken a darker aesthetic like hers, so maybe there's still hope. All Might gets to the front and Aizu tunes out most of what he says as she tries to stay calm. It won't help if she has another panic attack. She's able to gather the gist of what the exercise is anyways. 2v2 battles, indoor, one team of villains and one team of heroes, blah blah blah. She could do this challenge in her sleep. It looks like we're a team. Ochako bounces next to Aizu, excitement clear in her smile. Aizu returns the smile, though it may have taken on a more mischievous glint. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Aizu and Ochako are up first as the heroes, Mineta and Ida as the villains. Aiza doesn't really know either of the boys very well, but Toshi sat with Blue Boy at lunch, so he can't be too bad. Aizu splits off from Ochako, the pink-cheeked girl heading in through the front door as a diversion and Aizu climbing the gutter to reach the roof. She climbs over the ledge and finds a nice little vent. The fan is easy enough to dispatch, and soon she's climbing in and sliding down. She travels through the vents for a while, making as little noise as possible. At every floor change she takes a risk and slides down, hoping her landing is softer than it appears. When she reaches the 3rd floor, she hears talking. "You puny heroes will never defeat us." Blue Boy is really taking his role as villain seriously. Aizu catches a glimpse of him in the hallway, away from the weapon. Aizu smirks. His mistake. "Ooh, look at all that cake?" A whisper reaches her ears. She turns her head just slightly and finds the small great boy in a diaper right behind her, salivating. Gross. Just one little touch. He reaches out a gloved hand toward her and Aizu doesn't hesitate to kick him in his slimy face. Unfortunately, that reveals her place. Before Ida can react to the noise, Aizu pulls out her tanto and slices the thin metal of the vent, dropping down next to him. He tries to get in a powered kick and Aizu just ducks away. She trades her tanto for her twin wakizashi katanas and goes on the offensive. Ida uses his armor to shield from the blows, but that's all he can do against Aizu's practiced speed. "Having fun, Blue Boy?" Aizu laughs. She feints a strike below before whacking him in the head as he bends to defend. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees a purple shape begin to hang from the hole she created. Perfect. "Hey, Hitoshi?" Yaoyorozu turns to Hitoshi as he watches Izuku lead Ida somewhere. "Yeah." His eyes don't leave the screen. "What's Aiza's quirk? I haven't quite seen her use anything yet." "Yeah," a redhead pipes up from behind them. "Is it heightened agility or something?" Hitoshi only answers because he knows Aizu won't mind. She has him now, and he won't hesitate to brainwash anyone who even dares to be quirkish toward his sister. Oh, she doesn't have one. The room goes silent as he watches the great boy fall from the ceiling and onto Ida. Of course that's what Aizu was planning. He laughs to himself. "You mean she's quirkless?" The hesitancy in the question makes him turn from the show for the first time. "Yeah. Anybody have a problem with that?" He glares at all the kids around him. They all quickly shake their heads. "Good, because if you do dash..." "What is this? The young Aizawa is quirkless? Why didn't she say something? I must stop this exercise at once." Aizu runs from the chaos, still snickering at the look on Blue Boy's face when the diaper boy fell on him. "The exercise is over. Please make your way to the video room." Aizu stops in her tracks. She's positive that she still has at least 5 more minutes. Probably closer to 10. So why is All Might stopping them? Puan. Aizu and Ochako make their way up to the observation room, Ida and Mineta behind them. When they make it up there, it's to a room full of glaring faces and the angriest being Toshi. "What happened?" Puan. "I'm pretty sure we had almost 10 minutes left before time was up." Aizu looks around at her classmates. This idiot ended the exercise because he's a quirkist bigot. Toshi storms over to his sister and stands next to her with his arms crossed. "What? Young Aizawa, your brother mentioned you are quirkless, so I ended the match before you got hurt. There must have been some confusion, but we can get this all cleared up, no worries. I'm sure you'll be fine once we transfer you to the right course." "And what course might that be, All Might?" Aiza can feel her body becoming uncomfortably warm, anger rising in her gut. "Why, general studies of course. Heroics is much too dangerous for someone of your disability." "My disability?" Aizu screeches. She lunges forward but is held back by Kyuka, who had quietly snuck over to stand with her. "He's not worth it, Aizu," she whispers in her ear. Siro and Mina make their way over toward them, making Aiza feel better that at least her new friends are on her side. She takes a deep breath before she looks All Might dead in the eyes and pulls down her mask. "You don't remember me, do you?" "Whatever do you mean, young Aizawa?" Izu pulls down her hood and again looks him dead in the eyes. Think really hard. Would have been almost a year ago. Still nothing. I would hope I made an impression, or do you often leave young children on rooftops alone? His eyes go incredibly wide and Izu can hear Toshi suck in a breath behind her. She never actually got around to telling him the full story, but he does know what happened after she was left on that roof. Yes. I do remember meeting you. But that encounter just proves my point. We shall get this all straightened out soon. Ugh, you are such an idiot. Why don't you just ask my dad? As if he could sense the distress of his children, in walks Izu and Toshi's father. What is going on here, All Might? I thought you were teaching battle trials today. Why is no one battling? Yes, you wouldn't happen to be related to the young Aizawas, would you? Her dad looks at her, then at Toshi, then back to All Might. You're kidding, right? At the look on the other man's face, her dad places 2 fingers on the bridge of his nose and sighs. They are my children, All Might. Now, please answer my question. Why are there no students currently battling? We were in the middle of a battle, Sensei, but All Might stopped it. He was just explaining why. Ochako turned to All Might then. A bead of sweat slowly made its way down the side of All Might's face as he shriveled under the stare of Izu's dad. I'm listening. Well, Aizawa, I was just explaining how dangerous heroics is for someone of your daughter's, unfortunate status. And what status might that be? Why, her quirklessness. Heroics is much too dangerous for someone without a quirk to defend them. I was merely stating that dash. He was saying that I should be moved to the Gen Ed course because that's the only place I could possibly belong. She didn't mean for it to happen, but tears began to form in her eyes. She could feel them as they ran down her face. An arm finds its place around her. Then another on her other side. A hand on her shoulder. She looks around to her friends, all glaring at their heroics teacher on her behalf. All Might, are you sure you want to have this conversation? I want you to really think this through. Aizawa-san, certainly you can understand how unprepared the young Aizawa is for dash. Are you aware that my daughter took the same entrance exam as everyone else here and scored the highest out of all other participants on the practical portion? Well, that dash. And are you aware that not only has she been training for nearly a year now in practical forms of combat, weaponry, and general strength training, but she is also the principal's personal student? All Might pales at the mention of the rat. Good, let him be afraid. Very afraid. If you have any other problems with her placement, I suggest you take them up with Nezu. He did, after all, do everything in his power to prepare her for this very course. How her dad is staying so calm, Aiza has no idea. She can see what her classmates can't. The firmness in his jaw. The clenching of his fists. The slight reddening of his irises. He is pissed. But he is keeping his voice so level, his tone almost bored. Anyone else would think he didn't really care one way or the other. But Aiza knows. And by the look on All Might's face, he knows too. If that's all, I suggest you let them get back to their assigned task. Who can tell me what they saw in the match before it was interrupted? The rest of the matches went off without much fanfare. Aiza's dad stayed with them and seemed to monitor All Might the whole time. And if All Might shivered a couple times under her dad's intense glare, well, that was the least of what he deserved. Once the last students had finished and they had discussed the pros and cons of the match, everyone went back to the changing room to get ready to head home. Aiza doesn't even bother changing though. She just grabs her bag and heads straight for Nezu's office. Hello, Izu. I had a feeling you might stop by. Nezu greets her as she bursts in. She doesn't reply though, just drops into a chair and pulls out her sketchbook. She pulls out her messiest charcoal and angrily sketches out a broken landscape. The lines are all at odd, sharp angles and the image is unsettling in some unspeakable way, but by the time she is finished, she can feel herself really breathe for the first time. Better? Nezu smirks. Aizu smiles sheepishly back at him. Yes, sorry. I just dash. No need to apologize. I was able to catch some of what happened as I was watching the security footage. I watched the backlog and gained the rest of the information necessary to get a full picture. I'm glad to see you handling the stress in a constructive manner. Well, it's either this or stab all but with my tanto. She grumbles without making eye contact. Nezu just laughs though. I believe you made the right decision then. Now, he claps his paws together. What do you say to starting our lesson off with a nice game of war? Aiza's growing smirk is the only response he gets. Have a seat, Toshinori. Nezu gestures to the chair in front of his desk. Aizu having left happily a few minutes ago, Nezu's goal of cheering up his favorite pupil accomplished, it is now time to deal with the cause of her earlier distress. His earlier smile is long gone. Weiss, the deflated man is scared. He should be. He does as he is told and sits down where asked. Let's start with why you think you are here. Do you know why I called you down here so late after school? No, sir, but I have a feeling it has something to do with, the young Aizawa girl? It does in fact have everything to do with Aizawa Aizu. But more specifically, it has to do with your treatment of her. Do you know what I'm talking about? Toshinori quickly glances around, avoiding making eye contact with the chimera. Is it because I stopped her during the battle trial? Nezu takes a steadying breath. This man's stupidity is really starting to grate on his nerves. Yes. Now, why exactly did you stop the battle trial? Because, Principal Nezu, sir, she's quirkless. Surely you understand how dangerous it is for her to be battling the quirked students. Toshinori leans forward in his seat. She could become seriously hurt or worse. A quirkless person simply can't compete on the same level. You're right that she's not on the same level. Toshinori sighs, a smile starting to creep up onto his lips. She is far above the other students in my opinion. Toshinori coughs up some blood and sputters. Yes, Aizu is on a completely different, higher level than the other first-year students. Why, her analysis on its own is comparable to many professional analysts. That's not to mention how quickly she has mastered dual-wielding swords and other, similar weaponry. She is clearly a heroics prodigy, and yet you believe her inferior because of a simple lack of quirk. But, I mean, what if she gets hurt? There are students here who can shoot flames or crush her body in their fist. She's not prepared. That's true, but what about the invisible girl? What is she gonna do against those same flames? Or what about Aiza's brother? He can brainwash villains, true. But what if they stay silent? What will he do then? So many people are so reliant on their quirks they forget that every quirk has a drawback or a bad matchup. Aizu is able to be a versatile hero because she doesn't rely solely on a quirk to succeed. Nezu sighs. I can see this will take some time for you to wrap your head around. Toshinori doesn't respond, just stares down at his lap, looking completely lost. I'm afraid because of the blatant quirkism I witnessed today, I will require sensitivity training from you. I will also ask that you finish the coursework I required prior to you starting teaching here. You have yet to turn in those certificates of completion. They were due the day before classes started. But I have hero work to do. Is being a hero in an already densely protected area more important than properly molding the next generation of heroes? Nezu quirks his eyebrow at Toshinori. To his credit, Toshinori does look properly scolded by that thought. Nezu dismisses the skeletal man, but as he walks out the door, Nezu adds, almost like an afterthought, oh, and Toshinori? Weiss, don't think I haven't forgotten about the leaving a vulnerable child on a rooftop situation. We will be discussing that at a later time. Toshinori goes pale and scurries out the door. Nezu leans back against his chair and takes a few deep breaths after the door shuts behind him. What was Toshinori thinking? How could he behave in such a way? If it wasn't for the fact that he'd be short a teacher, Nezu would have fired him. He may still if Toshinori can't get his act together. Maybe he should look into hiring a TA for him? Someone to supervise him while he teaches? That could be a good start. Nezu stretches and checks the time. He still has time to set up the obstacles he wants to test his favorite young pupil with. A sly grin slides across his face. Oh yes, a good scavenger hunt should certainly cheer her up after such a rough afternoon. Let's just hope nothing else goes wrong tomorrow. The next day finds Aizu happily having lunch with her little group of friends, only slightly concerned with how heroics is going to go now that she knows who the teacher is. Okay, but what if we all just addressed him by slightly different names? Like Fall Might or All Tight or something? Kyuka, you're a genius. Aiza laughs. But we're gonna run out of names eventually. Well, they could get increasingly more complex and unrelated, until eventually we're just calling him random sets of words. Like Applebite or whatever. Siro adds as everyone else is in hysterics. I can't wait to see his face when dashed. An alarm blares through the cafeteria. Aiza can barely tell what the alarm is even saying over the sounds of people screaming and rushing for the exits. A hand grabs onto hers and she finds her friends all latching onto each other. Mina holding Siro, who holds Ochako, who holds Kyuka, who holds Aizu. She smiles at the gesture. They all try to remain calm and make their way to the exit, the push and pull of the other students threatening to break them apart if they weren't holding on so tight. As they are crushed on all sides, Aizu catches a glimpse of something out the window. Is that a camera? She tugs her little chain of people through and squishes herself against the window. As she had suspected, outside the window was the media. A bunch of reporters with news cameras were trying to shove their way across the campus grounds and several teachers were attempting to herd them back out of the gates. Guys, it's just the media. We need to get everyone to calm down. How are we gonna do that, Aizu? Everyone's too panicked to listen and we can barely even hear each other, let alone everyone else. Kyuka brings up a good point. Make me float. The brunette doesn't even hesitate, already trusting her friend implicitly. She smacks Aizu on the arm and Aizu begins floating into the air, high above the chaos. Hey, shut up. She calls as loudly as she can over the ruckus. Nothing happens. She uses the beams of the ceiling to move to the front of the crowd and screams out again, shut up. The whole crowd stops. Finally, everyone needs to calm down, it's just the media. They broke onto campus and the teachers are already handling it, so just calm down, okay? The crowd stirs, but much more quietly than before. They begin moving in a much calmer fashion and Aizu just waits for her friends to reach her. Once they make it to right below her, Ochako touches her fingertips together and Aizu drops, right into Siro and Kyuka's waiting arms. Thanks for dropping in. Siro smirks. Oh, shut up. Aizu laughs. Your new class president is Aizawa Aizu. Aizu's dad announces. Aizu walks up to the front. Thank you everyone, but I've got to be honest. I have no desire to be class president. I really think you guys should choose Ida, who is a true stickler for the rules, or Yayarozu, who is way more responsible and graceful than me. They would both make much better class presidents than me. With that said, she steps down and the class breaks out into more discussion. By the end of class, they decide to name Yayarozu Momo class president and Ida Tenya vice president. Aizu is content with the decision. She's much too fond of her freedom and hijinks to have to carry the whole class. Congratulations or whatever. Tomorrow we will be spending the morning at a special training facility. You can choose to wear your costumes or just your gym clothes. Keep in mind when you are deciding that some of you don't yet move very well in your costumes and tomorrow's activities will require maneuverability. If there are no questions, his eyes glow red, daring them to have questions. Homeroom dismissed. The bus ride is pretty chill as they travel, everyone sticking to their friends and holding their own individual conversations. Aizu is content to just lean her head against her dad and close her eyes. She'd had a nightmare the night before and had decided to wait up until her dad got home from patrol. At 4 a.m. So, on about 2 hours of sleep, Aizu feels she deserves a nice nap while on this fancy bus. The jostling of the bus rocks her into a dozing sleep. Hey, sunshine child. Her dad whispers only loud enough for her to hear. She makes a sound to show she's listening. I want to warn you that All Might is supposed to be here, but that he has been told to leave you to me. Okay? Aizu sighs, sleep fully leaving her at the news. Yoga. But I make no promises on his safety if he so much as looks at me funny. I would expect nothing less. She can hear the grin in her dad's voice, and she pulls a matching one. Too soon the bus pulls to a stop and Aizu is forced to let her dad stand up to lead the other hellions off. They gather outside and Aizu can feel her friends gather around her. Oh my gosh, is that 13? Ochako loudly whispers. It is. Their quirk is so fascinating, I have so many questions for them. Aizu returns in the same excited tone. And better yet, no blonde buffoon in sight. Maybe she'll get lucky and he won't show at all. Once they're inside the building, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint or USJ according to 13, the space hero begins going over the rules and the plans for their training that day. Aizu, however, is not listening. She is very much too preoccupied with the swirling black mist at the bottom of the plaza. Hey Dad? What's that supposed to be? Just as he turns to look, the mist grows and out comes dozens of villains. Everyone out. 13, protect the students. I'll deal with them. Aizu grabs her dad's arm. Sure, it's a dumb thing to do, but she needs to make sure he'll be okay. Come back, okay? He smiles a little. Always, sunshine child. And he's gone. She watches him leap down to the plaza and feels her arm being tugged toward the entrance. She turns to find her brother beside her. Trust him, Izuku. Dad can handle some low-grade villains. She just nods and follows him. I'm so sorry, but I'm afraid I can't let you leave. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be with you. Oh well, I still have my part to play. And black mist begins spiraling out towards them. 13 shoves in front of them and uses her quirk to try and suck up the smoke. Fiend. Watch out Dash, but it's too late. The villain forms a portal behind them and 13 is taken down by their own quirk. Now, for the young ones. Before anyone can move, the majority of the class is sucked into portals. Aizu refuses to release Toshi's hand as she feels herself fall. They come out of the portal and only have a few seconds to hold their breaths before they are separated by the high-intensity crash into cold water. The chill shocks her body, but she has no time to adjust before she senses movement near her. Her eyes burst open and in a matter of seconds she's pulled out her tanto and has jammed it into the face of a shark-headed villain. When the villain jerks away, Aizu holds tight to her weapon, causing the tanto to twist and rip from the villain's face. He continues to writhe in agony and Aizu takes the opportunity to start swimming up. As her head breaks the surface, she feels something wrap around her waist and pull her from the water and onto a boat. She stays vigilante for all of 2 seconds until she realizes that what pulled her out of the water is her brother's capture weapon. At the sight of her brother's safe, Aizu collapses on the boat and begins taking mental inventory of the situation. Her costume is soaked, the weight adding at least half a kilogram or so to her. Note to self, discuss waterproofing options with the gremlins. She takes in that her and her brother are not alone, there is also the frog girl here. Looking further around, she takes note that the boat they are on is a pretty standard fishing boat and, from what she can see from her place on the floor, it seems to be fully stocked with equipment. Izuku, what's the plan? She looks to her brother, then to the other girl. Rundown of abilities, I'll go first. I'm quirkless but highly trained in battle tactics, flexibility, hand-to-hand combat, and general combat skills. I also have full use of both my katanas and my tanto. She looks to her brother and he nods. My quirk is brainwashing. If I can get a person to respond to a question, I can make them do almost anything I want. The limit on people I can control is currently unknown. I am adequate with my capture weapon and trained in hand-to-hand combat and general combat prowess. He turns to the frog girl. Also, my name is Aizawa Hitoshi, you can call me Hitoshi. This is my sister, Aizu. The girl smiles at him. I'm Azuitiu, call me Tsu. My quirk is frog. I can pretty much do everything a frog can. I can jump really high and very far, I can camouflage myself, and I excrete a mildly toxic mucus. I can also barf up my own stomach to clean it, but that's not very useful here. Thank you. Hey, here's the plan. The boat starts rocking just as Aizu finishes her explanation. One look over the side shows the villains have surrounded them on all sides. Perfect. Aizu looks to Toshi and Tsu, both nodding at her in response. A feral grin spreads across her face and she pulls out her katanas. Toshi rises from where they are crouched low and begins his part. Hey, fish for brains. Are you guys really gonna let a bunch of kids beat you? The majority of the villains respond in some way, from grumbles to outright exclamations of outrage at being underestimated. Their gazes go blank and Aizu can tell Toshi's gonna have a bad headache soon. Go to the far side of the pool and drag the others there with you. Toshi shouts through his teeth. Aizu winces in sympathy. Yeah, probably a migraine at least. The moment they start moving, Tsu wraps her tongue around Izu and grabs Toshi in her arms. Then they're leaping off the boat and soaring toward shore. They don't quite make it there, but that's what Izu is for. Her grin grows and she's ready. The moment they land in the knee-deep water, she's turned toward the enemy and brandishing her swords. The villains who were once under control falter as some are hit by their companions and the remainder are released the moment Toshi reaches dry land. They automatically turn to face the teenagers, one of whom is lying in wait and the others are making their way further onto land. Hey, nitwits! You want us so bad? Come and get us! Her grin grows ever wider and she spins her swords around, not even having to look as she maneuvers them around her body. Surprisingly, quite a few hesitate, some even seem to back up at just the idea of an even fight. The less intelligent ones roar and charge. Her swords slash and stab, blood re-soaking her clothes, and the blades never miss their mark. Villains fall left and right, many retreating with ghastly wounds. Rule 1, when it's life or death, anything goes. Her training with the rat devil taught her to take every advantage she can find, and to always prioritize her survival over a possible guilty conscience. Some call it vigilante tactics, she calls it intelligent combat. Aim for every weakness you see and hold nothing back. She never aims to kill, but she will do whatever it takes to make sure she and whoever she's protecting make it out. The villains learn this much too late. It only ends when no other villains dare to come within a kilometer of her and she is dripping blood and sweat, only one of which belongs to her. She turns to her allies and her smile grows softer as she sheathes her swords for now. Tsu looks shocked and a tad green, but that could just be her natural coloring. Toshi stares at his sister with absolute wonder. Well, they shouldn't bother us anymore. Probably need stitches before they go to lock up, but she shrugs. Neither of the other two say anything, both having to shake themselves out of their stupor. All three of them then crouch down and make their way to some rocks that border the plaza. Okay, here's the new plan. We check on Dadzawa, then we try and stealthily make our way back to the front to regroup. Sound good? The other two nod. Awesome, I'll just dash. Her dad. The man that saved her. The man that took her in as his own. The man that sits up with her when she has nightmares and then carries her to bed. Her safe place. The man that saved her best friend and made him her brother. The man who will forever be her hero. The only true parent she has ever known. Her dad is being murdered. She doesn't think. She doesn't hesitate. She doesn't even breathe before her katanas are out and she is running. Running right at the monster currently shoving her father's face into the concrete. She doesn't make a sound until she is right on top of the thing and then she screams. She screams like someone enduring the greatest, most soul-wrenching pain one can feel. She screams and shoves her katanas so deep into the thing's head that the ends come out of its chin. And then she twists. She twists those katanas and wrenches them back out. The monster sways and collapses backwards, but Izu has already backflipped off of it and is now crouched on the ground, eyes searing with intensity as she stares down the villain with hands covering his face and body. You stupid, dumb, stupid NPC. You ruined my monster. The man-child scratches his neck and screams at her. Pretty sure an NPC can't affect the main plotline, but go off I guess. Are you the absolute moron who decided it was a good idea to try and kill Eraserhead? Because if so, that was such a bad move. He's the only one who could have saved you. And then she's running. The mist villain makes portals to stop her, but she's too fast. She parries around them, sidestepping and spinning out of reach, never once letting her focus leave the one who is responsible for the hole in her chest currently festering. She's pretty sure he's trying to monologue, but all she hears is her own blood pulsing in her ears. She uses the unconscious bodies of the lower villains to gain height before flipping into Hansi's personal space and slicing the hand on his face. Then doing a severe backbend to avoid his hands. She doesn't know what his quirk is, but given the hand motif and that he hasn't touched much of anything with his full hand, even his own skin, she gets the feeling it's fingertip related. And probably bad. Nope, definitely bad. The next swipe she dodges comes back around and a glancing blow to her collarbone burns. But not like a heat burn. This is like having her skin sheared off. She falters back, but then steps forward and sends her katana toward his face. Toward his disgusting, crusty, miserable face. But a portal opens and her katana skids across the ground a few meters away. She doesn't even register the loss before bringing the other one across his stomach, leaving a long gash and tearing his ratty shirt. Unfortunately, his reaction is to shove her. With both his hands. Right on the collarbone. One glancing, burning blow becomes two distinct handprints on her shoulders, almost like ghost hands reaching to strangle her. One more painful than the other due to the previous blow. She isn't too proud to admit that the pain does make her falter this time, falling to the ground, but before the crusty man-child can recover his own wits, the doors are bursting open behind her and a shout rings out. "Have no fear, for I am dash." "Not needed," Aiza screams. She stands shakily to her feet, her adrenaline beginning to run low, and then runs back in to continue her fight with the Crustmeister. He, ever the coward, retreats into a portal and is gone. She lets out a guttural cry of frustration, then whirls around. All Might has already made his way to her, saying something or other to her, but she ignores him in favor of going straight to her dad. She picks up her other katana from where it lays and places both of them in their sheaths on her back. Then she sits down, legs folded, and pulls her dad's head into her lap. She strokes the man's hair and whispers kind words. "Hey Dad, we did it. We won. You're safe and Toshi is safe, and I'm sure the police will be here soon. Everything will be all right, Dad. I've got you. Stay with me, David. Please. Please stay with me. Don't leave me, Dad. I still need you." She wipes the tears off his face from where they fell as the door again bursts open, new voices joining in. She senses someone come close and doesn't even look up as her brother comes to sit beside her. His words add to hers, both pleading with their dad to stay. "Please just stay." A new body joins them. A tall, yellow figure crouches down, and a familiar voice breaks through the background noise. "Hey little listeners. Can we let the paramedics take show now? I promise you can ride with them to the hospital." Izu and Toshi look at each other, then at their uncle Zashi. They nod and wait numbly as new figures come by and start to work on their father. Izu stands up and turns, tears still streaking down her face. Then she sees the worthless image of All Might. He startles at her words. "You were supposed to be here. You had a job to do, and because of that we were attacked. You idiot. How could you fail again, so miserably? You are an absolute disgrace and I hate you." She feels more tears pour down her face. "Where were you, huh? What did you have to be that was so much more important than your duty to protect us? Do we really mean so little to you?" At this point a hand touches her shoulder and she winces. Sorry, Izuku. But we gotta go. They're taking Dad to the hospital now." Toshi grabs her hand and she lets him turn her back around, leading her away from the shell-shocked hero and toward the man who actually deserves the title. He's alive. Izu has to keep reminding herself of this fact every now and then as she sits next to her dad in the medium-sized hospital room. He's covered in bandages and tubes, machines beeping constantly. He's alive and that's all that matters. Toshi has been sleeping on the couch for over an hour now, the pain meds he'd been given knocking him right out. But Aiza can't sleep. The bandages wrapped around her shoulders itch and her mind races with memories of battle, so she draws. She draws the machines beeping with her dad's heartbeat. She draws the kind nurse who comes in to check on her dad. She draws her dad, just minus all the tubes. And finally, she draws the tree outside the window. It's as she's just starting to add the leaves that she hears footsteps coming toward the room and the door open. The visitor hasn't noticed her yet since she's scrunched up in the armchair facing her dad and away from the door, so she gets the chance to observe them as they walk around the chair and toward the man in the bed. They're male, tall, with a very anxious vibe about them. He keeps looking over at Toshi as if he's afraid he'll wake up. It's intriguing. He makes it all the way to the other side of the bed without Toshi waking and his shoulders seem to relax, until he turns and finally notices the very awake Izu. "Hello." Izu tries for a comforting smile. It doesn't seem to work as the boy begins shaking. "I thought that I is, WHY, I'm sorry." The boy starts to turn away from her. It's okay. You're here to see Dad, right? She slowly sets her sketchbook down, standing and approaching the stranger like one would approach a skittish woodland creature. Dad? Aizawa is why you're Dad? He's facing the wall now. Yeah. I'm Aizawa Izu. Dadzawa adopted me a couple months ago. That's my brother on the couch. Can I ask who you are? She has made her way to the wall the boy now has his head against. She is quite a bit shorter than him, so she can easily still see his face. His eyes skitter between her face and the wall. Amajiki Tamaki? Izu smiles at him. Nice to meet you, Amajiki. Is my dad one of your teachers? He nods. I'm sure he'll be glad to know you came to visit. Do you want to stay with him for a while? He hasn't woken up yet, but the doctors said it could be any time now. She continues to smile at him. Amajiki gives her a small smile in return and nods. She carefully takes his hand and leads him over to the chair she had vacated. Once he is seated, she sits on the floor at his feet and pulls her sketchbook back out, turning to a new page. So, Amajiki, what is something you like? He looks startled. What? She laughs softly. Since we are waiting together, I thought I might draw you a picture. So, what is something you like? Something that makes you happy to look at? He seems to think for a moment before the cutest, softest smile spreads across his face. Bee butterflies? Her grin brightens. I can do that. She turns to the notebook and begins sketching. She can feel the boy's eyes on her as she draws, so she adjusts so it is easier for him to see what she's doing. They sit that way in silence for a while, Aiza feeling better just having something happy to draw and someone to sit with who isn't worrying over her or needing something from her. Someone who is soft and seems very sweet. I mean, you can't be a jerk and like butterflies. How pure. She looks at Amajiki and he blushes for a second, glancing away. She smiles and pulls out her colored pencils, coloring the finished butterflies in shades of pastel pinks, blues, greens, and yellows. She can't help the soft smile that forms across her face as she finishes the last ornate butterfly. Here, she carefully tears the page out of her sketchbook. Something to look at when you feel anxious. Maybe it'll help you feel better. She shrugs, suddenly feeling a little bashful as he takes the page from her with eyes sparkling in wonder. Thank you. He holds it close, his eyes scanning the page over and over, taking it all in. You're welcome. She smiles. So, Amajiki, I take it you're in the hero course? He startles a little, tearing his eyes from the drawing and looking at her. He nods. Very cool. What year are you? I'm a first year and I've never seen you, so I assume you're at least second or maybe third. Her smile just grows as he makes an effort to look her in the eyes. That's so cool. You're really close to being a pro, she exclaims while still keeping her voice soft. She doesn't want to scare him off. If you don't mind me asking, what's your quirk? I can take on the characteristics of the things that I eat. Like, if I eat chicken I can grow wings, when I eat class I can make shields on my hands, and when I eat takoyaki I can make tentacles from my fingers. He seems bashful, almost like he expects her to not find it a very good quirk. That is a superheroic quirk. I bet you're a great hero already. You're definitely kind enough already. She gives him her brightest smile. His eyes grow wide. Why do you think that? Her smile fades a little as she thinks. Because you came to visit a man who is currently in a coma, so you obviously don't expect any praise from it. Plus, when I asked you what makes you happy, you said butterflies. That is the purest answer I could have ever received. Her smile brightens again when she looks up and finds him blushing. Well, I bet you'll be a great hero too. He kinda half shouts before blushing and looking over to Toshi to make sure he's still asleep. Aiza laughs a little. Thank you, I appreciate your blind faith in me. It'll be a hard road though. Why? She looks away toward her dad. I'm quirkless. She waits for this sweet, soft boy to suddenly become angry. No matter how many people she tells, she still gets nervous telling new people. Then that just means you'll be an even greater hero. Again, he almost shouts before realizing it and partially closing in on himself. She looks over at him and smiles again. Wow, she's smiling a lot today. Weird given the circumstances. Thank you, Amajiki. I really appreciate that. They talk for a while longer about all kinds of things before it starts to get late and Amajiki tells her he needs to go. Could I, maybe, get your number? Just so we can talk again. If that's okay? Amajiki asks in a whisper, looking at the floor. Sure, I would love to be able to talk again. She pulls a pen out of her bag and takes Amajiki's hand, writing her number on his wrist. Text me anytime you want? She smiles and he blushes, thanking her and scurrying out the door. Who was that? A tired Toshi calls from the couch. Without turning around, Aizu smiles almost dreamily. The absolute softest boy I have ever met. A cinnamon roll too pure for this world. I will protect him with my life. Aizu has found herself drawing butterflies on everything. She draws them in her sketchbook, on her hands in Sharpie, and on her jeans. She's drawing a little one on her inner left wrist when she hears a groan from the bed. Dad? She drops her marker and lurches forward. Toshi jerks up and falls off the couch, soon scrambling up and over to the other side of the bed. Aizu strokes her dad's hair as his eyes squint open. Sunshine child? Toshi? We're both here, Dad. Toshi pipes up. Their dad tries to sit up but groans and flips back down against the bed. You're both okay? The worry in his voice is clear and Aizu can't help but smile, tears brimming in her eyes. We're both fine, Dad. Aizu got hurt, but I just had a headache. I'm fine now. Aizu shoves Toshi for switching on her. I'm fine, Dad. Handsy McGee just got a little, well, handsy and now I've got a couple new scars. It's no big deal. Her dad rolls his eyes. How many times do I have to tell you, sunshine child? You getting hurt is never fine. His grumpy voice warms her heart and the brimming tears turn into full-on waterworks. She lays her head down on his chest and sobs. I thought I was gonna lose you, Dad. What would we do without you? She feels a hand in her hair. I'm okay. We're all okay. That's what matters right now. The Aizawas stay in the hospital for another day, recovery girls' orders, before they are released to go home. The entire time they are there, Aiza can be found either on her phone texting someone or drawing butterflies for some unexplained reason. What's with the secret of texting? Shoyuta asks his son quietly as they both watch Aiza smile at her phone. She met a boy. Toshi smirks. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. At the hospital? Yeah. Apparently he came to visit you, and they ended up swapping numbers or something. She won't tell me much, just that he's apparently a cinnamon roll. And you said he came to visit me? Toshi nods. So he must be a hero student? Shoyuta decides at this moment that he will not rest until he finds out who this boy is and if he is worthy of Shuta's only daughter. He highly doubts the latter though. What are you two talking about so secretively over there? Aizu finally looks up. Nothing. Who do you think is gonna be our teacher today? Aizu looks up at Ochako's question. Having ridden to school this morning with the mummy of a man, she does her best to hold in her laughter. And as if her thoughts had summoned him, in walks her dad, wrapped head to toe in bandages and the whole room roars to life. Sensei, it's too soon for you to be here. Ida tries to tell him. That's enough. We don't have time for useless conversation. We must prepare for the next adversary. The whole room waits with bated breath. Well, the whole room minus two Aizawas who already got this speech at breakfast. We must begin preparations for the sports festival. The room again erupts into conversation and excitement as everyone chatters about the normal school event. Let's do our best. Ochako looks at Aizu with a weirdly serious expression on her face. Yeah, of course. Aizu replies awkwardly, backing up a little from the other girl. Can you believe they're going to go through with this after what happened at the USJ? Aizu turns to Kyuka at her words. Actually, I can. What better way to raise morale than have us continue with one of the school's most beloved competitions? Aizu smiles at her friend. Why do you have to be so logical? Cyril laughs. Well, I'm sure we all know who's gonna win the whole thing. Mina jumps onto Aizu's back and laughs. Yeah, me. Hitoshi shouts from across the room where his friends are all chatting. Stop nosing into other people's conversation, brat. Aizu laughs and yells at her brother. Her dad soon calls the room to order and they go back to work as usual, though they do all sit together at lunch and brainstorm ideas for what their first festival will be like. Even so, Aiza can't help but wonder about a certain cinnamon roll and his reaction to a large crowd of people in an enclosed stadium all staring at him. Note to self, get the tunnel blueprints from Nezu. When lunchtime finally rolls around, everyone collects their things and the different friend groups all gather together discussing what might await them at the festival. Unfortunately, the calm atmosphere is broken when, once they reach the door, they open it to find a crowd of people all staring at them. We heard you're the class that went up against villains. We wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I heard you've got some quirkless kid in your class. At that last statement, Izu prepares to defend herself when she hears a familiar voice shout, "That's impossible. A useless Deku could never make it as a hero." She looks into the crowd as blonde hair and burning red eyes shoves his way through the crowd. She shrinks back behind her friends. "Oi, I'm here to let you know that I'm gonna win the festival and take one of you extra spot." That causes an uproar among the gathered students who are blocking the 1A door. Aiza's eyes fall on her gathered friends, then shift to her brother, before finally landing on a nearby window. A window that Aiza knows is easily opened due to a latch that is one good kick from breaking. With a grin she slips further back from her friends, leaving Class 1A to distract Kaken and the other gathered students. A swift kick and tuck and roll later, Aizu is safely out of the classroom and headed to lunch. Life does not get easier for the poor students of 1A as they try to eat their various lunches in peace. At least, not for Aizu's cluster of friends. Just as they are finally settling down to their respective lunches, a member of another class appears behind them. Well, if it isn't the arrogant Class 1A. You lot think you're so special just because you were up against some low-level villains. Well, I heard that some quirkless kid in your class got injured. If it had been 1B, we would have made it out with 0 injuries. Why, even your teacher was too weak to dash. Aiza backs her chair into the kid's abdomen, making him gasp. She then turns around and grabs his arm, judo flipping him onto another table. She presses her forearm into his throat. Her voice is deathly calm as she leans in and whispers in his ear. "Don't you ever talk about Aizawa like that. He nearly died to protect us. You think you could have done so much better?" She leans back and uses her free hand to unbutton the top of her shirt, pulling it aside to show him the handprint scars on her collarbone. What would you have done against a guy who disintegrates flesh with just the mere touch of his hand? This is from a glancing blow. A mere few seconds of contact. Imagine if he got his hands around your scrawny little neck. What would you do then? She lets him up and turns to go back to her friends when she hears him cough and mutter, "Would have done better than a quirkless freak like you." She then turns around and punches him right in the nose. She feels his nose crunch before he drops to the floor, out cold. It's at this point she notices a teacher walking towards her, so she meets them halfway with a muttered, "On my way," and heads straight for her favorite diabolical mentor's office. And then he had the nerve to insinuate that Dad was weak just because a giant monster beat him. A monster, might I add, that was created to kill freaking All Might. Like how stupid can one kid be? And he calls himself a hero student. Aizu ends her tirade and plops down in one of the seats across from the desk where Nezu calmly sips his tea. "Feel better?" She nods. "Good. Now, I know that I'm supposed to say you can't hit another student no matter what they say, but it's clearly obvious that you were provoked, so I'll let you off with a warning." She smiles up at him and nods. "Good." He claps his paws together. "On to better conversation. Since I now have you during your free period, what do you say we discuss the upcoming festival?" Aiza leans forward in her seat. "I actually did want to talk to you about that. I had a feeling you might have an opinion. So, as the kids say, lay it on me." He gives her his most mischievous smile. "Well, I've been looking over past sports festivals recently, and I've noticed a pattern." Nezu nods for her to continue. "There's always a big event that is meant to weed out the ones who aren't serious. Then there's the team event. Finally, the 1v1 event, usually in a combat-style setting. I'm glad you noticed that. Since you know the basic structure, do you have any ideas as to what we might do this year?" Well, everything is quiet in the 1A waiting room of the stadium except for the faint sound of a phone pinging every few minutes. Aizu lets a soft smile sit on her face as she types away on her phone, offering encouragement and a bit of a distraction to her favorite cinnamon roll. She can tell from his messages that he is absolutely terrified of all the people watching him this year, especially since this is his last year before he becomes a true pro hero, so she makes sure to remind him that it will all turn out okay as long as he does his best, and that she will be proud of him no matter how he does at the festival. They may only have been talking for about 3 weeks now, but she can't help the small piece of her heart the shy boy has taken up residence in. Izu, can please stop texting your boyfriend and actually focus on the fact that the festival is about to start? Toshi shouts across the room at her. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? Why have I not heard anything about this? Mina is quick to come at Izu, trying desperately to look at her phone screen. Izu hides her phone from the nosy girl. He's not my boyfriend. She can feel herself blush, which will definitely not help her case. He's just a third-year boy I know. We are friends and I'm trying to encourage him before his festival in a couple days. She's actually really glad they have the different years do their festivals on different days so that hero agencies can scout multiple students at different levels. Now she might get to see Tamaki Amajiki during his festival. But you like this guy, right? I can tell you do. Look at that blush. Mina is practically screeching now. Whatever. The festival is about to start, so we should get ready. Izu tries to change the subject, looking down at her phone as one last message pings in. Cinnamon Roll 3. Good luck, Aizen. Thank you, senpai. You'll do great on Sunday. With a smile, Izu turns off her phone so no one can see her messages and tunes back into the room around her. She notices Mina's knowing look and promptly ignores the pink girl. The rest of the room has broken out into idle chatter as the time for the opening ceremonies gets closer and closer. Aiza can't help a different smile forming on her face as she watches her friends and classmates prepare themselves mentally for the competition ahead of them. She should probably also be preparing given that she knows a certain ex-friend who will be doing everything in his power to take her spot from her, but she can't bring herself to care at this moment, looking at her brother as he talks with Yaoyorozu. Aizawa. A new voice enters Aiza's field of perception. Both her and Toshi look up. The red and white-haired boy looks between the two before looking right at Izu. Aizawa. Your dad is the homeroom teacher and it's no secret that you are the personal student of our principal. Aiza nods, confused as to why Todoroki is telling her facts, especially since he has never spoken to her before about anything. Given these facts, it is clear that you are a serious threat in this competition. Aizu's chest warms a little at the recognition, even if she is still rather confused. But objectively, I am stronger than you. There it is. I'm going to beat you today. And then he just turns around to walk away. Aiza can't help the laughter that falls from her lips. Todoroki turns around, his face as blank as ever but one eyebrow is slightly quirked in confusion. Okay, Todoroki, whatever you say. She laughs some more before finally getting control of herself and turning away from the dual-haired boy. She walks over to her small group of friends and listens to them discuss what they think the first task will be, already having a pretty good idea of what's about to happen. They are eventually called to make their way out to the field where all the different courses gather by class and wait for the speeches to be made and the festival to begin. Uncle Zashi sits in the announcer booth with her dad introducing each class as they make their way out onto the field to the sound of cheers from the crowd that has filled the stadium. Aiza can't help feeling a little shy from all the attention, but at least she is sharing the attention with everyone else in her class, right? Wrong. As soon as everyone is in place, it is announced that the person with the highest score on the exam will make a speech. And guess who the highest scorer is? Just make a wild guess. Miss Aizawa Izu. Izu slowly makes her way to the stage, anxiety vibrating in her bones, and does her best to avoid looking into the crowd of students where she knows one blonde devil will be making some very interesting realizations. She's gotta remind herself a couple times that no one is going to let Kaken kill her, so she shouldn't let herself worry too much. She reaches the microphone, Auntie Nem next to her dressed as her hero persona waiting to spin the rigged wheel to announce the first event. Hello fellow first years here at UA. We have all worked to get to this point today, where heroes, support companies, and businesses alike are watching us to see what we shall become in the future. Where the world watches to see what we have to offer. So, let's all put everything we have into this competition and show them what we are made of. Plus Ultra. The various courses repeat the phrase back to her, and she makes her way back down to where Class 1A is waiting, her body still shaking with the adrenaline of public speaking. She is even more grateful now that she chose to be an underground hero. Being in the spotlight is way too stressful. Auntie Nem steps up to the wheel and the crowd and students alike watch as it spins, all wondering what it could possibly land on. All, except one who just smirks as she looks over to a nearby camera. An obstacle course makes sense, I guess, but what skill is that displaying? Aiza looks at her mentor as they discuss the various options for the first event of the festival. Would you care to elaborate on your point? I know that all the courses, from Gen Ed to business to support, are allowed to participate in this festival, but isn't the main focus supposed to be getting scouted by heroes for internships and for the support department to show off how their gadgets can be used in the field? I can see how an obstacle course can prove maybe maneuverability in the field, and yes, adapting to different terrains is important, but what if we spiced it up a bit? The rat smiles. Go on. Well, I know the first task is meant to weed out those who aren't serious and get the numbers down to a manageable amount for the later tasks, but what if it could also be used to display students' aptitudes for the various types of heroics? We could add a rescue element to the first task, first showing that rescue must be prioritized in any mission, but also as a way to set a finite number of people who can pass the event. For example, there are only 42 available people to rescue, and only those who make it to the finish line with the victim are able to move on to the next task. Then other competitors also work as villains since they will be trying to get the victim from you while you are trying to save them. Injury to the victim means a point reduction, so that would really force students to focus on the task and make them really think through their chosen attacks against the other competitors. Does that make sense? I believe so. Maybe we could even make it a kind of scavenger hunt, where each segment of the course has, say, 14 victims to be rescued, so there is still the opportunity to get another victim, but if you wait until the last segment, your chances will be diminished. Does that sound like a feasible plan? Aiza smiles. I like the way you think, but don't tell me what obstacles you use. I want to still be able to participate with everyone else. Nezu smiles back. Of course. Auntie Nem finishes explaining the rules of the obstacle scavenger hunt and everyone turns to the gate. Izu had made sure to make her way to the back of the group, placing herself in an ideal position when the whistle sounds and the game begins. She doesn't waste any time making her way to the tunnel, shoving people aside as she heads toward the first of the dummies being used as victims for their little rescue mission. She can hear kids behind her getting caught in the bottleneck choke of it all, but she doesn't slow down. When the sound of cracking ice enters the air, she's quick to be light on her feet, jumping up at just the right time to avoid getting stuck. The ice is slippery, but her boots handle it just fine. She sees Todoroki pass her, but that doesn't matter. She grabs a victim just as the sounds of explosions make their way through the tunnel. Kaken. With a victim in hand, just a simple cloth doll about 155 centimeters in length, she heads for the boundaries of the course. The rules were clear earlier, as long as they stay in bounds, anything goes. With a smirk, Aizu jumps up and runs across the fence that dictates the boundaries of the course as she hears the rest fight the robots that had been lying in wait. She uses her admittedly impressive balance to run across the 6-centimeter wide wooden fence, leaping over the vertical beams as she comes across them. She isn't the fastest person on the course, not by a long shot, with Todoroki using his ice and Kaken using his explosions to propel them through the course, but she does have her victim, and that's what counts. She reaches the end of her fence and comes to a giant gorge with various rock pillars popping up across it. There are thin ropes connecting the pillars, almost like tight ropes for walking. A mischievous smile crosses her face. If there was a camera near her right now, she'd be giving it an eye roll. The rat is obviously playing favorites here. Not even hesitating, Aizu uses the doll's cloth arms and ties it around her neck so that it is laying across her back like a weird cape before she stretches out her arms and begins the balanced walk. Are there other, less dangerous ways to do this obstacle? Sure, but where's the fun in that? She can see others, both with and without a victim, making their way across. She does notice some people fighting over victims, but she's so far off from the regular track, it seems no one has noticed her. Once she's across, She decides to keep her victim there, holding its legs so it's like she's giving it a piggyback ride, and runs to the next obstacle. She stops and takes in the minefield in front of her. Todoroki and Kaken are in the lead, both trying to be careful so as to not injure themselves or their victims, but they are also blatantly fighting with one another every chance they get. Kaken throws an explosion in Todoroki's face. Todoroki uses ice to trigger a mine in front of Kaken, etc. She can't help but laugh at their immaturity. She'll just let the boys fight it out for the top spot. She just needs to pass. Looking around, she sees her beloved fence is back. With a larger smirk filled with mirth, she climbs up and begins sprinting to the end of the field. She hears a few people shout at her, calling her a cheater or something, but she doesn't care. She is technically still in bounds and avoiding getting her victim hurt. She makes it to the end right after Todoroki and Kaken. She watches them go into a dead sprint for the finish line. Following their example, but making sure to keep her pace slower so she doesn't overtake them, she runs for the finish. First place goes to Todoroki Shoto. In a close second place is Bakugo Katsuki. In third place, Aizawa Izu. In fourth place, she did it. She made it to the end. She releases her victim to the designated adult volunteer and goes to get a drink of water, careful to give Kaken a wide berth as he yells at Todoroki. She watches the available screens and catches sight of her brother and their friends as they make their way through the minefield. It seems none of them thought to use her strategy, but that's fine. All of them have their victims, though Ochako's seems a little worse for wear at the moment as it floats above her with her holding its hand. Once everyone is through the course, some carrying victims but most just breathing heavily, happy to be done, the 42 finalists gather to hear about their next event. Auntie Nem steps up to the wheel again, making some borderline inappropriate comment about their youthfulness, and the crowd grows silent with anticipation. Aiza looks at her mentor incredulously. "You have got to be kidding me. Tell me you're joking." Nezu laughs. "Please elaborate on your distaste for my opinion." Aiza groans. "How is a cavalry battle at all realistic to a heroic scenario? It's absolutely pointless. When would you ever be in a similar scenario in the field? Then what would you have us do instead?" She thinks for a moment. "What about laser tag?" He quirks an eyebrow at her, so she continues. "What if you did laser tag where the team with the highest combined score wins? Like, each person is worth a certain number of points, and when you hit them you get that many points added to your own total. Then, if someone gets you, they get all of the points you've saved up as well and you have to start all over again? It can't be that hard to get the support guys to make some simple laser tag vests and guns, right? It's a pretty old game. And keeping with the tradition of handicapping the winner of the previous round, the points could be based on when you finished the race. The better you did on the previous round, the more points you're worth." Nezu smiles. "I see where you're going with this. It's a combat-style event, but also an exercise in stealth, correct?" Aizu just grins in answer. Auntie Nem is quick to announce the rules and then she lays down the handicap. First place from the previous round is worth 10 million points. So find your team and let's get started. You have 5 minutes to create your teams of 6 and strategize while Cementos creates the field for which the game will be played. Good luck. Aizu looks around only to find a small horde of people heading in her direction. Mina, Kyuka, Siro, Ochako, and Toshi head towards her and she can't help but smile. "You guys want to team up with me?" "Of course. Who else is going to give us a killer plan to win?" Mina smiles big. Plus, Yaoyorozu wanted to help Todoroki since he's not very good at making friends and Ida thought it would be best to help her as well. Toshi shrugged. Aizu punched him in the arm. "Oh, okay, I also just love you. Happy now?" She smiles. "Yes, very. So, about that killer plan." Siro looks at her expectantly. She rolls her eyes but smiles at her friends. "Okay, here's what we'll do." The plan went perfectly. Cementos created little caves and various obstacles for the students to utilize, so all Aizu had to do was find a nice spot to camp out at and she was able to snipe the students as they got close to her base. While people looked for Aizu as the third place winner, or they went after Todoroki's team, her friends snuck around the sides and took down the outliers without getting caught. Aizu was very proud of all of them since she knows a stealth mission isn't Mina's forte, nor is it really what most of her friends excel at, but they all did an excellent job. And now they are sitting happily in second place overall for the second round. Kaken's team was able to get Todoroki's 10 million, but Yaoyorozu and Ida, along with Tokoyami, Shoji, and Tsu, were able to rack up some points for their team while everyone was focused on Todoroki. Aizu is feeling pretty good right about now. Well, except for the thing that's driving her nuts. While she was sniping, she had a great vantage point to watch Todoroki and Kaken fight, and she noticed something off about Todoroki. He only used his right side, his ice. She knew due to some less than legal means that Todoroki's quirk allows him to create both fire and ice. Two halves of one whole. But he's only using half, and it's causing him to slow down. His right side was almost completely iced over by the time the second round ended. And to say Aizu is confused is an understatement. Why isn't he using his fire, even just to keep his body temperature level? She knows he's not an idiot, so what gives? Should she mind her own business? So while everyone else is off to grab some much-deserved lunch before the next event is announced, Aizu is dragging a confused Todoroki down a tunnel in the stadium until they make it outside near the back. No one is out here, so if there's ever been a chance of getting trauma dumped on, it would be here. Okay, Roki, what is up with you? Roki thought. Todoroki has never looked so confused. Like, he's actually wearing a facial expression for once. What is going on with you? You're practically giving yourself hypothermia, and yet you still refuse to use your fire? What gives? He doesn't respond, his face going back to a blank mask. I would normally just assume you're an idiot or don't have control of your quirk or something, but you are one of the smartest people in class and you were raised by a pro hero, so you obviously should have control of your quirk, so what is going on? You are literally hurting yourself. Why? They stand there, staring at one another, for what feels like hours but is only a few minutes before Todoroki finally speaks up, still keeping intense eye contact. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? The super illegal practice of marrying someone solely based on their quirk? My father bought my mother for her quirk. He's always hated being second to All Might, so he planned to create a hero that would surpass him if he himself could not. He treated us all terribly, but I think he treated her the worst. When I was little, she snapped. She saw my left side and something inside her broke. She cried as she poured boiling water over my face. He reaches up and touches the scar that covers his left eye. My father sent her away after that. Once she was gone, he began training me harder than ever. I wasn't allowed to go to school or spend time with my siblings. All I was allowed to do was train. Aizu could feel tears building up in her eyes as the dual-haired boy spoke. I promised myself I would become a hero without his power. That I would never use his power, only hers. It's quiet for a moment as Aizu makes sure he's finished. Oh Roki, I am so sorry that happened to you, but you have it so very backwards. He jerks his face to her. What? Sure, part of your power is kinda similar to Endeavor's, and I'm sure the other is very close to what your mother can do, but your quirk isn't theirs. Your quirk is as unique as you are. You keep looking at it like it is two halves, one from each parent, but it's not. Your quirk is wholly yours. It belongs to you and only you, and no one else gets a say in how you use it except for you. Todoroki, please forgive me for asking, but do you even want to be a hero? Todoroki just looks at her, his eyebrows creasing in the middle a little. Apparently no one had ever actually asked him that. If you want to be a hero, that's great. You should do it, but you should do it with all of your power, not just half of it. You need to give everything you have in you to do what's right and to save those who are weaker than you. It will be your responsibility to give people hope and to save them and defeat evil, and you can't do that if you only use half of your power. Half is never as good as whole. But, and this time she steps closer to him. If you don't want to be a hero, or at least not a spotlight one, that's okay too. She's almost whispering now. It's your power, Roki. You can decide what you do with it, and whatever you decide is good enough. You can be whatever you want to be, don't let anyone tell you any different. It's your power, no one else's. It belongs to you and only you. And if Endeavor says any different, then he can go screw himself. You are your own person, Roki. Do what you want, not what someone else wants from you. She starts to walk away before she gets an idea and turns back to Todoroki for a moment. Oh, and Roki? He looks up at her. If you ever want to talk about abusive parents, I'm here. She takes off her UA gym uniform overshirt to display her tank top, the back of which does little to hide her many scars, and walks off toward the waiting cafeteria. She makes it to the cafeteria with only a few minutes to spare for food before they are being ushered back to the stadium. When they get there, Aiza notices that the other girls from her class are dressed in revealing cheerleader outfits, and only one of them looks happy about it. She walks over to Yaoyorozu. What are you guys wearing? The raven-haired girl looks at her, blushing. Cheer uniforms? Mineta said that Aizawa said that we were supposed to wear these for the mini-games. Aiza looks at one of her best friends, Kyuka, who looks the most uncomfortable with this situation and seethes. She turns back to her class president. That is ridiculous, and my dad would never require something so sexist. You guys should go get changed if you're uncomfortable. I'll handle the grape. She turns and finds Mineta and a blonde boy with a lightning bolt in his hair standing off to the side. Kaminari. She storms over to them and she can see fear in Kaminari's eyes. Good, he isn't a total idiot. Wait. It was all Mineta's idea. I was just backup. Kaminari sputters once she's close enough. Mineta just rolls his eyes. They look better in those uniforms. They should be thanking us for showing them off. Now they can get better offers. Everyone knows the best heroines are the ones who show a little skin dash. Aiza decks him in the face. She turns to Kaminari while Mineta recovers. You were an accomplice. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I didn't realize it would make them so uncomfortable. Please. I promise I won't do anything like this ever again. Kaminari is pale as a ghost. You will apologize to all of the other girls as soon as the sports festival is over, understand? A real, sincere apology. Got it? Aizawa? Yes. She nods at him. Good. You are free to go then. He doesn't hesitate to scurry off. She turns back to Mineta, who is still reeling from the punch to the face. I don't know if I would even believe you if you told me you wouldn't ever do this again. So, tell me why I shouldn't beat you into grape juice? I didn't even do anything wrong. You won't get away with this. My dad is dash. She punches him again, this time in the nose. My dad is our homeroom teacher. My personal mentor is our principal. My auntie is Midnight and my uncle is Present Mike. So please tell me what your dad will do to me when he sees me, a quirkless girl, beat the absolute living crap out of you. I can't wait to hear about it. Mineta finally seems to understand his precarious situation and does the first smart thing. He runs. Aiza doesn't chase him. There aren't really many places he can hide at this point. She instead turns around and heads over to stand with her brother while they wait to hear about what will happen next. As she stands there, listening to Auntie Nem announce the mini-games that will be played before the final round of the festival, Aiza sees Kaken out of the corner of her eye. He's walking towards her. Nope, she is not dealing with that right now. She squeezes her brother's arm and then books it toward the tunnel that leads to the back of the stadium. She can hear someone chasing after her, so as soon as she gets inside, she heads straight for a vent entrance. She's just placing the vent cover back on when Kaken rounds the corner. Deku, where did you go? He stomps past her and in the direction she had originally been running. She decides then and there to stay in the vents for a while. She can hear the games being played and people in the stands cheering as she makes her way through the vents. She's not quite sure exactly where she is at the moment, but she has a good general idea of where she is headed. She suspects she's around the second level of the stadium where Class 1A is supposed to be seated if they aren't participating in the mini-games and didn't get into the final round. She plans to just hang out here until they call to announce the final event, but a familiar face throws that plan out the window. She waits until the person is turned away from the vent and then drops down silently behind them, hoping not to give them a scare. Hi, Amajiki-senpai. What brings you here? Amajiki turns, panic in his eyes until they register it's just Aizu. So much for not scaring him. He gives her a shy smile. Hi, Aizu. I wanted to come and wish you luck. He's blushing and Aizu's heart just can't stand it. It takes everything in her not to hug him right then and there. That is so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I'm actually really happy to see you right now. His face lights up and his blush deepens a bit. Oh, really? Why? Well, because you're awesome for one. I love getting to talk to you, so I will gladly take every opportunity you give me to talk to you. But also because I'm actually really nervous. She can't help looking away from him when she admits that. She wrings her hands together. Why are you nervous? The shake in his voice lessens a little as he reaches out to her. She happily accepts the hand he outstretches, holding it with a smile. The guy who bullied me in elementary and middle school made it to the last round, which means I might have to face him. I haven't seen him in over a year and I'm just really scared of seeing him again. He's a really mean guy, or at least he was when I knew him. Amajiki's thumb rubs against her hand and she can't help how her smile grows at the small act. She looks up at him and sees concern in his eyes, but then a new determination sets in the line of his lips. You'll do great, Aizu. You're one of the toughest people I know. You can do anything you set your mind to, so don't let him scare you, because you can be scary too, when you want. And no matter what happens, I'll still be proud of you. This time she really can't hold back, so she pulls him forward and hugs him tightly around the middle. Thank you so much, Amajiki. It means so much to me to hear you say that. Strong arms wrap around her after a moment and she can't help but snuggle into the embrace, filling with warmth as she listens to his quick and steady heartbeat. See, call me Tamaki. She almost doesn't hear the whispered words, but they make her smile all the same. Thank you, Tamaki. You are my favorite. You know that, right? Your favorite? Favorite what? Just my favorite. I'm so glad I met you. You always make everything so much better. She squeezes him a little and then just stands there in the comforting silence that follows. You're my favorite too. Those who made it to the final round wait patiently for the next round to be announced. It's no secret that it will be 1v1 battles, but there are some added rules that weren't there last year. What are your thoughts on the 1v1s? Well, what if there was more than one way to win? Go on. In any real combat scenario, there's more ways to win than just beating the other guy to a pulp. Sometimes you need to reach an objective, gather information, capture the villain, or retreat until you can get the necessary backup. So, what if we placed an objective that needed to be guarded by each person and you can win by either capturing your opponent or the objective? Like capture the flag, but it's just you and your enemy. I like the way you think. And students should be able to use support items during this round. Nezu tilts his head. What is your reasoning? Like I said earlier, we should make this as realistic to actual combat as is possible. I understand why we don't allow support equipment and weapons in the first 2 rounds. Students from other courses and/or students who don't necessarily want to be heroes will be participating in those rounds. But the 3rd round is where hero hopefuls, support students, and hero students want to really show off what they can do. So, I think it would be a good idea if finalists are allowed a limited number of support items or weapons. Give them a fighting chance. But they would need the equipment to be approved and be able to show they already have control over the requested items. I believe that can be arranged. Aiza can't help but smile as she watches the arena for the 1v1 battles take shape, various obstacles and barriers forming in the given space. They leave a defined middle ground for combat, but there are still plenty of places to hide and take your time. Safe spaces to plot, plan, and evade. She is literally so excited right now. And then the brackets go up for the first round of battles. Aizawa I v Minoma. Aizawa H v Siro. Todoroki v Tokoyami. Ida v Hatsum. Bakugo v Kirishima. Uraraka v Ishido. Yayarosa v Jair. Kaminari v Tetsu. She's the first battle? Breathing is not her friend right now. Who even is Minoma? She looks around the crowd of finalists trying to figure it out when she sees him. The petty blonde boy from Class 1B. He starts heading toward the arena and suddenly she's not so upset about going first. A sick grin begins to settle over her features. Don't kill him, okay, Izuku? I don't need to use lethal force to end a man, Toshi. With a final look at her smirking brother, Aizu cracks her neck and heads toward the arena. They start on either side of the cluttered space and Auntie Nem quickly restates the rules. Either capture your opponent, forcing them out of bounds or making them unable to continue, or capture the objective from the opposing side, the objective being a small flag on a pedestal. Anything except lethal force is allowed, including previously approved support equipment and weapons. Izu smiles as she rolls her shoulders, the familiar weight of her twin short katanas bringing her a weird comfort. The moment Auntie Nem says go, Izu is off. She had originally planned to mainly go for a more stealthy approach if she made it to the third round, but this fight is too personal. This kid insulted her dad and her classmates after they went through something incredibly traumatic. He deserves what's coming to him. They meet in the middle. It seems Monoma has the same idea as her about doing this combat style, and they stand there sizing each other up. I'm glad I got the quirkless kid as my warm-up round. This should be an easy win for me. She smirks at him and pops the knuckles of her fist. He makes the first real move and throws an unknown quirk at her, but she dodges the weird air force field thing, and she's on top of him in his next breath. She doesn't even draw her blades, instead letting her fists do the talking. Moving fridges and couches really beefs up the arms, so a full-strength punch from her to his gut knocks the wind right out of him. Before he can recover, she takes a jab at his face, feeling the crunch of his nose breaking. He reels back from the pain. He tries to take a blind swing with blood and tears forcing him to close his eyes, but he obviously misses and opens himself up for several jabs to his ribs and stomach before she gets another hit to his face, this time giving him a solid black eye. He reels away from her again before collecting himself and barreling right at her. Izu almost laughs at the attempt, sidestepping him and sending a kick to his back. This seems to anger the boy as he spins around and starts swinging, all thought of using a copied quirk going out the window. She meets him in the middle, dodging his chaotic swings and kicking him straight in the chest. He goes down hard and she takes the opportunity to climb on top of him, punching him twice in the face before holding his arms down, pinning him to the ground. How's that for a warm-up round, copycat? He struggles under her hold, but has to eventually admit defeat. Izu is grinning ear to ear as she is announced as the winner. She heads back to where Class 1A is all seated in the stands and decides to try and take notes on the next few matches. Toshi wins his match as expected, brainwashing Siro to give him his objective. They shake hands, laughing at the easy takedown before joining Izu in the stands. Todoroki soundly beats Tokoyami, his ice making excellent barriers against the shadow creature, but Izu notices he still isn't using his fire even though it would have helped his match end so much faster. Hatsume, a support course gremlin, ends up using Ida as a test dummy for her machines and then forfeits. It's absolutely hilarious and one of Izu's favorite moments at the festival so far, second only to seeing Tamaki. Kaken defeats Kirishima in a battle of endurance. His explosions outlast Kirishima's hardening, sending the redhead through several of the obstacles and out of bounds. Ochako and Mina's fight actually goes really well, both girls putting up one heck of a fight. Ochako does end up winning, but only because Mina accidentally ran into Ochako's reach. Yaoyorozu ends up coming up with a really great strategy, using different materials to make a lot of noise, distracting Kyuka long enough for the raven-haired girl to get around her and finish the attack strong. Kyuka didn't join them in the stands, instead going to Recovery Girl for her migraine. Aiza can't wait to talk to Kaminari about his strategy after she watches him wreck the boy made of metal. He knew that Tetsu would be able to conduct the electricity, but by using so much, the metallic boy ended up passing out. The second round actually goes pretty well for Izu. She's up against her brother, so their physical training is pretty on par with one another. Unfortunately for Toshi, Izu is a sneaky bastard. She is able to parkour and stealth her way past him, grabbing his objective without ever uttering a word. He never even saw her, much to his chagrin. How is he supposed to defeat someone he can't even find? Todoroki beats Ida, still not using his fire, which annoys Izu a little, but she gets it a little. It will take more than one conversation with a stranger to undo years of torment and twisted thinking. Kaken ends up beating Ochako, which terrifies Izu because that makes him that much closer to being her opponent. Ochako had an excellent strategy that would have worked great if Kaken wasn't such an overachiever. Yaoyorozu actually ends up using Kaminari's previous plan against him. She creates several lightning rods and ends up forcing him to short himself out. It would be hilarious if Aizu wasn't so worried about the boy. Who knows what shorting out your own brain must feel like? Aizu really just wants to get the flag from Todoroki's side. She just wants to sneak her way over there and grab it. No fuss, nos. But of course the ice boy has to freeze over his whole half of the arena, forcing this to be a combat-style contest. At least she can utilize guerrilla tactics with the obstacles from her side of the arena. What did you mean when you said we could talk about abusive parents? So Todoroki wants to talk? Well, a distraction is a distraction. What do you think I meant? She races from the pillar she was hiding behind to a different one a few feet away. I saw your scars. But I'm sure you knew that. You did that on purpose, but why? His voice sounds close, so Aiza takes the opportunity to climb up her pillar and look around, hopping from pillar to pillar while keeping the dual-powered boy in sight. I did it so you'd know that maybe there are people out there who might just understand. I don't have the exact same experience as you, but I can understand having a parent whose wishes for you lead to abuse and pain. She has to drop down quickly before Todoroki looks up at where her voice had come from. Did your dad train you too hard too? She slinks around a different corner. My dad has only been in my life for the last year. Before that it was just me and my mom. She rolls between pillars, then climbs up one before jumping down from another. And my mother didn't like the idea of her weak daughter trying to be strong. She thought I needed to learn my place. She takes a look around the pillar only to see a blue eye staring back. She runs in the other direction, swerving between obstacles. She wasn't the only one who thought it was their job to teach me that lesson, but hers definitely hurt the worst. They end up in the middle of the ring, and Todoroki is looking very conflicted. Look, Roki. If you really want to talk about this, compare traumas or whatever, we can do that. But don't go easy on me just because I have a past. We are on equal footing here, so let's get this over with, okay? He nods and they clash. Her katanas are out and swirling, breaking through ice blast after ice blast. She can't keep this up forever, but she has a plan. If Todoroki doesn't want to use his fire and would rather hurt himself, well, Aizu has no problem exploiting that. The icy boy eventually makes himself so cold. His movements are sluggish and Aizu is able to take him down with minimal punches being thrown. A simple and precise jab to his temple with the butt of one of her katanas has the already weakened boy dropping to the ground. And now she's made it to the final round. Kaken made it to the final round. Kaken made it to the final round and now she has to fight him. She has to fight him. The arena feels almost too quiet as she steps up to her side of the battlefield. She's sure fans are shouting, but she can't hear anything over the sound of her own heartbeat in her ears. She waits for the signal and then she is off. She is hiding like she's never hid before. She is more silent now than she has ever been in any training. She's more scared now than when she faced down that monster at the USJ. She's facing down her own personal monster and she has never been so scared. Get out here, Death. Fight me. She can hear him stomping around the marked-off area. Looking for her. You don't deserve to be a hero. How could you make it into the hero course and not me? This is all your fault, you useless Deku. She crawls out from behind an obstacle to see him entering her side of the arena. She takes a breath. Then another one. On her third deep breath, she books it across the cleared combat zone and into enemy territory. Only then does she make a sound. It's your own fault, Kaken. You aren't heroic at all. You're just a big bully. And she's running. She's running and she can hear explosions as the small flag comes into sight. She's running and dodging blasts and she can feel the adrenaline in her blood surge her further, faster, before she feels the silk of the flag in her hands and then she's hiding again. The winner of this year's first-year sports festival is Aizawa Aizu. No! The giant explosion rocks the arena and Aizu curls further into herself. Auntie Nem won't let him hurt her. She won't let him hurt her now that the game is over. She looks up from her hiding spot just in time to see Auntie Nem knock Kaken out with her quirk. It's over. She won. She doesn't know how they did it, what voodoo they used or demon they consulted, but Kaken is standing on his second-place podium looking eerily calm. Like, his face is set in a scowl and his fists are clenched, But he isn't making any explosions or shouting at anyone. He's almost civil. It is terrifying, and Izu is glad they are surrounded by pro heroes who will save her if he suddenly remembers who won their match. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are sharing the third-place podium, and both look a little stunned as they are raised up into the stadium as the winners of the sports festival. Aiza keeps herself slightly closer to the third-place side of her podium but stands tall nonetheless. She won fair and square, and she plans to enjoy this. And then all that is ruined when All Might lands in front of them and starts handing out the medals to the winners. He starts with third place, and Izu is seething. All her fear from her match with Kaken is gone in the wake of her anger. This idiot who tried to get her removed from the heroics course and then was responsible for her class being attacked and her dad being injured is the one congratulating them on winning? Is this supposed to be a reward? At least he'll finally have to acknowledge her skill, right? She won after all. Against Quirk students no less. He has to acknowledge her abilities now. She watches him congratulate Kaken as she thinks this. He says something to the blonde boy that seems to make the angry boy preen. And then he steps up to Izu. Congratulations, Miss Aizawa. You had some great luck out there today. Luck? Oh heck no. I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say dash. Oh heck no. Nope. No, I'm not listening to this. You can keep your medal, I don't want it. Goodbye. She sidesteps All Might and jumps down from her pedestal. She starts walking confidently toward the tunnel that leads inside the stadium and doesn't look back. Bonus. The third-year festival. The stadium is buzzing, and Aiza can't help the rush she feels as she crawls through the vents. The Class 3A waiting room should be up ahead somewhere. There it is. She comes up on a vent and looks down, seeing Tamaki talking with a blonde boy and a periwinkle-haired girl. He looks so sweet and nervous. Without even waiting for the blonde to finish his sentence, she kicks the vent open and drops down in front of the shy boy. Hi Tamaki. She smiles up at him. He looks a little taken aback, but a shy smile quickly takes shape on his face. Hi, Aizu-chan. It's nice to see you. I wanted to return the favor and wish you good luck in person. Though I'm sure you don't need any luck. She can feel herself blush a bit, but she refuses to avert her eyes. Thank you. That means a lot. He smiles at her, and the look goes from shy to soft the longer they look at each other. You are very welcome. Remember to do your best, and I will be proud of you no matter what. You are my favorite after all. She reaches out a hand slowly, a little anxious that maybe this will be too much, but is very relieved when he takes the offered hand softly in his own. I still don't know what that means. He laughs a little, his body language growing more relaxed the longer they stand there. It means you are my favorite and I believe in you with all my heart. She rubs circles in his hand as she watches the rest of his anxieties seem to melt from his shoulders for at least this small moment in time. You've got this, Tamaki. You're gonna do great and I'll be so very proud of you. She reaches into the back pocket of her ripped jeans and pulls out a folded piece of paper. I made this for you. For luck? She almost whispers. She blushes a little as she hands him the sketch. He unfolds it, keeping their hands still clasped together, and finds a watercolor painting of a blue and purple butterfly resting on a peony. Thank you, Aizu. It is beautiful. He whispers to her. So who is this, Tamaki? A squealing female voice jolts them out of their little bubble. Instead of dropping her hand though, Tamaki holds on tighter. I'm Aizawa Izu. I'm a first-year hero student and a friend of Tamaki's. Izu steps up to save Tamaki. She doesn't like how anxious he became at this girl's outburst, and it's making her feel a little overprotective of the boy. Tamaki, you made a friend? Without me. The other boy pipes up. Tamaki shrivels a little more into himself, and Izu takes that as a signal to stand in front of the anxious being. Yes, he did. You are? Oh, sorry. The guy laughs and reaches out a hand for her to shake. I'm Togata Mirio. This is Heido Nijire. We're Tamaki's friends. Oh. Well, if you guys promise not to make him more anxious, I will take my leave. She stares at them, waiting. It takes a moment, but then they seem to understand that she was serious about promising not to make him anxious. Oh yeah, of course. We won't hurt the little kitten. Aiza glares at the girl, but she doesn't seem to notice. Whatever. She turns to Tamaki and stays close to him as she softly tells him, "Text me if you need me, okay? I'm going to be sitting with my dad in the announcer booth, so I can come see you whenever. All you gotta do is let me know when and where. I believe in you and you're going to do great." He nods and she reaches out, giving him a tight hug. Once she pulls away, she turns to the other two. "Don't bother him about me. I'll answer your questions another time." She squeezes Tamaki's hand. "Bye, Tamaki." And she's in a vent headed back to her dad. After the sports festival, the first years are given the rest of the weekend to recuperate before having to return to school. Where Hitoshi gladly took the time off to rest and chat with his friends, Aizu was bored. So bored, in fact, that she begged her dad constantly to let her hang out with him at the sports festival for the higher grades. He refused for the second years, leaving her to wallow, but her nagging got the best of him when it came to the third years, which is what she wanted anyway. Sitting with her dad and Uncle Zashi in the announcer's booth is exciting. She has the perfect seat to watch the show and the other people watching. After visiting Tamaki and his so-called friends, Aizu is ready to see him in action. She may have been talking to the boy for over a month now, but she's yet to see his quirk in action. The first event starts, and it seems that Nezu kept her ideas even for the third years. Aiza can't help but smile as she watches the budding heroes make their way through the obstacle scavenger hunt. The quirks being used are amazing and Aiza can't help but pull out her notebook and start analyzing. With these students being so much closer to graduation than her, the opportunity to see them in action is invaluable. The blonde guy who had been with Tamaki is taking up the lead, only to lose his dummy and have to find a new one to pass. The periwinkle-haired girl is doing well too. She's in the top 10 and showing really great control of her quirk. It's some kind of energy manipulation or maybe energy blasting. Whatever it is, it's fascinating. Aizu fills a whole page on her before her eyes are drawn to her original focus. Tamaki isn't doing as well as the other two, but he's still doing great. Aizu watches as he creates clam shells on his hands to knock other runners away from his dummy. He uses a set of wings to fly over the drop, and then uses the same tactic to get across the mines. The only thing slowing him down is his urge to hide whenever Uncle Zashi announces anything to do with him. Aizu feels her smile soften as she watches the poor boy blush and hide his face when he crosses the finish line. When it's time for the group event, two people Aizu doesn't recognize join Tamaki and his two friends. Tamaki manages to make a few shots on his rivals, but spends most of his time hiding from the cameras. The rest of his teammates are much more camera-friendly and they end up winning with the 10 million points. When lunch rolls around, Aiza bids goodbye to her dad and slips into the vents again. Making her way toward where she knows the food is, she keeps an eye out for her cinnamon roll. It takes her a while, and she does eventually have to text him to find out where he and his friends are sitting, but eventually she finds him eating some takoyaki in a secluded corner of the stadium. She pops her head out of the vent. "Hi, Tamaki." The boy startles but, looking up, smiles up at her. "Hi, Izuku." She does a quick flip in the air and drops to the ground in front of him. "Where are your friends?" She puts air quotes around the word friends, still not happy with the two for making Tamaki anxious. They're still getting their food. They should be back any minute though. Aiza makes her way over to where Tamaki is sitting on the floor and settles down next to him. "Is it okay if I wait for them with you?" Tamaki turns a little pink. "Sir, I would like that." Aizu's smile widens. "Good, because I wasn't gonna leave anyway." Tamaki lets out a small chuckle and relaxes a little more. "So, are you enjoying the festival?" "I sure am. Your grade has so many cool quirks. But do you want to know my favorite part?" Tamaki nods, his full attention on her. "Watching you kick butt?" Tamaki breaks out in a loud blush and looks away from Aizu, making her giggle. "I'm not doing that well." "Are you kidding me? You're doing fantastic. You have such great control of your quirk and your strategies are nothing to sneeze at. Your only issue is the crowd, and that's practically not even an issue because you don't have to be good with crowds to be a hero." Tamaki's ears go red and he tries to hide his face from Aizu. "You're just being nice." "I am not. You are so talented and it's about time the world knew it." Aizu moves to try and get him to look at her. "You are my favorite and I need you to know how great you are." Tamaki peeks up at her. Oh. Izu smiles softly at him. Okay. It's unfortunately at that moment that the other two show up. Tamaki, your friend is here. How cool. Is she having lunch with us? Tamaki shrinks back a little under their exuberance. This of course irritates Izu, but she will allow them to live. For now. Hello Togata. Hato. She glares at them, making them stop for a moment. But then Tamaki takes her hand and she melts a little. Sighing, she adjusts her attitude. I figured I should explain myself so you both won't bother Tamaki about me. Cool. Togata smiles wide and comes to sit in front of them. Hato skips over as well, sitting down next to the blonde boy. Who are you? How do you know Tamaki? You said you're a hero student. What class are you in? Did you do well in your festival? Are you here to watch our festival? What are you dash? Izu puts up a hand. I will explain myself, but I don't want you badgering me with questions either. Are we clear? Hato nods, the eager smile never leaving her face. Like I said before, I'm Aizawa Izu. Aizawa-sensei is my dad. He adopted me over a year ago and adopted my now brother soon after. I met Tamaki when he came to visit my dad in the hospital after the USJ attack. I thought Tamaki was sweet, so I decided I must protect him at all costs. Tamaki squeezes her hand at that. She turns to look at him and finds the boy staring at his own feet with red ears. When he glances her way, she smiles softly at him and his face grows more red. She turns back to the other two. I'm in class 1A and I actually won my sports festival. I came here to support Tamaki, and that is all. Wow. You're really intense. Togata looks at her with a glowing expression. Thanks, I guess. Izu quirks an eyebrow at him but he doesn't elaborate. Whatever, she turns to Tamaki. I actually can't stay long, but I wanted to ask you something. Tamaki looks at her and nods a little nervously. Izu smiles reassuringly at him. It's nothing bad. My dad said we could go to the mall after the festival today to celebrate my win. I wanted to know if you wanted to come with me? Tamaki looks surprised, but quickly gives her a soft smile in return. Oh, sure. Great. Then I'll come get you after the festival. And she gives him a quick hug before running off down a hallway to an easier-to-access vent. True to her word, as soon as the festival ends, Togata winning by the skin of his teeth, Izu makes her way to the locker room being used by the 3A boys. She wants to just walk in, but that would be rather invasive, so she waits impatiently for the sweetest boy in the world to come out. It only takes a few minutes for the third-year boys to begin exiting the locker room, all giving the vibrating first-year confused looks, and being the shorty that she is, she has a hard time finding the one she is looking for. Once she does find him, she doesn't hesitate to grab Tamaki's hand and pull him toward the side exit where her dad and brother are waiting. Hey Dad. Let's go. Her dad looks at her and then at Tamaki. His eyes narrow and start to turn a little red, hair just slightly floating. Tamaki goes positively rigid next to her. So is this the boy you've been texting so much? Dad, stop scaring him. Izu rolls her eyes and squeezes Tamaki's hand, turning to the now much paler boy. Don't worry so much about him. He won't hurt you or expel you. She turns back to her dad. That would make me very sad and he wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Her dad sighs, releasing his quirk. Hitoshi stifles a laugh behind his hand as he watches their little back and forth. Sunshine child, you need to stop ruining my reputation. Izu laughs. Never. Izu finally turns to her brother. Are you coming to the mall with us, Toshi? Nah, Momo invited me to dinner tonight at her house, so Dadzawa is gonna drop me off on the way. Oh, Momo invited you to dinner. Izu wiggles her eyebrows at him. Hitoshi shoves her away. Shut up. Ida and Tsu will be there too. Whatever you say, Toshi. Izu laughs as they head to the car, still not letting go of Tamaki's hand. The mall is actually not that busy when they arrive. There are some people here and there, but most stores only have 1 or 2 customers in them. Izu leads the way through the building, Tamaki and her dad following behind her. Where should we go first? I definitely want to go by Worm Theme. They just got a new shirt for Red Night In and I need it. Oh, but I also want to go by that one store with that really cool leather jacket. You know, the one that's modeled after Uncle Zashi's old one? With all the buttons and multicolored patches? I really want one. Oh, and can we go to the piercer? I really want this new piercing I saw on the clock app. Dad, please. She turns to look at her dad only to find him and Tamaki both looking at her with soft, adoring expressions. She can't help the warmth growing in her cheeks. Whatever you want, sunshine child. This is your celebration trip. Aiza grins wide and grabs one of her dad's hands and one of Tamaki's, pulling both of them to walk faster. They make it to Warm Theme, her favorite store full of pop culture and band merch along with clothes that match her aesthetic exactly. Wearing her red high tops, fishnets, distressed black shorts, a black crop t-shirt, and a yellow flannel with the arms rolled up, she fits right in. Taki, on the other hand, well, he changed out of his UA gym uniform into a lilac cashmere sweater with sleeves down to his fingertips, blue jeans, and plain white sneakers. He looks like the utter soft boy that he is, and not at all punk enough for the dark store. The two teens are in utter contradiction wandering the store together, and Aizu wouldn't have it any other way. She ends up getting the new band shirt and multiple other dark-colored shirts as well. She also grabs some new jewelry for her piercings and some cool new rings that she immediately slides onto her fingers. They then head to the next store to grab the jacket she wanted, and end the day at the piercer. Aizu sits in the chair happily and explains exactly what she wants to the piercer, who smiles amusedly at her joyfulness. Tamaki and her dad wait outside, the former being afraid of needles and the latter just not wanting to see this particular instance of needles. Aizu squeezes her eyes shut against the pain, but the piercer's quirk quickly heals the wounds and she smiles with her new shark bite piercings in her bottom lip. What do you guys think? She smiles at the two men waiting for her. Ai looks very, cool? Tamaki keeps looking at her and then looking away with a louder blush than before. If you like it, then I like it. Her dad is as predictable as ever. Aizu rolls her eyes, but hugs her dad anyway. Then she turns to Tamaki, blushing a little and looking away. Do you really think they look cool? Yeah. Tamaki looks around at his outburst and then hides his hands further in his sleeves. Yeah, they are really cool. Aizu smiles at him softly. Thanks. That means a lot to me. They both blush and then Aizu reaches out a hand, looking away for a moment until she feels Tamaki take it in his own. He smiles softly at her and she can't help but beam at him. Monday morning comes bright and early with everyone in class still buzzing about the sports festival. Apparently a lot of Aizu and Toshi's classmates were recognized on their way to school and it's really exciting for them. Aizu and Toshi, however, have gotten used to avoiding detection in public, so they didn't deal with much. Yeah, I mostly just had a couple people ask me why I walked away from the podium, but I just ignored them. Yeah, why did you leave? Sue speaks up. Several people who are not Aizu's immediate friends also speak up with agreement to her question. Because Ball Tight is an idiot who tried to say I won on luck and refuses to see me as an actual hero student. If he was going to insult my hard-won skill and talent, then I don't need his medal. That's so sick, dude. Like so sick. Ciro pats her on the back. Before she can respond to that sentiment, her dad walks in and everyone scatters to their seats. He introduces the concept of internships and then displays the offers each of them got on the board. Startlingly, Aiza doesn't have nearly as many as the likes of Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Where theirs are in the thousands, she has a couple hundred. Why does Aizu have so few? Yeah, she won the whole festival. There's more sounds of discontent before Aizu steps in. It's fine, guys. I'm going underground anyway. It's not a big deal. You have to admit it's not fair. Toshi looks at her with a spark of anger in his eyes. Yeah, but I'm quirkless. I've dealt with not fair my whole life. This really isn't that big of a deal, I promise. All of this discourse aside, you all will have the opportunity to look through your offers or through a pre-made list of heroes willing to take on interns if you didn't receive any offers. But before you can make that decision, you need to make a much more important one. Today you will be picking your hero names. Be careful or dash. You could have hell to play later. Auntie Nem bursts through the door finishing Aizu's dad's sentence. Though the names you come up with now are technically temporary, if you make a real showing for yourself on your internships, you might be stuck with that name forever. That's how Aizawa-sensei got stuck with Eraserhead. Aizu whispers to Ochako. Sunshine child, stop. Aiza shrugs. White bards are passed around and everybody gets to work picking hero names. Aizu sits there, looking around absolutely stumped on what to write. She turns behind her to Toshi. Pissed, Toshi. You got any ideas? He looks up from writing. Oh yeah. I've had my hero name planned for years. He lifts his board and Aizu looks down to see what is written there. Mindful hero, Siren. That's so good, Toshi. Several people look over to them and Aizu smiles awkwardly in apology. Turning back to Toshi, she asks, what about me? Got any ideas for your favorite sister? Nope. You're on your own. Whatever. She turns back around and huffs in frustration. Toshi leans close to her ear. Why not ask your boyfriend? He whispers. She blushes. He is not my boyfriend. She whispers angrily. Whatever you say. He leans back and heads to the front to present his name to their dad and aunt. He wasn't wrong though. Maybe she should ask Tamaki. Cinnamon Roll 3. Hey Tamaki? Yeah, Aizu-chan? What is your hero name? Suneater. We are picking hero names in class and I'm completely lost, sad face. I'm sorry. Can I help? Maybe? What to do? What kind of hero do you want to be? I'm going underground, but what to do? You could do something fitting your personality, or maybe something referring to how cool you are, or how sweet you are, or how you shine really bright, or how you make every day better than the last. You are too sweet to me. Angry face. You're just such a good person, Aizu-chan. You make life better for me. And other people too. Not just me. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for, Tama. You make my life better too. Angry face. Aizu, please get off your phone and take this seriously. Her dad breaks her out of her little bubble. Sorry. She quickly texts Tamaki bye and then looks back at her empty board. She makes his life better, huh? She feels a blush fill her cheeks up to her ears. He thinks she shines bright. She chews her lip and thinks before a smile crosses her lips. Suneater, maybe she could. Hopefully he won't think it's too weird. Aizu, are you ready? Aizu nods, quickly writing down her name and then walking up to the front. I'm going to be the sunshine hero, Nico.